like, even if you don't put all your time, you still put a lot of time as a pro player into League, and then you're not enjoying the team environment. You're losing. Kind of seems like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just wasting my time. Like, he's on Daejeon, so he's probably not earning like an insane salary either. So he's, yeah.
It had to for me to speak about it. I mean, I have never finished below like top 5, or I think for the past like 6 years I'm playing, I'm always like top 4 or above. So I don't really know how it feels to like lose every game and kind of you go into scrims and it's scheduled that you're gonna lose.
Right.
But it for sure has to suck. I think Daejeon maybe also doesn't have like a good leader to identify why they are losing and what they should work for. Because I feel like if you're losing a lot, because definitely I've been losing scrims, and it feels like in the past, like there's like times where you lose a lot of scrims, and you need to have a person that identifies well what is the reason you are losing. Because if everyone has their own ideas on why you are losing, it's kind of hard to fix it. So maybe they have issue with that like Palafox says that they not play well around mid, or Photon says that he has no help from his team playing top lane alone, and then bot lane says there is enchanter meta and our jungle is clearing to top. Stuff like that could happen, and then you are like, as a jungler, and no one like your coach doesn't commit to also who's making the mistake that is costing the games. Then you are like kind of lost. Like,
and you're the least veteran player on the team
what
too.
I should be doing now in order to win.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he's also not like the insane like saying, okay, you guys shouldn't be fighting here, I should be clearing to top this game, or like I should come bot, and then everyone is giving him this much feedback, and all of them are like, none of them is actually like sure that this is the correct way to play. I feel like it can become a big mess. So I think maybe the coach needs to actually step in and say who's wrong, who's right, what they should be going towards, and stuff like that. Because I think if you have a lot of issues, it's kind of hard to identify what is actually causing them.
Yeah. Did you want to add to this, Jan?
I mean, feels like I definitely agree with like the leader part. I feel like last year we had Yuji, like a rookie jungler. I think rookie junglers are quite hard. It's quite hard for rookie junglers, especially if they don't have a clear way of how to want to win the game without exceptional like leaders and how to teach them. But yeah, definitely quite hard situation, I feel like.
Yeah. This might be a little awkward, Inspired. I've been working on an Inspired impression. I don't need to do it in front of you, but I've done it on my podcast. I just need to let you need to be aware of this in case you're offended.
I think we should hear the Inspired.
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, of course.
Give me,
I don't want to hear it. But
yeah, he doesn't want to hear it.
No.
Close your
I think it's
ears.
important.
He's fine with me doing it.
I think it's important for the viewers to see this.
just do it. I don't want to hear it, but just do it. I don't care.
Keep waiting. We'll fight on my timer. It gets worse the longer I do it. I promise.
Is it good? I don't think so.
No, that's terrible. That was one of the worst impressions I've ever done.
One more.
One more? Say something. I'll try and mimic it.
I don't know what I'm supposed to say.
Let's just
I don't
keep
know
it
what
to
I'm supposed to say.
Let's just keep it to the who's the streamer? Onipixel?
Make me do an impression?
It's actually only Pixel.
It's an Onipixel impression.
It's only pixel impression.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And then the other thing that I have done on my podcast, stupid thing that didn't catch on.
Yep.
But it's like what would Inspired do, or listen to Inspired. And this was a theory that is kind of about what you're talking about with XU, of someone needing to say like what the team plays around. I feel like in every single team, that's you. You're the one that you're going to always have a strong opinion on what is right, and the high percentage of the time you will actually be right, which is why you won so much. So it's like a 90% chance. So even if you're completely wrong 10% of the time, it's just simpler if everyone just listens to what you say.
I'm not sure. I think League is quite simple, and there are like set rules of the game, of the team game, that you need to like do in order to win. I mean, it obviously starts in the draft, and like who is sacrificing in the draft and who's not, and what the meta is, what champs are strong, and how do you want to play around the champs that you think or view as strong.
Yeah.
So I think I'm just good at explaining that way of playing to the team, that it's not like they need to listen to me. It's just like there are certain rules that we need to follow in the game in order to play. And if we want to change the rules because we want to play around something else, then I'm fine. But then everyone needs to know that their objective in the game kind of shifts. Like it's a different way we're going to try to win this game than the other game. And I think I just try to remind people in game what was the goal that we set with the certain team combo or certain playstyle, I guess.
When is the last time you've been on a team where you weren't the most vocal player? Or has that ever happened?
I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think I played with that many vocal players. I think Hansama was pretty good at voicing his opinion on how he wants to play around bot lane, because I think he had only one play style, just play for bot, no matter what. So I think back then he was really good at like saying how he wants to play Kalista Draven, Caitlyn, and how to play around his lane. But other than that, I think Impact had a good idea on how to play the game as well, like how he wants to drive the game. Is he supposed like does he need help, or is he gonna help us to do stuff? But other than that, I think if you wanna be vocal, you need to be like really smart about people around you, or like everything around you happening in the game. And otherwise, mostly all the players I'm playing with are just like giving information what they think they wanna do, and then it's usually up to me to make a decision. But I'm also saying, like, for example, in the game when I'm playing Vi or like Pantheon or Nocturne, that is more a supportive champ, like you guys need to play with that fact in mind, that I'm there to support you if you want to make some sort of play, or you want to set up some sort of play. So I'm not going to tell you what you need to do in order to do that. I'm going to say in review like how you can do that. But in the game, you need to be like, okay, now on this timer, enemy needs to fight me, or I will make a situation where they want to fight me and I need help now. So I think once your team learns that, then I don't need to be that much vocal, I guess. But I think it's just good in offshore game to just remind everyone like what's going on
For
in
sure.
the game.
Thanks for indulging me there. I want to close this out real quick, since we've gone on tons of tangents this episode. You can all say that you're going to win, but I want to hear from each of you, who is the second place team? Like, if Team Liquid wins, who finishes second? If C9 wins, who finishes second? If Lyon wins, who finishes second?
So complicated.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, you're all going to say you're the best team.
Off like actual bracket, or like
like who is the second? Assuming everyone's own team is the best team in the league, who is the second best team in the league?
I really don't know.
I think each team just plays too differently and have different ways of winning. It's quite hard to rank.
It's too big of a mess.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say.
I don't even know who's going to win the split.
It's random.
C9's undefeated, but
but
lost
it's
a lot of
regular
games.
season, so it doesn't matter.
Inspired.
Undefeated, losing game to us, losing games to FlyQuest, to Dignitas. Like,
you guys lost to Dig too, relax.
Yeah, we lost to Dignitas too.
You're remaking all your scrims.
Yeah, like who knows who wins? Like everyone competed, everyone.
Yeah.
That's the enjoyment of LCS, I guess.
Yeah. Anybody can win.
Yeah.
An exciting last week. We don't know who's going to be first. Yeah.
All right, let's just be real. It's like Sentinels or FlyQuest. It's not even us.
Oh my goodness.
No way Sentinels win. FlyQuest, I mean, I can see that, but I don't think so. But I can see FlyQuest win.
They were the EWC finals.
I think Sentinels, no way they would win LCS. I think
They won the EWC qualifiers, though.
Bro, like, Berserker is waking up at like 11:30, and the game was starting at 11. Like, how can we? And we didn't even play Sentinels. I think we played against Tia, and we got like giga feasted. And yeah, I don't know. Like that was not real. This tournament
happens.
Yeah.
I don't really know who's the second best. I feel like I said earlier, it's just whoever shows up on the day is the second best.
Yeah.
Whoever shows up on the doesn't show up is the third best.
Pick one. Team Liquid or Lyon.
Well, Lyon won today, so
okay,
I'll go with them. But next, like 2 weeks, if they face each other, because there's a chance. I couldn't tell you. It's just whoever shows up. If Jan has some really good soup last night in like Smurfs.
If Jan cuts his hair, I swear to.
If Jan like can actually look out of his glasses
constantly, it's amazing that you can look past it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time.
I think it's time.
It's time.
I think it's time for the haircut. I saw you 2 weeks ago, and it was time for the haircut. It's through your glasses at this point. I know. You're not going to listen to me. There's no reason to.
I might.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Jan, APA Inspired, for joining me on this episode, Pros. Just check it out on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or on the LCS YouTube channel. And we'll see you next week for the last week of the LCS regular season. See you.
Yep.
This might be a little awkward, Inspired. I've been working on an Inspired impression. I don't need to do it in front of you, but I've done it on my podcast. I just need to let you need to be aware of this in case you're offended.
I think we should hear the Inspired
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, of course.
Give me.
I don't want to hear it, but
Yeah, he doesn't want to hear it.
No.
Close
but
your
I think
ears,
it's
close your ears.
important.
He's fine
for,
with me doing it.
I think it's
ears,
important
close
for the
your
viewers
Yeah.
to see this.
just do it. I don't want to hear it, but just do it. I don't care.
Keep vaping. We'll fight on my timer. It gets worse the longer I do it. Hello, welcome back to another episode of Pros. Hot off a 6-game day, 2-1 Lyon, 2-1 C9. Thanks for joining us, Jan. It's always difficult to join after loss, but you did win the game. Still haven't gotten the haircut.
Yeah.
Soon.
Maybe.
Soon, maybe.
Soon, maybe.
Real quick, tickets are still available for Spring Finals in Arizona. Single day tickets will be going on sale soon, so please go and check the link that's going to be on the screen. They're on sale. Single day tickets are on sale, so go check it now. I want to talk about the series today because I thought there was banger series. We'll start with the victorious Lyon. You were just saying you didn't care if you won this series or not?
Yeah, I mean, who really cares? Like, if we lose in playoffs, then this series didn't matter. And if we lost today, then, yeah, I think usually when you lose in regular season, you learn a bit more from the games or you take the games a bit more seriously. I don't think it's necessarily for me, but I just had a feeling of my teammates that when they win, they kind of like, you know, like the mistakes they made in the game they won, they would be like, whatever.
Brush
But
it
if
away.
they lose the game, then you kind of focus more on the mistakes you made to like not make them again, especially if you have a free win and you lose because of something like stupid that you did. I think it's more like you will just improve a bit better. It shouldn't be like that. Obviously, you should like always treat the mistakes equally, but I think it just happens. Or like I think a lot of players have that if they win, they kind of don't care about the mistakes they made.
Yeah, it's just human nature. We did more comms listen-ins than usual this week. I'm not sure if you've seen or heard of any of these things.
Oh.
We had a few moments where it was in the game where you guys were super far ahead. Dokla had mentioned that like if we just fight them, we win, we'll promise. And I think you were like, shut up, just go. Then we had another moment where you were talking to Saint about his Ari. He told you to shut up. And then game 3, everything was happy because you guys were winning.
I don't know. I mean, game 1, I think he was saying unnecessary stuff, so I told him to just shut up because we're sieging with Nasher, and he said something about fighting, so I was just shut up, just like let minions end, and we don't have to fight anyone. Game 2, I think we just played bad about Ari's tempo. I don't know how we kill Lyon on bot lane. He uses flash ult, and my Ari just greeds like 30 seconds to after getting a wave and 2 platings, and then gets her recall cancelled. They get our bot tower, then we have to go back bot, then she stays again, Rumble comes back, he can't push against Rumble, has to TP to top lane. Like, he just greeded for another plating when I said in the Champions Select that we have a winning lane, so the only way we lose this game is if we greed our tempo, because they legit can't get tempo inside lane against our champions, and then we do it. So I was pretty mad about it. But yeah, and then I felt like Yon with no flash and no ult and no shield bow yet. It should be really hard for him to farm until shield bow. But we didn't really do anything. We gave Rift and Dragon for free because of that mistakes. And then we came to the team fight and Ari just gets flash eat by Skarner, which was a bit low. So that I think that's why I was a little bit
little tilted.
And game 3, I think I don't know. Our game plan was to try to like. Play a bit more for jungle, and our bot lane just wins their 2v2, but then they lost 2v2, which we didn't expect to happen, and the lead that I was trying to get, I couldn't really, because they could just come for my blue buff. And yeah, I think game 2, we were just playing, and I don't think we were winning. I think the game was actually losing all the time. Yeah, I think if they just played a bit more coordinated, we'd probably lose that game. Yeah.
Okay, wow. I want to give the other two a chance to hop in, and then I'm going to get back to team culture and comms. I have a lot of questions about Dokla, but we need to get to
he did
Jan.
everything.
What's up? I know he just covered the whole
Damn,
series.
he did everything.
We're wrapped up.
I think
Join us next week for pros.
For the comms thing, it was really funny watching the Lion comms. Every single week when Lion drops the voice comms on your guys' YouTube channel, it's like posted in the C9 Discord. And everyone's like sat for 10 minutes watching like, it's always people flaming each other in your voice comms.
Yeah.
And it's so funny to us.
Is that just the team culture? Is that something you guys lean into, just like absolute honesty, or is it just something that happens?
I don't know. I mean, we don't really feel like we're flaming each other that much. Like we are just talking. I mean, I don't know. I don't think we are flaming each other that much. Maybe from people it seems like it, but
yeah,
I think we are.
It might be just English as a second language potentially.
Yeah, I mean, I think we we just use maybe the words that sound bad, like shut up, stuff like that.
Sure, it's a common word.
For us, it's like not really like to like just be quiet or like don't talk now.
Yeah.
Shut up is the same. Like it doesn't really matter.
It's
like
just efficient.
Say just efficient and yeah, I don't know. I think we just try to fix mistakes during the game because it's an official game. Like you shouldn't wait until the game is over to like review it. Like you should be reviewing all the time when you are losing, especially, and you have a chance to come back if you play the next team fight well. So I think that's why we talk a lot during the game about like what just happened, because I think if you just don't say anything and wait for the next game or like after the game finishes then try to talk about mistakes, I think it's irrelevant at that point.
Interesting. I mean, that is an interesting debate, I think. I'm curious what Jan and APA think about this. Like, there's a lot of time in the Lyon voice comms where it does feel like maybe it's 40 minutes into the game and the game is mostly decided, and you're almost like VOD reviewing in the game. Even though it likely won't have an impact on the outcome of that game. Mm-hmm. I've definitely been in team environments where teams say not to do that because you need to focus on either the next thing, the next game. Jan and APA, what do you guys think about like when is the right time to start reviewing a game inside of a best of 3?
I mean, I think what he says is somewhat true. Like talking about like a column that I always use when we lose a fight or just after any fight is like, what do we want to do different next fight? What do we like this? And then we'll talk about, oh, you know, Dantos needs to mark this, or I need to engage second, or like whatever we want to do different. But then at some points you're like talking about stuff like 15 minutes ago, and it seems kind of just from spectator POV, it seems kind of funny.
That's a bit out of context because we thought the game is over there. So we like started speaking about it. Usually we don't speak about like what happened 15 minutes ago, but there I think we thought that they're just end meet or something like that. So we just started speaking about it. But yeah, I mean, I agree. Like speaking about something that happened 15 minutes ago, it's pointless completely during the game.
But at some points it's good to talk about, you know, like I think it's game 2 of my series, when we took the 4v5, like Thanos got picked top, and then we took the 4v5 with like the chicken fight.
Yeah, almost lost.
And then it was like a close fight, but they won because of course it's 5v4, but we could have won it. And I was asking the team, I was like, what do you want to do differently? And like we discussed amongst ourselves. So it is like common, and I know that's happened when I was on TL. At least I don't know current TL comms, but like I think that's a pretty common thing just to say it, maybe just not like as brash way that the Lyon comms are.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, the ones that I remember from the Lyon comms specifically was like the international one. I think Berserker was playing Corki, and I think maybe there was another game where Doklo was playing Renekton. And I remember distinctly hearing like the feedback given in the game from Inspired. It was something like, we should be walking up and taking more space. I think those kinds of communications after a fight is quite important.
How did you feel like the series went today? We haven't heard from you.
I don't know. Mr. knows it all, talks it all, already said everything. I think we got a lot of it unnecessary advantages, and I think we also didn't punish that well on the sides. And I think we bled a lot more than we should have, personally. And well, first game just exploded from like level 4 unnecessarily.
And then TF gap.
Yeah, I mean, it is what it is. I made the mistake. And then game 2 was like quite a slow paced game with just complete side lane game. And game 3, I don't know. I feel like it just all went bad at the Baron, which we had the opportunity to just take it slow. Even the team fight itself, we could have taken it slow. We're like,
I think if you were able to get ults off in that Baron, I know it was like Nocturne ult and
yeah,
flash.
he literally just insta-ulted and I couldn't even see it.
It was like a magic play.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, hopefully we can show that clip. That was honestly like series defining. Like you just flash R Sejuani in Nocturne ult. So it's almost impossible to react to, and you were kind of winning up until that point. How has the year been for you though, Jan? I haven't gotten to catch up with you because lock-in was pretty disappointing, and your schedule's been easy for the first 5 weeks, so you've beaten all the non-top 3 teams.
Yeah.
But now first challenge against Lyon, you guys fall. So what's the confidence level like?
To be honest, I think lock-in was quite slow and not up to par. I think it's like slowly ramping up as we're going on in the Spring Split. And today's games felt, to give a better word, I think it was a good eyeball to see what the games were like, especially because next 2 weeks are going to be decided the first place match. But
yeah,
in reality, it doesn't matter as much as playoffs will matter to both teams, I think. But yeah, I think the games were, I won't say ugly, but I think there was lots to take away from both teams, to be honest.
Yeah. First place, if Cloud9 wins, you guys just get it because you're undefeated. If you lose, all the tiebreaker stuff comes in. So the first tiebreaker is head-to-head match score. But if it's all 1-1 between the three of you, it would still be tied.
If we win, you are talking, right?
If you win, yeah. If you lose to FlyQuest, then it would be
then
Team
winner,
Liquid just gets
the
it.
winner of that game.
Yeah, Team Liquid just get the winner of that game because the head-to-head match score would even break that tie as well. So clean out, C9 wins, they win. Let's just assume you lose to FlyQuest since we like talking about that.
But then where
apparently.
does fourth place go? Because I know it's like FlyQuest and Sentinels are fighting for fourth.
Yeah, if Sentinels has the same match record as FlyQuest, since Sentinels beat FlyQuest, they'd be ahead of them.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
that
Sentinels
actually
would be
makes
fourth
Sentinels
then.
fourth.
Yeah, so FlyQuest really needs to beat us too.
They do.
They
really
want
wanna
they
win.
want to get top 4. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the top 3 teams don't really matter compared to the fourth one.
Well, first place matters.
1, 2, 3.
Like,
No, but like,
selection.
sorry, what I mean is 1, 2, 3 is locked, right?
Yeah.
No,
what I'm hearing?
it's not locked.
It's locked for
any
top
of you
3.
three can get number 1 seed still.
Oh, sorry, but what I mean is like we're locked
Yeah,
into 1, 2,
we are
3
all
slots.
1, 2, 3.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then fourth is not locked. It depends on
yeah,
next week.
okay, I understand. Yeah.
I want to. I
And then
believe
are
that's
all the
true.
playoff teams locked? Like
No.
can Dig or
I think
The
Dig and
DSG,
DSG.
versus Shopify game can decide who
All right,
makes
Dig is
playoffs
out.
for them. Dig is out,
Okay.
and Sentinels is in.
And who does Shopify face? They face each other?
Shopify
Oh,
plays
so they are
DSG.
playing for
so winner
playoffs.
gets playoffs.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's pretty sick.
Banger.
Did you guys see any of the games yesterday?
Kind of. I didn't watch
Not
the
really.
first
I was
Oh,
series.
busy
Second series, I was
having some
watching a
fun
little bit.
scrims.
Yeah.
I don't remember. Who was playing?
It was a fun
DSG
day.
Dig, right?
Yeah,
no,
DSG.
DSG SR? No, DSG.
DSG Dig
DSG
and
Dig?
Sentinels SR.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Dig just finds a way to lose. And then SR also finds a way to lose, I guess. Yeah.
I mean,
think
I
that's
didn't
what
watch
happened.
too much. We were screaming at each other yesterday, which were interesting scrims.
Yeah.
Really? That's just normal, no?
What happened?
You guys
What?
have some very funny remake questions.
Why?
Well, like I remember, I'm not gonna say picks, but like the one game where you invaded Blabber, your red side, we're blue
Yeah.
side, and then he like walks to your Krugs but bases and like mind games you,
Yeah.
and then you ask for remake, and it's
Yeah,
like
but,
3 minutes, and
But that's exactly when you should remake. That's, I mean,
over like
okay,
a one camp lead.
no, you should have a plan before the game, and then if the plan doesn't go accordingly because someone misplays in the game or enemy team does something stupid, then you should just remake the game unless you want to waste your practice and assume that what you did just will work every time. And I don't think we didn't want to remake because of that mind game. I will not say exactly why we wanted to remake because I don't want to say what was our goal in that game. But if you don't meet the goal that you are trying to practice towards, then you should just remake and then see if the goal you wanted to achieve is actually achievable or not. That's what you play scrims for. And remaking when the game is like complete chaos, that's when the game is already like decided or like the game is over, or you can practice team fighting and mechanics. But especially at 4 minutes, I don't see a reason not to remake. Like it's just 4 minutes. It's good for everyone as well because everyone will get another rep of their matchup, which you obviously can't get in solo queue nowadays. So as many matchups like reps you can get is good for you because then you can become more consistent player. And as a team, you can like play towards something you wanted to like get out of the game. So overall, I mean, I think we played against DSG 2 days before, and we had a game where they were invading us level 1 because of some certain situation. So they wanted to like start in our bot side. We remake this game like 7 times, and every time, every time we just did something different and just see for both teams like what we want to do in the game. And that's what, in my opinion, the practice should be about. It shouldn't be about, okay, we have a lead now. They want to remake because they want to try something different. So we are not going to remake. Like, it's good for us to see what they want to change. And we can maybe adapt something. So, I mean, I never agree with the rule of not remakes. Because it's like, I don't know, are we on a timer to go somewhere? Are we going to practice with a different team? Or what's going on? Like, we have whole day to play scrims. So I don't see a reason for us to, instead of finishing at 6 p.m., we can finish at 8 p.m. Like, what's the difference? Like, it doesn't matter.
Well,
So
I can't speak for any other team, so I can only speak for my team. But I don't think we care about finishing what time, like 6, 7, 8. It's more just like the game from our plan, not like from our perspectives, was just even if your game plan didn't work out well. So what do we get from remaking that?
I mean, you guys played the game, so you should see what type of lead you just got against us. And in that game that we didn't remake, And then if you guys let us remake, it's even beneficial for you because then you get to see what we want to change in our game plan. So like, it doesn't make sense to not want to remake. You just get more information out of us because you see what we want to do. And on top of that, you can change your game plan. So you just get a lot more information about what both teams can do differently and then decide which option is just the best for you. So it's better for you and better for us. I just don't see a reason not to. Like,
but I think showing that information can sometimes be bad.
Yeah, but
and obviously there's like the scrim thing where like confidence and other things play a miss to going on stage.
Yeah, I mean the confidence is always like a weird thing. I mean we had it on FlyQuest that we just wanted to play a weak team before the the match day to just like, you know, get the confidence to like dig scrim before the stage game to like win quickly. But I mean I don't really care about like the.
But then you're saying you want to play more, right?
Yeah.
But then why is the comm always remake or GG?
Because the game is just unrealistic. We want to change something else, and GG is to just pressure the enemy team and see if they actually want to play more games or not. Because if we want to remake, then we say remake or GG, and if someone says GG, then we'll be like, but let's play more games. No one wants to play more games. So
really quick, I just wanted to define for the viewers. I think this is a really interesting conversation. So currently your scrim culture is one team a day for 6 games. You play 2 best of 3s, or how's it working?
Yeah, it depends on the team.
Usually it is
sometimes
one team a day.
Sometimes it's 5 games. It's always one team a day.
Yeah.
Sometimes it's 5 games. Sometimes it's 3 and 3.
Sure. So it's either 2 best of 3 fearless or 1 5-game fearless.
Think, as we get more into playoffs, it's going to become more 5.
To play 5 games now because.
But then right now, most of the split so far has been 3 and 3.
The remake to GG comms is essentially. You're saying a lot of times you're probably asking for remakes if you're down the majority of the time.
We were remaking the games that we were winning too. So
for sure.
I mean, not against Cloud9, but it happened definitely in our scrims a lot of times that we are winning the game and you just want to remake because we think that what just happened is either we took too big of a risk or enemy team just completely ran it. So like, what's the point of playing that?
Right, but the Remaker GG says if it's GG, the game counts, and you go next game with new draft.
Yes.
Otherwise, it's a remake with the same draft, run it back again.
Yeah.
Which is the discussion. I've also heard that Lyon probably by far asks for more remakes than anybody else in the league.
I mean, that's the point to get better. Like,
for sure.
Yeah, you need to play more games to get more data.
Yeah, I want to hear Jan, the bystander.
But looping back into the Remaker GG, it's more like I forget which game it was, but when we dove Berserker bot and like denied him a wave or so.
Yeah.
Of course, it was kind of funny what happened.
That was after. Like we asked level 5 for a remake.
Yeah, you guys asked level 5.
You guys said no.
And then we said no.
We kept playing, and then I already knew at that moment that it's gonna be really hard for botlane to play that game. It was still 0-0 game when we asked for remake, and you say it's because of the camp, but I knew it's gonna be bad for the game. Everything that happened, that eventually our botlane is gonna get dove. That's why I didn't want to wait for the point to get dove. I just asked for remake then, but you guys said no, and then we get dove, and then we ask again, and you guys say no again. Then we just FF. Because like I knew it's gonna happen eventually with everything that went for the 5 minutes. That around minute 8, our bot lane is gonna be in a situation where they're either dropping waves or they're getting dove, and we just know that it's not how the game should go. So we just saved 3 minutes.
I agree that we can strive for perfect practice, but don't you also think there's the practice level from behind? Like the example I can give is my game 2, my bot lane's getting dove on repeat. I haven't actually looked back why, as to what's occurring for that to happen.
This was on stage, where Sven was like 0-6 on center. Did you see game 2 of their series?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why.
And then we're winning that game from behind. Like, to be honest, I don't exactly recall why we're getting dove. It's like,
but it's the state is the bot lane screwed.
But it's like bot lane's so screwed, and like not that you guys will falter because I think you're a good mind from behind as you are from ahead, but it's just for other players.
Yeah, I mean, I see that. I mean, I always say that practicing from behind is a bit unrealistic. If something that happened, like, for example, this Scream game, I mean, the stage game you guys had, game 2, if you fall behind, it's like you need to start getting creative as a team on how you want to come back to the game. And I feel like that's easy, or like you need to know when you have angles that you can come back into the game. I mean, in my head, at least, this is easy. It's way harder to play an even game and just like look for the first opening. And I don't know. I mean, I think maybe if you guys remake more games, you would know that botlane can actually get dove if they get left alone like against Ash Lulu and enemy team has Jarvan, that if you play like no clans, I mean no barrier on ADC, like ADC can be pretty much like one shot because he's ignored. So maybe then you'd like think about maybe going clans is too weak early game and they can punish that if we can't like fight bot side. But yeah, I mean in scrims I would probably remake that and then I would adjust something, like we either do different jungle pathing or ADC takes barrier and like plays to scale early game. I mean, I don't know. I don't really like to practice from behind, I would say, because I think it's all about cheesing when you're behind. Like, just do something that enemies don't expect and try to come back into the game. And not like strict play that you can practice.
On that topic, you've probably remade a little bit more this year than last year on FlyQuest. I heard Busio and Masu would always like not want to remake. Is this a story that's true?
Not really. They were always down to remake.
They were down to
remake? I think they were just, if any team said no, maybe sometimes they just were like, let's not FF yet, just play a bit longer. But I don't think it was, I mean, people say that it was happening, that that Masu and Busi were wanting to play more games, but I feel like we're remaking a lot on FlyQuest too.
Okay.
They were also the kings of Remaker GG.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah,
Jan, I
so,
really appreciate you showing up. We're going to get to you, I promise.
Yeah, amazing. Remake stories. Woo.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of interesting. Would you be annoyed if the other team was remaking when they're behind as frequently as you were remaking from behind?
Not really.
Yeah, because you just want to keep playing the early games over and over again
Yes, I mean,
see
that's
until
what
the game's
you
decided.
should practice, yeah, and then, yeah.
Sweet. Jan, do you have anything to add?
I mean, sure. To be honest, I don't really care what other teams do that much. If I don't, I think it's mainly just perspective. If you really want to give the enemy team like the chance to get more information or not, I think is also another key factor. For me, I feel like since we play very volatile, I choose not to remake, even though I get very fucked in these games. Mainly because I think in the state of like the meta, enchanter meta, it feels like most range supports, if you get dove one time, your game is GG. But I think it's very realistic in the game to get dove, and it can happen. Like today, it happened as well because we fucked up at like our bounce back into level 4 timer, and then we just didn't push our wave fast enough, and then we use our skills, we get killed 2v2, and then on the reverse bounce back, we can't really fix it on our own, and then TFL comes. I do think sometimes it is realistic, but in the nature of the game where you're playing volatile, like kind of we do sometimes, it is normal to make mistakes.
Yeah, but what would you rather practice? Your laning phase that you made mistake on like 4 more times, or like let's say 2 more times, or play the game from behind during the scream in that position? Like you should obviously like try your best to not make this mistake happen, and in order to learn that, you need to keep playing more games of that matchup, so like you know exactly what you want to do.
Yeah, that's why I said it's like perspective, I think. For me, I think I can actually recognize what to do next time if I get dove in that time. So I'd rather just tank it out and try to find out more ways to come back in the game. So I do think it is really just like what you want from the game and from the scrim itself, personally.
Yeah, I mean, I can see that.
Okay. Good discussion. Who's the best team in the league between the three of you?
I don't know, honestly. I think everyone is beating everyone. I think FlyQuest is also up there. I think they could easily be the best.
I feel like it's whoever shows up on the day.
Exactly. I think it's Pistol League right now at the moment. I think Europe, when I watch Europe, they actually seem kind of better.
I hate that you're saying that.
I'm sorry.
Jan, I know.
I think they're more consistent than us. I think all the teams are very inconsistent in LCS at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, that's what I mean. Like, it's whoever shows up on the day. Like, going to the TL next week, obviously, we'll have prep and they'll have prep. But it's like, if I show up and I'm in team versus Quid will probably carry. But it's like the same way. Quid has had some stinkers to split, and other people have not performed that well, like in both teams. So, like, literally, it's honestly whoever shows up. And then, obviously, we faced them, 6 weeks ago now? 5 weeks ago? But it felt like the same thing. It was just like, we showed up a little bit better on the day. But, like, I'm not saying we're going to, like, you know, if we get first place, we're not going to choose them just because we beat them 6 weeks ago.
Yeah. Do you two agree that FlyQuest would be a top 4? Like it's not a top 3, or is it kind of the top 3 and then FlyQuest is close?
To be honest, I think Sentinels, FlyQuest are very close to top 4, just as us.
Top
just
5.
as us, yeah. I think the skill level is not that despairing. I think most teams could actually, I won't say win, but I think a lot of teams on whoever shows up during the day honestly feels like they could win.
Yeah, I think Sentinels just kind of choked a couple series that they had like winning positions in, like whether it's because they were like not clutch or like nervous or whatever it is. And then FlyQuest, I think they're not top tier, but they're not like Dignitas.
I
Have some
like watching
interesting drafts
FlyQuest
too.
games. They're quite fun to watch.
Yeah, FlyQuest, the most annoying team for me to play against. They're just not scared. They're going forward all the time, and it's very annoying. Like playing against players like that, because I know Masu is that type of player, and that's what I was trying to like avoid with him last year, just to like have this blind aggression. And right now he's very like he's really doing that like so much. Like when we play against him, he's just aggressive all the time, and that's how he wants to play. I think that way you can't really be a consistent team, but you can definitely be a team that wins important games. Because if you are really good at playing aggressive, like you can win important games.
Is he trying to prove a point?
What do you mean?
You didn't want to play aggressive,
I
right?
didn't want to play like that because we are clearly the best team. So why would you play like that?
I see.
If you are the best team, you just should try to stay consistent and just then you will win no matter what. And I think right now they are playing like they can beat any team, but they can also lose to any team, I guess.
Yeah, I got a couple of bigger questions off that. One, I want to go back a bit to Jan. You saying that it's kind of low, everyone's off. What's off, kind of about each team? So like, what's off about Team Liquid and then C9 and online to stop you guys from being at the level you want to be at?
To be honest, I think we're just trying to figure out what we want to do a lot of weeks. So I think in the first couple weeks we had like very good early game, and we kind of struggled to close out some games, and some other games we kind of just. And recently, I think we've kind of fixed our mid game a little bit, but now we're like bleeding too much or something. I think we're just focusing on different things, and we're letting other parts of the game fail for us. But other teams, I'm not too sure. I feel like when I watch Lions, it seems like their early game, the other weeks, not this week, are a bit off. I'm not too sure, to be honest. And it seems like C9, from my perspective, looks like just do random things similarly to us in the game. I don't know if I'm right or wrong.
I think our priorities sometimes misalign. Like
Within C9.
yeah, an example I can give is my game 2, like the red buff fight, where we like literally get aced.
5 for 0 aced.
5 for 0 aced at red buff. And I'm like S key. I remember at one point I was like dancing on the scuttle crab, waiting for my team because Blood had no tempo. And I was literally like telling Phil to come join me and dance because we couldn't do anything. We were just waiting. And then after that, instead of like helping me push out, helping me get vision, we fought on red buff immediately where I can't connect even though I was the strongest person on the map. So it's just like small, just misalignments. Like Blower wanted the red buff there, and I wanted probably the bot wave. I have to like go back and watch what I wanted, but I probably wanted the bot wave or wanted vision more. So it's just small things that are misaligned at like random timings, but it's hard at the moment, I think.
Inspired. Also, question about probably top lane. You guys are running a 6-man roster now.
Yeah, I think our games were. We did pretty bad drafts for early game. That's why I think at least Sentinel series, I think our early game was slow. I think we had not an early game comp in both games. I think in game, I don't know who we played before that. We played DSG. DSG series. We also didn't have an early game comp. Like we played against Nocturne Akali game 1,
Right.
which is like pretty strong against that comp. And game 2, I think we had a decent early game. Then against Sentinels, we play against Jarvan. So obviously, you don't have the strongest early game against Jarvan. So I think I don't know. I'm pretty happy with how we've been playing. I think when we should be giving up early game, we kind of do. I think maybe we can work on not like giving up that much. Sometimes the players that are supposed to have tempo in the game, they might like drop it because of something like either a greedy recall or missed recall. And then if a person that was supposed to drive the early game for you, like the only winning lane, drops the tempo as well, then it feels kind of hard and you need to wait for enemies to make mistake. So yeah, I think that's why our early games didn't look that great. And for top lane situation, I feel like Dokla got very motivated right now. I mean, when he heard the news about the top lane situation, he said he's confident that he can be a better player than Castle. And I think Castle is also good. Like they're working against each other and they're practicing like together 1v1s and stuff like that. So I think it helps both of them. And it just helps the team overall. I think if they don't have that ego that like I don't want to help the other guy because I want to be the starter, then I think it's good. I think the problem could get if they start having that ego.
Yeah.
Like, I don't want to help him because I want to play. But I think they are pretty mature about that, and they're trying their best to like give the most to the team. So yeah, I think it can just help. Yeah.
Yeah, when I first heard that Castle was joining Lyon, I thought that the 6-man roster was fake. Like I expected that from the news that I've heard in the past, but it actually now sounds like it's real. We saw it on stage today. Doku played both games, what you just told me. That's really interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it was kind of funny. Castle played the first game today, or like the second game, first game with us, and he got put on the matchup he never played. Just because when we practiced this matchup, it was Dokla playing. So I don't know if they did like 1v1s and stuff. I'm not sure if he was prepared on the matchup, but I think it's not very common you play Ryze, especially now that you play with a new rune. You play him top against Rumble. So I think I don't know if he was if he knew how to play it correctly, because it's probably his first time. And yeah, I don't think top lane mattered that much in that game. I think it all came down to team fight execution. So
I wanted to go back to what you said earlier, since you guys all talked about the weakness on the team, but you were saying that last year on FlyQuest, if you're the best team, you want to play as stable a game as possible. But then also, if you're not the best team, you want to be able to play, more random or more aggressive. Yet there's always this debate. This was something that I experienced on Team Liquid back in like 2020, because that team was always, before I joined, like the best team because they just kind of outscaled and won team fights. But then the argument was, okay, you go play an LCK and LPL team. Now you're the worst team. And all year you've just been trying to play stable. So now you have no chance of winning. So then the flip side of that was, okay, even if we're the best team, why don't we just try and play really aggressive so we're comfortable playing that fast? So then when we are the worst team, maybe we have a better chance. You've gone international so many times. What's your current thought on how to balance domestic success with international success?
And I think that's why I didn't have much international success, because as you said, like whenever I go international, the way we're facing, the Asian team is usually better than us. So we need to like really quickly change the way we are playing.
Yeah.
And it usually, like during Worlds, we have like 2 or 3 weeks. And then with FlyQuest, we either decided on, do you want to try to win by cheesing the draft? Or do you want to try to win by playing stuff that we like for example, against Genji, I think Quad instantly comes and says, let's flex Seraphine, I'll just play Seraphine mid. He doesn't want to play against Chovy with like normal matchups that we would be playing in an A to win. And I think that's how we decided on FlyQuest. That is going to be the best for us.
The drafts are the funny thing.
The best way to beat the Asian teams. Because I think if we just played the same way we do in an A, then we wouldn't be able to beat them. So yeah.
Have you considered though, like, I mean, I know going back in time, when you're kind of clearly the best team, trying to practice that so you're more familiar with it when you go international? Like, I mean, not like if you think back, what if we actually just tried to play super aggressive and let Masu do the int things, because he's going to have to do that against Genji.
Is there a point? I feel like it's better to stay consistent and actually win your league and then do that rather than gamble everything that, okay, maybe if we make it to Worlds, we're going to perform slightly better because we've been playing like crazy the whole year, like doing random stuff, not really playing with a goal in mind. And yeah, I don't think it's really worth it. I think making Worlds, and then you just have to actually find a way to win the games there.
Yeah. My current philosophy would be, you need to just play to your strengths no matter what. Like, if your strengths are to be an early game aggressive team, like you just have to do that all the time. And if your strengths are actually scaling, even if the team is better, you just kind of try and outdraft them and still outscale them.
Yeah,
because switching your position at the last second is kind of doomed.
I think that's what we did when I
you
was
guys,
with you guys.
Yeah, same question to you guys actually, because you were.
I think we kind of just. I mean, this is my perspective. Maybe you
2024
disagree, but I think we kind of just stuck to what we were good at. Of course, this was like the lane swap stuff at MSI 2024.
You were our star. We had to play around you.
Yeah, but
So it was good.
we just played like the
Azir,
same way,
Ziggs.
like that I wanted to play.
Yeah.
Like I don't think we changed anything too different.
I think the main thing is, I think if you have an idea on how to win the game, it's very important. And like if you have one singular thing or like one concept that you're better than the other team, it's quite good. I think Bwipo had that concept.
And Bwipo was, in my opinion, a weak player when not played around, and really strong player when played around. Or like not weak. I think weak is a wrong word, but he really liked to have agency in the game. And if his job was to just be stable and not do much. I think he didn't like to play that way. That's why he always wanted to have a good champion in his draft and like not really be played around, because I wouldn't say we would play around him, but I think it was important in draft that he got a champion that he could impact the game with. I think he didn't really like to play stuff like Rumble, in which you are like kind of a tool for your team that can block swaps, can swap, and has pressure early game just by pushing the waves, but doesn't really get a good advantage and scales not the best. I think he rather play champs that will have a lot of agency in the game, either by scaling or by having a strong lane. So I think that's how we played. And yeah, I think Quad is just very flexible. He can play a lot of stuff. And we just decided that if that's Whippo's strength, we're just going to play towards that. And I think he was really good at that style. Like he Swain, Urgot, Olaf, like Renekton, all these champs, I think he found a way to win. And we just tried our best to like make it as easy as possible for him.
Yeah, I mean, I think just having even one player that has like clear ideas on how to want to win the game, and like for example, I would say like Ziggs Azir. I don't think, for example, Faker and like the EWCN, what's it called, the MSI. I don't think Faker has played versus Ziggs that much, even though Azir's maybe his most champion. So having one clear idea on how to win sometimes is good. It's like Seraphine mid, even though if you played it 100 times in scrims, I'm sure enemy mid has not played against Seraphine mid, for example.
Yeah, well, thanks for the tangent. I didn't plan on talking about like 2024 Worlds, but that's how we got here. Looking forward to next week, who do you think is going to make playoffs between Shopify and DSG? That head-to-head matchup, it's tough.
It's a tough one.
I thought that DSG might be low with Seri, because Seri didn't have like the best showing on Dignitas last year, but I mean, yesterday, or like when he played against Dignitas now, against Photon, he did pretty well.
He played fine.
He did.
So I think, honestly, DSG seems better.
I think DSG seems better. I'm kind of low on Shopify. I feel like they're all extremely disconnected in how they view the game, and it feels like low trust.
Yeah.
From like spectator POV, I don't talk with anyone really on their team, but it doesn't feel like they have a clear, like as John was saying, like game plan on how they want to win the game. They kind of just go through the motions. Oh, Dragon comes up, so let's fight Dragon, and then they get like flanked and TB'd on or something, and then the game just ends.
Yeah. I swear Shopify lost so many games in just the most crazy ways. I feel like they really should have won at least a couple more games. It's just hard to say. I feel like they're definitely better than what they showed on their score.
It kind of speaks to them not being connected though, right?
Yeah.
Because they were the weirdest
They
team.
should be able to complete those games and have like a good lead, I feel like, but maybe it is just DSG favored, the way they're playing.
That's crazy because DSG lost 8 games in a row, like all 2-0s, lose Castle, get Surdy, but then beat Dignitas, and now maybe...
But a new player can also be a honeymoon phase.
It can be. Did
Like
anyone see any of you see the XU interview from yesterday?
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it too.
It was
Kinda crazy.
Right after scrim, so...
Kind of crazy. So I can kind of recap it. Go check it out if you haven't. It's on the Cloud Sika YouTube channel. It's an interview with XU after they've been eliminated from playoffs. And he kind of just had a bit of a venting session, it felt like, said they don't get along, they don't trust each other. He considered retirement because it was so miserable. He's lost his will to play sometimes with VODs. They've also lost a lot, which does hurt that. But just what were some of your reactions to the interview from XU?
I mean, kind of makes sense. Like, even if you don't put all your time, you still put a lot of time as a pro player into league, and then you're not enjoying the team environment. You're losing. Kind of seems like, what the fuck am I doing?
Yeah.
Like, I'm just wasting my time. Like, he's on Dignitas, so he's probably not earning like an insane salary either. So he's, yeah.
It had for me to speak about it. I mean, I have never finished below like top 5, or I think for the past like 6 years I'm playing, I'm always like top 4 or above. So I don't really know how it feels to like lose every game and kind of you go into scrims and it's scheduled that you're gonna lose.
Right.
But it for sure has to suck. I think Dignitas maybe also doesn't have like a good leader to identify why they are losing and what they should work for. Because I feel like if you're losing a lot, because definitely I've been losing scrims, and it feels like in the past, like there's like times where you lose a lot of scrims, and you need to have a person that identifies well what is the reason you're losing, because if everyone has their own ideas on why you are losing, it's kind of hard to fix it. So maybe they have issue with that like Palafox says that they not play well around mid, or Photon says that he has no help from his team playing top lane alone, and then bot lane says there is enchanter meta and our jungle is clearing to top. Stuff like that could happen, and then you are like, as a jungler, and no one like your coach doesn't commit to also who's making the mistake that is costing the games, then you are like kind of lost. Like,
and you're the least veteran player on the team
what
too.
I should be doing now in order to win.
Yeah.
And on top of that, he's also not like the insane, like saying, okay, you guys shouldn't be fighting here, I should be clearing to top this game, or like I should come bot. And then everyone is giving him this much feedback, and all of them are like, none of them is actually like sure that this is the correct way to play. I feel like it can become a big mess. So I think maybe the coach needs to actually step in and say who's wrong, who's right, what they should be going towards, and stuff like that. Because I think if you have a lot of issues, it's kind of hard to identify what is actually causing them.
Yeah. Did you want to add to this, Jan?
I mean, feels like I definitely agree with like the leader part. I feel like last year we had Yuji, like a rookie jungler. I think rookie junglers are quite hard. It's quite hard for rookie junglers, especially if they don't have a clear way of how to want to win the game without exceptional like leaders and how to teach them. But yeah, definitely quite hard situation, I feel like.
Yeah. This might be a little awkward, Inspired. I've been working on an Inspired impression. I don't need to do it in front of you, but I've done it on my
think we should hear
podcast.
it
I
from
just
here.
need to let you need to be aware of this in case you're offended.
I think we should hear the inspired.
Do you want to hear it?
Yeah, of course.
Give me.
I don't want to hear it, but
Yeah, he doesn't want to hear it.
No.
Close
but
your
I think
ears,
it's
close your ears.
important.
He's fine
for-
with me doing it.
I think it's
ears,
important
close
for
your
the
ears.
viewers
Yeah.
to see this.
just do it. I don't want to hear it, but just do it. I don't care.
Keep waiting. We'll fight on my timer. It gets worse the longer I do it. I promise.
Is it good? I don't think so.
No, that's terrible. That was one of the worst
Okay,
impressions I've ever done.
one more.
One more. Say something. I'll try and mimic it. This
I
makes
don't
me
know what I'm supposed to say.
Let's just
I don't
keep
know
it
what
to
I'm supposed to say.
let's just keep it to the
You-
who's the streamer? Onipixel?
Make me do an impression.
It's actually only Pixel.
It's an Pixel impression.
It's only pixel impression. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh my goodness. And then the other thing that I have done on my podcast, stupid thing that didn't catch on.
Yep.
But it's like what would Inspired do, or listen to Inspired. And this was a theory that is kind of about what you're talking about with XU, of someone needing to say like what the team plays around. I feel like in every single team, that's you. You're the one that you're going to always have a strong opinion on what is right, and the high percentage of the time you will actually be right, which is why you won so much. So it's like a 90% chance. So even if you're completely wrong 10% of the time, it's just simpler if everyone just listens to what you say.
I'm not sure. I think League is quite simple, and there are like set rules of the game, of the team game, that you need to like do in order to win. I mean, it obviously starts in the draft, and like who is sacrificing in the draft and who's not, and what the meta is, what champs are strong, and how do you want to play around the champs that you think or view as strong.
Yeah.
So I think I'm just good at explaining that way of playing to the team, that it's not like they need to listen to me. It's just like there are certain rules that we need to follow in the game in order to play. And if we want to change the rules because we want to play around something else, then I'm fine. But then everyone needs to know that their objective in the game kind of shifts. Like it's a different way we're going to try to win this game than the other game. And I think I just try to remind people in game what was the goal that we set with the certain team combo or certain playstyle, I guess.
When is the last time you've been on a team where you weren't the most vocal player? Or has that ever happened?
I mean, I'm not sure. I don't think I played with that many vocal players. I think Hansama was pretty good at voicing his opinion on how he wants to play around bot lane, because I think he had only one playstyle, just play for bot, no matter what. So, I think back then he was really good at like saying how he wants to play Kalista Draven, Caitlyn, and how to play around his lane. But other than that, I think Impact had a good idea on how to play the game as well, like how he wants to drive the game. Is he supposed like does he need help, or is he gonna help us to do stuff? But other than that, I think if you wanna be vocal, you need to be like really smart about people around you, or like everything around you happening in the game. And otherwise, mostly all the players I'm playing with are just like giving information what they think they wanna do, and then it's usually up to me to make a decision. But I'm also saying, like, for example, in the game when I'm playing Vi or like Pantheon or Nocturne, that is more a supportive champ, like you guys need to play with that fact in mind that I'm there to support you if you want to make some sort of play or you want to set up some sort of play. So I'm not going to tell you what you need to do in order to do that. I'm going to say in review like how you can do that. But in the game, you need to be like, okay, now on this timer, enemy needs to fight me, or I will make a situation where they want to fight me and I need help now. So I think once your team learns that, then I don't need to be that much vocal, I guess. But I think it's just good in offshore game to just remind everyone like what's going on.
For sure. Thanks for indulging me there. I want to close this out real quick since we've gone on tons of tangents this episode. You can all say that you're going to win, but I want to hear from each of you who is the second place team. Like, if Team Liquid wins, who finishes second? If C9 wins, who finishes second? If Lion wins, who finishes second?
So complicated.
Yeah, well, I'm just saying, you're all going to say you're the best team.
Off like actual bracket or like?
Yeah, like who's the second?
impression?
Assuming everyone's own team is the best team in the league, who is the second best team in the league?
I really don't know.
I think each team just plays too differently
Yeah.
and have different ways of winning. It's quite hard to rank.
It's too big of a mess.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say.
I don't even know who's going to win the split.
It's random.
C9's undefeated, but
Yeah, but
lost
it's
a lot of
regular
games.
season, so it doesn't matter.
Inspired.
Undefeated, losing game to us, losing game to
Yeah.
FlyQuest, to Dignitas. Like,
You
everyone
guys
losing
lost to
game.
Dig too,
Yeah,
relax.
we lost to Dignitas too.
You're remaking all your scrims. You're
Yeah, like who knows who wins? Like everyone competed, everyone.
yeah.
That's the enjoyment of LCS, I guess.
Yeah.
Anybody can win.
Yeah.
An exciting last week. We don't know who's going to be first. Yeah.
Let's just be real. It's like Sentinels or FlyQuest. It's not even us.
Oh my
Nah,
goodness.
no way Sentinels win. FlyQuest, I mean, I can see that, but I don't think so. But I can see FlyQuest win.
They were the
But
EWC finals.
I think Sentinels, no way they would win LCS. I think
They
it's
won the
gonna be,
EWC qualifiers though.
bro, like Berserker is waking up at like 11:30 and the game was starting at 11. Like how can we? And we didn't even play Sentinels. I think we played against Tia and we got like giga feasted. And yeah, I don't know. Like that was not real. This tournament.
happens.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't really know who's the second best. I feel like I said earlier, it's just whoever shows up on the day is the second best.
Yeah.
Whoever shows up on the doesn't show up is the third best.
Pick one. Team Liquid Lion.
Well, Lion won today, so
Okay.
I'll go with them. But next, like 2 weeks, if they face each other, because there's a chance, I couldn't tell you.
Alright.
It's just whoever shows up. If Jan has some really good soup last night in like
Yeah.
Smurfs,
If Jan cuts his hair, I swear to
if Jan like
it's
can actually
in
look out of
your
his
eyes
glasses,
constantly. It's amazing that you can look past it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's time. Maybe it's time.
I think it's time.
It's time.
I think it's time for the haircut. I saw you 2 weeks ago and it was time for the haircut. It's through your glasses at this point. I know. You're not going to listen to me. There's no reason to.
I might.
Okay.
Okay.
All
can
right.
get your hair
Thank
for
you, Jan, APA Inspired, for joining me on this episode, Pros. Just check it out on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, or on the LCS YouTube channel. And we'll see you next week for the last week of the LCS regular season. See you.
yeah.
more I think about it, though, if you come up with a mentality of
LCS. It's Team Liquid Alienware going up against C9 with both teams still being able to clinch first place.
Jarvan doing Q.
I'm ulting the backline. Backline is quite chunky.
No flash, guys.
Backline's 1 HP. Backline's 1 HP.
Jarvan.
Man, 1 HP, okay.
Nico flash in.
Yeah.
I think it's not backers. Penta, no,
I'm dead, I'm dead.
Oh, okay, he's coming. You wanna know it?
Play over.
With the flash, Penta,
Yeah,
1
look
HP.
here.
Penta, no flash, I'm good for it.
1
1
HP.
HP. Got a Drake bar?
Yeah, I got Drake.
All 5 pushing that last Nexus turret, 20-8 with a 12,000 gold lead. C9 takes game 1.
And he has ult, no stun right now.
You guys, I'm slowly chasing. Seraphine dead.
Daejeon collecting.
Yeah, I'm
Annie
coming,
here.
I'm coming. Yeah, looks in.
I'm killing Caitlyn, okay?
I'm gonna mark Rise. Yeah.
I'm going to Zinzao.
I'm
I'm coming. I'm going to Zinzao now. Caitlyn's out of the fight.
Can't fight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll stun Zin.
You want to go on me? Nice.
The full send from the Nocturne underneath the tier 3 turret is exactly what the doctor ordered. C9 sweeps TL and maintains sole possession of first place going into playoffs.
DSG versus Shopify Rebellion. We'll see if Surdy wearing a Castle jersey can help DSG to their second straight victory.
I have Lucian.
All of it from me. I'm there.
I'm hitting Rumble. Rumble dead, he flashed. Look all up, we have to heal.
Cut off. Yeah, I get both.
Go, Ashe.
Cherry no flash.
Traffic. I can stun.
Yeah, we can.
Plantain of W.
That's it.
Good.
Shopify Rebellion. They'll shut down DSG hard in game number 1.
Penta no flash.
This guy in team. Yeah, I can go soon.
Looks good.
Go.
Looks really good.
Kill Nivea dead.
We can buy.
Looks good. I'll kill. Just go forward.
He's in the bush.
Ezreal flash, 1 HP. No flash. Wukong no flash too. Big 1k.
3-16 SR says we just kicked your ass. 2-0 over DSG.
Contracts Player of the Year. No, I mean, his series yesterday was so good.
You know what we didn't see from those highlights was Kangus's wrestling clips.
That's true.
Which did go viral, and he put so much, like when the first one came out of him running over the toast with his motorcycle, I was like, okay. And then there were like so many more that
You were
he
on
had
cast with him.
recorded.
I was on cash with him.
And I felt like we're shocked by all of those.
I couldn't believe that he made so many.
He
He showed up early.
That
He
was
did hair and
great.
makeup. He Postmates the bread.
Yes.
He didn't just grab bread. He was like, you know what? I need to order this.
Wait, why did he not have bread at home?
Well, that's a good question. But I will say the funniest part about he didn't have it until he got here. But I will say the funniest idea was the fact that the bread fighting back.
Yeah.
Just in case DSG were fighting back, he got the bread toes fighting back. That was actually the funniest part.
I personally liked when he stopped you from having children.
Yeah.
So
that was hilarious.
If people haven't seen this, go look at Kangas kicking Raz between
In
the
the
legs.
nuts.
It's on TikTok, Instagram, YouTube Shorts. It's all over the internet. But here's the standings.
I can now tell my future wife the reasoning. I can show her what happened.
Segue. C9 locking in
first
seed.
place.
Boom.
First seed yesterday.
14-4.
Yeah. And then Shopify, kind of unexpectedly, it felt like, I don't know what your prediction was, Jap, but on the lounge, we had all predicted DSG just because Shopify had looked so disconnected. And to have contracts come out and have those games and kind of everyone rallying around him was really great.
Lyon versus FlyQuest later today. That's going to be a big
My match
one.
of the week.
My match of the week is Dig versus Sentinels. Dig, please take a win. Especially when the Classic and the LCS, or just in League esports in general, when it doesn't matter, there's no pressure,
True.
that's when you come in clutch.
You suddenly Hulk out.
Yeah.
Match of the day. I mean, to me, we had the battle for first yesterday, and we had Shopify clinching, like, do or die, clinch playoffs.
I think there's more drama around not going 0-7.
Understood.
Yeah.
Also, tickets are available for the spring finals at ASU's Mullet Arena, June 13th and 14th. The tickets are on sale now, both single-day and two-day passes. Scan the QR code or go to Ticketmaster.com to get your tickets right now. It
Immediately.
says today that if you're gonna go, just buy the tickets.
I know you YouTube viewers, by the way, that
Figure
barcode,
out the rest later.
You see that code in front of you, you can rewind it, and then you could
personally, I find QR codes kind of hard to use.
Really?
I would rather type Ticketmaster.com, ASU Spring Final tickets. To me, that's faster than going,
See, now you're showing your age because
yeah,
I felt that at first.
Yeah.
And then I just pulled out my phone and then clicked the button on my camera.
Buy now.
Yeah, exactly.
Done.
That was like, boop.
I think QR codes make things pretty easy.
But in a restaurant, please give me the menu. Do not force me to use a QR code in a restaurant. That's a Los Angeles thing right there. I'm sorry, I just wanted to put that out there. I want the
Anyway,
menu.
production agrees with you.
Yeah.
Raz, you touched upon this already, why this is your match of the day.
Yeah.
It's been a really rough season for Dignitas.
I was looking for this. You requested
Yeah.
this. Notable winless seasons.
There's been, of course, a
in best
lot of them.
threes.
I'm focusing, yes, on just best of threes. These are just the notable winless ones. The classic being the Origen, Origin, 0 and 13. Threw in a few LPL ones like Saint Gaming. Everyone would love and knows that one. Team WE, we got a few ones in there.
Jenner Green Wings going 0 and 18 is rather legendary.
That's insane. I remember the 2 Victory 5 ones because prior to that, they'd kind of garnered a fan base for being like a little bit of a dark horse kind of punching up.
Yeah.
And then everything fell apart.
That's a back-to-back, by the way.
Yeah.
No, that's not a back-to-back, but in my heart, it's
almost.
back-to-back.
They were also not good in the others.
Yeah.
It's almost sad. Like records like this, I wish we could just let Dig play another round robin. Just to see.
Yeah, they don't deserve to be on that list with 0 and 18.
Here's another one. Is Dig gonna win this Golden Glue? Is Dig gonna stay winless? He says that's the plan.
That's the plan. All right, all right.
Speaking of Dignitas, though, XU, for those of you who didn't see it, the interview went a little bit viral, but he had some tough quotes last week in an interview with Cloud Sitke, and we have those actually on video to listen to here.
How would you compare the environment, I guess, between this year on Dig and last year on DSG? I know they're different teams, but just like from your perspective.
I think this year really showed me that this game is extremely team-based. And to be a good team, I think you either need to respect each other or you need to like each other. And we have neither of that for each other on this team. And yeah, I think like even on DSG, like we would have really rough weeks, but I think personality-wise, we were like friends. I think like me and Scary Jerry, we were boys. Me and Castle are boys. You know, me and Jay, like we have a bit of a generation gap, but like we were still on good terms. So yeah, well, even when you're losing, at least there's like a shining light, because after the scrim, you enjoy each other's company. I think being in the Dig house for 10 hours a day is so soul draining that when I get home, I can't even like will myself to watch VODs or like play the game. And I think that was part of the reason why I considered retirement, was like maybe I just don't have the passion for the game that I think I have.
It just kept going. I mean, I'd seen it before.
Yeah.
Every time I listened to it, it's actually, he was in a, to be fair, this was immediately after they got eliminated from playoffs.
Yeah.
So they were in a situation where it felt like they might be able to make a run, and then season over. Like 0-6, 0% chance of making playoffs, which is adding to the already frustration is the context of when that happened.
Exactly. And even further context, those are the games we do see. The games we don't in scrims, like he mentions like that those are even worse, I guess, in the feeling of like we'll get a lead and then we'll just gut punch, like throw them. But like their mid game is even worse in that environment. And anybody knows, like if you're in an environment where you're just a worst team in the league, you're in a losing environment, you go on stage, you lose, you go back home, you lose. Like it is going to be soul draining. And I think that feeling of like not having the camaraderie or the like quote unquote respect or friendship immediately afterwards, that's the harsh part, because there's got to be at least one positive aspect when you're committing your entire life to it.
Yeah, I mean, I think I've been on a few teams like sports-wise where this happened, and it's just really awful, you know? Like it feels so bad, and I've also been on the opposite, right? Where I've been on a bad team, but we were all really close. And it does make a huge difference. Like it still sucks to lose and you get really pissed off, but like kind of to his point, at the end of the day, you can still go out, you can still hang out with these people and have it be almost like a redeeming experience.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, like it sucks to hear. Like, it really sucks to hear that.
Yes. That being said, though, earlier this week I sat down with GM Jonathan and XU to discuss the season and their weekly AMA thing called Digging Deep. So let's take a hear on that one.
Generally, people don't dislike each other as people ever in League. It's very rare. Like usually, outside of League, everyone is able to get along. But I think the problems always arise when it comes to like gameplay related things and review and just getting on the same page. And I think, like John said, that's something we've definitely struggled a lot with as a team. And I think that's when the personal relationships, if they're not strong enough to begin with, start to crumble, is when like you can't see eye to eye in game at all. What you were asking earlier about like, are these issues scrim related or like can we resolve them? Like I felt like for the majority of situations, the conclusion was often like, fine, I'll do it without accepting the reasoning. Or it was like, I agree to disagree. And in that case, there was no conclusion and it was just, let's just hope next time goes better.
Yeah.
But it would take like 30 or 40 minutes to get to even that conclusion. And so kind of our whole review would be spent on that. And then we wouldn't really, everyone would be kind of tilted going into the next game because there was no resolution.
I think as far as like the conflicting ways and ideologies of seeing the game, part of that I will say is like a kind of like a knock-on effect of like in the lock-in, because people were kind of trickling in. We never really had to like build the core way that we wanted to do things or like flesh that stuff out, because we actually very rarely got to play with the actual core group of the team because it took so long for everyone to get involved.
I mean, it's really cool. That was like 3 hours long.
It was a 3 hour long
Yeah.
thing.
So you picked those clips for us.
Yes, the producer mostly did, yeah. So blessing
It's
for
not
the
good.
producer going through 3 hours.
I mean, it's not good.
That,
It's not
I realized.
good. It's interesting context, just having experience on my team as well. Like, I don't think it's a completely new experience to have a long review where you don't get a clean takeaway.
Yeah.
I think that happens even on top teams because you have passionate people arguing about the game.
Yeah.
But I think the knock-on effect of then, if you do have a fine, I'll do it, but every time, like if you have a fine, I'll do it, and then they do it and they lose, they're not going to do it again.
Yeah.
So if you never get the positive feedback, then that's when it becomes even more important that you have a unified culture or a leader who's willing to accept accountability, which it doesn't necessarily feel like they had.
It's interesting because earlier within that interview, they mentioned how they felt as though the quote-unquote leadership figure that they were going for was FBI, because FBI will have his way of how he views the game. And they were like, we thought we were just going to align with a lot of his ideas because a lot of his ideas are good. But then a lot of the times, that's where the disagreements would come in.
Yeah.
It's like, well, we're not actually aligning. There'd be some people that wouldn't align with that idea. So it's interesting because I think everything that we've heard for a while is like actually, especially in the pros episodes we've had prior, where FBI is like matured out, and the fact that he is oftentimes giving these points and they do want to align. But the problem is, you need to be able to align, and if you're having a lot of losses, maybe that's making it difficult to align with some ideas.
It makes me want to be a fly on the wall a little bit.
Yeah.
It's tricky. And also, as you see him on stage now, pressure's off, guys.
True.
In a sense. I imagine, I mean, actually, I'm not sure. I imagine we're going to see roster. I imagine we're going to see roster changes next split, but we're obviously not going to see roster changes for this game. And I've seen so many times where a team will get eliminated, the pressure will be off, and they will suddenly play free.
Yes.
Yeah.
And there's something about like
The NA special.
not only do you play free, but you're kind of like more willing to help each other if you know you're not going to be held to that decision for eternity. like oh yeah, I'm actually supposed to gank mid before second scuttle. Like I don't want to do this every game, but you know this game.
Yeah.
You got it, guy.
It's wild. It's actually crazy. There's, by the way, once again, if you guys want to see more of that interview, you can always check it out because I think they actually posted the full VOD on their YouTube.
On to brighter topics.
Let's do it.
We asked the fans in the LCS Discord, who is the most underrated player in the LCS? We have a few responses that we're going to be responding to. First up is a take from Rob.
The most underrated player in the LCS is Berserker. He's the best player in the league, but MVP discussion has been about Vulcan, Inspired, and Jose. Berserker's the strongest AD both in lane and in team fights against the deepest role in the LCS. And this is backed by both the eye test and stats. And Raz, good luck with that clown makeup.
Oh my God, where did he slip that in? Why did he slip that in?
Raz is going to lose the fantasy league.
Oh my God, I didn't, he just slipped that in there.
I love that.
Incredibly well spoken, by the way.
Yes.
Yeah.
I feel like he was reading from a script.
It could have been.
I've done the same thing. You put the script right next to the camera and you read it off. That was clean.
That was very clean.
That was clean, Rob.
And a really well delivered take. Because at first I was like, Is he really underrated?
You were leading for it, and you were like, what?
Is he really underrated? Because I felt like we were giving his praises, but he was like, no, actually, that is true.
Yes.
That is very true.
He's the top-rated AD carry in the league.
Yeah.
In a bot meta, and it's a good. MVP voters need to consider this.
Well, I will say we've also talked about how, and he brought it up in his video, where it's like we praise Berserker. He is undisputedly the best AD in the league.
Yeah.
However, the person we talk about on that team getting MVP votes is Inspired for everything he does for that team. We've said similar things about Thanatos being the best top, but then when talking about actual MVP, we're like, oh.
Yeah,
I think I'm a culprit, by the way.
For me, the MVP
you are a
race.
I mean, we're all culprits. I'm a culprit.
Is 5 deep. There was Jose, who with those back-to-back losses is going to lose a lot of votes.
He will lose
because they lost to the top 2 teams.
Yeah.
Then there's 2 candidates on Lion and 2 candidates on C9.
Yeah.
It is Vulcan, Thanatos, and then Inspired Berserker.
I'm definitely a culprit because I even just put out a TikTok where I was talking about the MVP and I just did not mention Berserker's name at all.
Yeah.
That's bad. That's bad.
why you're losing fantasy. That's a good take. We got another take from Restrained.
We need to hear more from you, Rob.
Restrained Hunger has another take. Let's hear it.
Talking about the most underrated LCS player in the current split, it has to go to Contracts. Yes, the Shopify Rebellion has had a really shaky lock-in and current split. Let's be honest, they barely scraped by to get into playoffs. Contracts has repeatedly been the one shining star on that team this entire split, plus lock-in. I think if they continue to play around Contracts, they can probably reach about 3rd or 4th place within the split.
This is truly what I think of when I think of underrated player, right? Because I will say this, Contracts so they won that Dignitas series week 1. And then I actually had him on my fantasy team for the next 2 weeks. I think I talked with him on stage about the superstition stuff.
Yeah.
And he was still putting up pretty good numbers, especially for losing 0-2-0-2.
Yeah.
And then he was the person that they were rallying around to end up winning yesterday 2-0.
I know. I believe it seems like he recorded that after he popped off.
I think he did.
It's because he said with the win today.
Yeah.
I was about to sing his praises like, wow, what a prophet.
Yeah.
Because he had essentially the best series of the year.
Yes.
With his Olaf and Wukong game.
But I also feel like you could have looked, so he probably did record it after.
Yeah.
However, you could have looked at his games and been like, okay, he is such a really important part of this team. Right? Like at one point, mid-season, he had the highest kill participation, I think, of any player in the LCS.
Yeah, and at first I had a bad response to that because I was like, I just, for whatever reason, tied to the idea underrated
just, like,
to MVP.
Immediately defensive.
I'm
a
negative person.
Yeah.
You think I'm happy? I'm generally negative, but I looked at that and I'm like, no, he definitely is. Even in their losses, he's their best player.
Yeah.
So we have a little bit of time. So I'm interested in Jalito's take. Jalito 345. Take it away.
Most underrated player has got to be Dokla. Like, teams were passing up on him in preseason after what he did with 100 Thieves. It's crazy, and they're bringing in Castle to replace him. Despite, I think he's been doing great with the weird top meta going on right now. So, Dokla, just keep proving him wrong.
I've got bad news for you, buddy.
Castle
is starting today.
That's how you want to reveal it.
Yeah. And we'll see. There's no way to prove how underrated you are if you're not playing. It's true, though. Dokla, he just wins.
Yeah.
Dokla literally just wins.
Yeah.
What a statement.
There's no
way to under.
And if Castle wins game 1, you know who's playing game 2? Probably Castle.
Yeah.
They got to get reps in before playoffs.
They got to get reps in. I think that's how I got to view it, is that if you don't get enough time in the regular season, when is it going to look good to put him in the playoffs?
Exactly.
Yeah.
So,
and today's game doesn't matter for
it could prove it even more, though, if Castle goes 0-2 again.
But that take is a sneaky good one, only because, like, it's always in the position of, like, okay, he's doing poorly in the regular season. And go, all right, well, let's make the change. Wait a minute, it's not working out. Let's get in Dokla. Oh, suddenly, Dokla, under the pressure, he's shining brighter.
If we look forward, actually, to the Lion versus FlyQuest series off
Let's do it.
I think one thing that often gets overvalued in the general context of League is laning phase, because it's the easiest to understand when you're winning. And I think the thing gets undervalued is team fight decision making in macro, which is where I think Dokla generally excels. And it's actually where Lyon excels, because their solo lanes haven't been winning in lane. Saints had plenty of bad games, Jokes had plenty of bad games, but they're locked into second place. They've literally only lost to C9.
Where are you going?
I'm going to the screen.
Okay.
I got a couple of team fights from their last game against Team Liquid where you see their team fight coordination. So if we throw in this screen, the game was pretty much close. Team Liquid, in fact, is winning because at the start of this, Berserker is dead. So it is a 4 versus 5. Baron's at 4,000 health. Not only is it a 4v5, Team Liquid is ahead in this game, but they do a couple of things really well. So the setup for this fight, a lot of times, if you're Team Liquid, right, you're trying to stop Lyon from getting into the pit. So that's why Morgan is off here, and that's why Quid is here, because they're trying to send damage to stop Lyon from getting in. But Lyon will find a way to get in anyway, and it's all about the team fight coordination. So what happens here, Saint managed to snipe the Sejuani ultimate right over the pit, even though there's a controller here. So they've actually lost vision right after he steals this. And TL doesn't have great vision either because of the nearsightedness. The coordination of Lyon saying, we're going in as soon as we see people, right there. So what actually happened, because of the control ward, they didn't have vision of Yawn. And when they both had vision of Yawn, they fly in at exactly the same time. Saint nails him with the Sejuani ultimate, and they're actually able to kill Yawn almost before he ults, but they got the fear tether off, so he kills him, and Saint clears up the backside of this fight with his Sylas. But another thing about the team is, like, they still played the back end of this fight really well. Isles and Dokla on the backside did buy a bunch of time. Jose yeeted his Sejuani ultimate, Morgan jumped in on them, and that stopped Peel from going on to Saint Inspired. So this is just one example of them team fighting well. Another example, which was mainly Berserker playing extremely well, was later in the game. After Lyon had already pulled an advantage, watch this fight begin. So right here, Saint's in a pretty bad spot. He kind of engaged once Berserker got engaged on to get people off Berserker. He kind of ends up sacrificing his own life, and you think maybe Lyon is going to be losing this fight. Saint gets hit by the Sejuani ultimate, goes down, and I want to get to the point where Berserker essentially has to play perfectly. So Berserker is the laning and teamfight god, but like right here, he's used his Valkyrie, and his health bar at 39 minutes, it's like that's one auto attack from Yawn, and Berserker's dead. So he doesn't get auto by Yawn for the rest of this fight while picking up 5 kills, which is insane. I want to back it up just a little bit though to show, like, even during this fight, how much time Dokla buys in this fight. As a level 20 Anivia, when Inspired is on GA, Berserker's push low out of the fight, the amount of time he buys walking in, getting his R down right before his stopwatch, and then going into Egg buys an obscene amount of time. Really clutch, actually, bubble onto Yawn here from Isles. But Berserker, again, look at that health bar. It's one auto away, and I just need to show the rest of this fight to be in awe of Berserker. Landing missiles, having the Hex Optics extra range, so he never lets Yawn get in range while still hitting him with autos, and completely outplays him to get the penchant in the game. That was just an insane fight, but like, we could look at this game, and if they lose, we'll say, you know, blah, 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 blah. You're probably thinking about laning. You don't think about that insane team fight. But that's actually how Lyon wins a lot of their games. And just to really quickly go through the playoff stakes as well for today, most of it will come down, will matter if Sentinels manages to win their series. Because if they 2-0 or 2-1, then the Lyon result will actually change. If FlyQuest wins, they will be 4th place. But because Sentinels has actually beaten FlyQuest, if Lyon then wins, Sentinels would actually be above them for top 4 in the playoffs. So pretty interesting. And Emily, I know you also wanted to go over a clip, so I'll set you up.
Oh, thank
you.
The
alley-oop.
Yeah, so I want to talk about Sentinels because last week was kind of their, like we had talked about, okay, everyone is so shocked at this team's record because of how well they'd been doing in scrims, how well they'd been doing outside of that as well. And the big thing that everyone was talking about was, when is
Impact's champion pool
on the LCS stage? And this is not like a knock against him, right? But like going into the series last week, we were like, okay, is now the time? As it turns out, yes, last week was the time to qualify for playoffs. So the only kind of like Impact staple he's had recently that he hasn't played this split is the Scion. Everything else knocked the Ornn and Cassante onto the played list while playing all of these other champions. Impact deceptively split after split actually has been most fearless, I feel like, more often than not. However, I also just had a clip of his frontlining on Ornn because I thought this team fight overall, you talked about Lyon team fighting. I'm going to talk about Sentinels team fighting because people talk about this team in terms of what is their strength. Their strength is even if they're making a quote unquote incorrect decision, they're all moving as one. So here, what has happened is Rahel actually had burned Ashe ult through here. It didn't hit anyone, but what it did do is kind of separate out all of SR, almost all of SR here, except for Fudge, who you see down here on the minimap. So everyone is pinging this because we are about to have Ocean Drake spawn, and Sentinels has been Drake stacking this entire game. So they basically get Ocean Soul off of this if they win this fight. So Arrow misses, which kind of splits up the fight initially. And then as soon as Hambach goes in, you see Impact is already starting Ornn ult. The Nami bubble lands on him, but this is actually going to expire before, so he will still be able to get that second proc onto the Ornn. So even though the initial, here, I'll rewind a bit.
Instant.
The initial Seraphine ult does get cleansed out by B-Boy, right? He still ends up getting knocked up by the Ornn, decimated by the Victor. Impact is then immediately onto Contracts. Contracts gets cleaned up. This essentially secures them the Ocean Soul in this fight. And as you can see, the gold and here had been pretty close. Impact then zones Zinni out. Zinni has to TP out in order to save himself. They get Ocean Soul. And I just thought this kind of frontlining from Impact combined with the coordination from Sentinels is, I would say, the team's greatest strength.
Yeah.
They seem to be on the same page way more often than not.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work out in their favor like this. They have had like whoopsies where they all go in together and it doesn't work out. But I think for uniting on the same page, something that they had talked about in Split 1, they've done such a good job of that and progressing as a team over Split 2, despite having a kind of contrary record to that.
In the first few weeks of both Split 1 and Split 2, Lock-In and Spring, they looked disorganized as hell.
Yeah.
And then they just scale up to being the most textbook team around being able to play around Dragon object, like just any objectives to be honest, but specifically Dragons. Like, because that's when you have a clear front line. Impact is able to, like, if they have positioning on the objective, they do not allow the enemy team to walk into them. Famously, the whole Rahel traps, making it incredibly difficult to walk into them. Or they're really damn good at being able to walk into enemy vision. And I think that's very scary for teams when you go into the playoffs because they do nail down the fundamentals very well.
I mean, I think it raises the question. We know Sentinels and FlyQuest are both going to be in playoffs. Today, they're kind of jostling for who gets that first round bye. Sentinel win, FlyQuest loss would mean Sentinels gets it. FlyQuest win means FlyQuest gets it. Are they contenders? Like, are either of these teams contenders? It's hard to say because FlyQuest has gotten the respect of the guys I had on pros last week when I had them the top 3 teams. But then Sentinels did win EWC, and they were also the representative for North America at America's Cup because they were able to finish top 3 in Lock-In as well. So they're right on the border, and I feel like every time I watch them, I'm trying to judge, are they actually part of the top club?
Yeah. For Sentinels, I'm a doubter, only because I really need to see consistent, strong performances from solo lanes and flexibility from solo lanes, where I think they have that from Hambach and their bot lane. I think solo lanes matter so much. But hey, maybe the meta will shift or something where you'll see Impact just be the GOAT that he's always been. And then for FlyQuest, I do believe in them. I think the C9 series, which would usually make you doubt because they threw that like complete series lead that they had, they were so close to being able to 2-0 them, that gave me the full faith that they are a really talented team and they can make it happen. So this series, we're all in favor of Sentinels.
But really quick, Emily, you're giving Dig the game?
Dig is like one game, man. They're playing loose.
True.
They're not meant to play for, you know? Like, we had set this up You made the one game man graphic.
I did do that.
And Sentinels can be messy.
This is the classic Dig 2-0.
I know, right? That's what I'm worried about.
Yeah.
That's what
I thought that's what you wanted.
Maybe, you know what? I'm flip-flopping. I'm giving it to Dig. Dig, take it away. Don't win. I don't even know, man. Please, please take a series.
Hello and welcome to the final day of the LCS Spring regular season. Later today, we got the Carnivores versus the Leaves as Lyon take on FlyQuest, but right now, in our first series, it's Dignitas versus Sentinels. Playoff seeding on the line here is Zale, as Dignitas are out of the playoff picture, but they can play upset. Sentinels are still chasing a potential top 4 playoff berth.
Yeah, and that's actually a really big deal because it does give them that upper bracket. That would give you your second life in playoff instead of starting down in that lower bracket. And for Dignitas, you're still playing for pride. You're playing for your contract. It is actually a really big deal, you know, even in these situations. A lot of times I hear people talking about, oh, the team's eliminated, like no one cares anymore. You know how many pro gamers get replaced throughout the years? Like, people are gone like that.
Their jobs are on the line right now.
Your job is on the line.
That's a lot of pressure, and that's a hot seat that they're in right now. And as Raz said it, Dig don't win. They haven't been winning so far. No series win yet. A couple of game wins here and there. But definitely a rough split for them.
Yeah.
Hoping to at least end on a high note. That's kind of like the goal for them, playing for individual spots, but then also just to say, hey, we were able to get across that finish line. I'm sure that would mean a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think you want to feel as though all your work has amounted to something, right? That you know, all this time that they have put in, all the hours that they have been grinding, all the practice that they have done, that it has amounted to some level of improvement, that you can at least show what you have been working on throughout the split, because it has not felt that way so far for Dig. And actually, I feel like it feels like there has been more of a regression from Dig throughout the year from lock-in to now, because I think even at least in lock-in, there was a lot of hype around Photon and how he was playing individually, and it just feels like the team has not really been able to bring it together, except in some specific individual games. You know, it's interesting because when they played against the best couple teams, they have been able to get a game against each of our top 3 teams, and then they immediately turn back into a pumpkin and get blasted in the next game. So it's kind of funny because it's not even like these fluky games, it's dominant games, but it is going to be Lucian Melio. I feel like that is a bit of a shocker when Ashe Seraphine is up. When answers like Caitlyn are up and available, like they don't even have to go Ashe Seraphine. You could just go for like a bully CC lane, like Caitlyn Nico or something along those lines.
I mean, the first wave of bans, the Karma was off the table, so Karma Ezreal's gone. The Bard off the table, so like Bard Caitlyn, Nautilus, Avaris. But yeah, like this Ashe Seraphine's the big elephant in the room. I'm surprised that they avoided. So it's going to be Caitlyn for Sentinels and probably Anivia. Actually, that Anivia could really go in 3 different positions.
I think it's going to be
now.
support. I think that's actually what they're playing. I think they are going to do support Anivia with the Caitlyn. Of course, it is a flex, but it is a pretty strong 2v2 laner, and I think that is what they're going to be looking for.
Sets up the traps. You got to stun.
Yeah, exactly. The Lucian Melio blind is interesting to me. It feels like they were expecting the Ashe Seraphine as the response, and obviously Melio is great at dealing with the CC that comes out from that. You have the Breath of Life, and a lot of Melio players into those heavy CC comps are just rushing Mikhail's as well. So you can have an AD carry that has like Cleanse, a Mikhail's, and a Breath of Life available, and it's like, good luck CCing me, buddy. But it is, of course, going to be the Caitlyn instead, and you can struggle with range in these kind of matchups. So, of course, you know, we don't know for sure where the Anivia is going, but I do think it is going to be Anivia support.
And also on the kind of talk of how Dignitas have been getting some of their wins. Yes, Photon occasionally will have games like that Shen game last week, but also it's typically FBI and Ignar that are kind of getting them those wins when they do pick up the few game wins. And so I think, you know, blind picking for them, yes, it's something strong, but the double-edged sword there is that now you can get counterpicked and outranged.
I mean, I would also say that it feels like to me when, you know, when we are seeing these big performances from Ignar, people think more about his engaged champs, right? And it's kind of interesting because I interviewed him earlier in the season, and I was asking him about, you know, engaged champs, and he was saying, yeah, I'm more comfortable on them, and I think they're coming back into the meta. So like he thinks he was going to be playing them more, but since then I feel like he's played only enchanters. So
I thought the story was going to go the opposite way. If he's like, no, I'm getting comfortable on the enchanters. I'm happy on the enchanters.
I mean, I think he's happy playing whatever, but I do feel like he looks different when he's playing Alistar and
team looks different.
Exactly.
Yeah. So catch up on the Banzo. Rumble, Cassiopeia taking off, Gwen and Akali. A lot of AP solo laners as we haven't seen a confirmed solo laner locked in. Again, that Anivia very flexible on Sentinel's side.
Yep.
So Dignitas going to have to blind pick first.
Ryze, though, quite strong here in the meta, and should be going mid. Of course, we did see that one game from Castle playing it into the Rumble, kind of that ranged, you know, counter pick, quote unquote, even though it just ended up farming even, but are expecting that to be going mid. With Lux coming through now, we know it is going to be Anivia in his solo lane, so it is going to be Caitlyn Lux, so they kind of just maintained the ability to swap things up. And I am assuming that it is going to be Caitlyn Lux down in the bot lane. You don't really see Lux solo lane almost at all, unless someone really wants to cook. Of course, it is possible that they
maybe to
really
Ryze,
trick us out.
if you were going to play it, but probably not.
I feel like you just will end up under your tower the whole time with Ryze having the push, but would be cool to see if they really want to mix it up. But pretty standard stuff, I feel like, from Sentinels. Really good zone control. You have obviously the Anivia wall, the Anivia ult. You have Caitlyn traps. You have, you know, Lux binding. You have so many tools to make entering into a fight very, very difficult. The Shen for Photon, I think Shen is a great pick into the Scion. I do like Shen into a lot of tank matchups. I think it is pretty advantageous. I will say there's not the best delivery system for the Shen. It's really just the Xin Zhao who can kind of run in with that Shen ult. Of course, later on, you know, you can have Ryze split pushing and the Shen kind of jumps in with his Stand United to try to assist. But I feel like Shen, as someone who plays it a lot, is most effective when you have really good hard engage and you are the one doing it proactively Shen ulting rather than reactively Shen ulting defensively, because a lot of times when you defensively ult, either your teammate dies before you arrive or the other team just backs off and your 3-minute cooldown is just wasted.
Yeah, at the very least you have the option for both if you have that primary engage tool. Xin Zhao, not exactly that, but he did have a fantastic Shen game last week. I want to remind everybody of that. He ended the game 6-6 and 8, but there was a time in the game where he was assassinating a J4 at the Baron pit.
He was up like 4K
he
or
got a double
something.
Yeah, he was like smashing that lane.
And then, unfortunately, the late game arrived, and Tank's damage stops kind of mattering.
Yeah,
and that is the problem.
The 2-item power spike, the Titanic Hydra plus the Dusk and Dawn, but then everything else is just tank items from then on out. So, but maybe he's able to pull off another carry performance in the early game and get Dignitas.
The funny thing about that game is, though, they were up like, he was up like 4 or 5K, and they lost that game.
They lost that game, yeah.
Yeah, so
100%.
You know, you can put yourself into a great spot.
But I gotta plant the seeds for the potential carry, you know?
He could get fed again
also,
and still lose.
I was wondering, what Anivia skin has the darkest wings? I think that one's up there. Very dark blue wings.
The darkest
for dark wings. Yep, because he's got a wing champ.
That's fair.
It's got to be canonical there.
I would just think of Darkwing Duck.
What's Darkwing Duck?
It's like a comic thing.
Is this like a Not My Generation type of
might
moment?
be. I'm not sure.
I feel like that's what we're experiencing.
I'm not really
right
like a Darkwing Duck watcher or reader, but
No, not an
but I do think of it. Maybe it's from like Looney Tunes or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it's some sort of comic.
All right, producers.
But I don't know if that's where he got it from or what.
Yeah. Okay. Well, Azael, you had posed a question. So why don't we talk about it here?
Okay, so the question is, what team am I? 6-0 in the LCS, 1.5, you know, just first in all stats, basically, right? Absolutely dominating. Well, the answer is every LCS team against Dignitas this split. So if you take the aggregate of stats against Dignitas, you are the best team in the LCS.
Yeah.
And Sentinels gets their turn to be the best team in the LCS.
Yeah, if at any given moment you needed fantasy points, I think a good strategy was draft whoever's playing against Dignitas, because you're going to be getting pretty high stats according to our records here. Let's see if Sentinels can keep that record going, but that's not the type of stats that you want to have as a team in a league. And unfortunately, that is the reality that Dig has been facing this season so far.
Yeah, it is tough. I mean, they've been getting smacked, right? And Rahel here, obviously, going to be able to stay safe. They do spot the Xin Zhao, and Huhi will be able to stop XU's recall. And the question is, will he get punished for this at all? Because he went for a 3-camp gank bot. They have a ward on his blue buff that just expired on top side, and Hanbok has just been clearing. So XU is going to go back to base. Hanbok will be done 6 camps by the time XU is still on 3 probably here. And that is going to be a little bit tough. I am also just worried for Xin Zhao and Shen later on against all of the zone control that I was talking about, because if you taunt in and you just get walled away or bound or whatever, it's like you don't really have any recourse after that, right? Like, it is very difficult to play some of these binary melee champions into champions like Lux and Caitlyn and Anivia and Sion is really tough to get through onto that backline sometimes.
Yeah, it's hard to play the late game, and that early game felt to me like maybe part of the game plan, because hearing Dig, it sounded like they've had a tough time getting everybody on the same page, finding how they want to play the game. And when you look at the fact it was Lucian, Melio, first 2 picks, and then XU going for this 3-camp into an attempted early look bot side, maybe the game plan for them really is just play around FBI. It feels like that was the hint here we got in this early game, is just try and get FBI pressure, allow him to get that first pick, something that he's comfortable on to allow FBI Ignore to carry the game. As Photon goes in for a taunt there, and we'll just walk away.
Yep, and that is kind of the interaction that you are looking for. Impact has been winning this 1v1, but generally you can go with Shadow Dash. You can cancel that charged up Q from the Scion, and then, of course, you have percentage HP damage with your Q, plus the extra attack speed. And when you get that pull through, it is quite powerful. But something that we have noticed is a change in Impact's champ pool these last week or two. Weeks 1 to 5, he'd been playing all kinds of stuff. He was also the most fearless in Split 1, but they weren't doing that well. And it was really kind of, there was a conspicuous absence of Ornn, of Cassante.
He's leaning forward.
He is.
And mid lane, Dark Wings popped into the Anivia passive. He's fine.
But he had not played a single game of Cassante, Sion, or Ornn. All champions that are super related to him.
Now Palvox might not be okay. He used the Ghost and the Flash just to get the passive on Dark Wings, and that's first blood picked up by Hanbok.
Nice collapse there from Huhi and Hanbok. So last week he played the Cassante and the Ornn. Now he's playing the Sion, so that is now 3 straight games. As soon as playoff time comes around, either Impact's locking in or Coach is cracking the whip saying, you know what, buddy, you had your fun. It's time to win some video games.
Now, my headcanon is that graphic. He just leaned forward in his chair and is now playing the tanks here.
One man can only play so many Sion games, so he has to save them for when it counts, you know?
Exactly, yeah. Have fun in the early season when playoffs don't matter, and then playoffs time.
You know what? Winning's fun, too.
See, that's where we differ. I don't do a lot of that in my game, so I try and have fun in other ways. Azale is Huhi taking a big chunk down in the bot lane. The root lands, though. Trap as well from Rahel, but that will be heal from Huhi. Now Flash from Photon over the decimating smash. Body blocks the ultimate, and Impact might just be able to walk away regardless. Has his Flash available as well, and will use it. So Photon will just trade summoner spells at the end of the day.
Yeah, I think Impact played that pretty well. I feel like he could have just walked it out, but he got nervous about when the taunt cooldown was going to come back up. I think he had gotten close enough to the tower that if Photon taunts him, Photon gets tower aggro and probably just dies. But, nice aggressive move there from Photon. The reality is, though, Impact is still up, over 10 CS. XU did get down to cover their bot lane again, because otherwise I think FBI would have had to probably use barrier. Maybe would have had a heal come out. I don't think it would have resulted in a kill, but pre-6, it's very dangerous for this Lucian. If you get hit by a binding, the trap will be there to follow. Of course, post-6, Melio will be there to try to back you up. And FBI just looking for some trades here. Huhi clearly wants to get back to base to reset, but had to stay around as he was getting a little bit nervous there for Rahel.
Yeah, Huhi doesn't have a lot of mana, but will now get the reset off as the Dragon was taken. Hanbok didn't need his bot lane prio or his bot lane there to help him out. There was the 2v2 skirmish happening, so he's happy to just pick up the objective. It does buy some time for XU to get some camps, as he's now catching back up in the farm department, but if you're Sentinels, you're happy to pick up that early Ocean Drake in the laning phase, one of the most efficient dragons to have early.
Yeah, it's the best one for sure, I feel like. When you get that early Ocean, especially in some of these kind of pokey matchups, it is very, very beneficial. And you are getting 2% of your missing health every 5 seconds is what the regen is. So, like, when I'm playing Shen, in a tank versus tank matchup, I feel like that is really annoying because that is such a high amount of regen for something like a Sion that's already really, really durable. But something I want to talk about is the reality is when you are at the end of a split that has been going this way for Dignitas, it is a real struggle. And you are playing for your jobs, right? You are trying to showcase your skill to show Dignitas, hey, I'm a player that you want to keep around, because the expectation is some changes will be made. So my question for chat is, who should Dignitas build around? What player should they be, staking their kind of season on for next split?
Yeah.
Who do you think is the most promising talent? Who do you think is their best carry that they should look to try to actually rebuild this roster around? Because clearly this iteration has just not worked.
Yeah, either best or who you think has the brightest future potential to build around. I think either way you frame it, it's an interesting question to ask, because teams often find themselves in spots like this. You've had a very slow start to the year, and you have one more split ahead of you. So if changes happen, who do you want to keep on the roster?
I mean, there's no guarantee that they will make changes, because you have to be able to find players that you think are going to be an upgrade. But let's be honest, no one is going to think, including at Dignitas, that you are qualifying for Worlds as the year is going, right? And that is every team's goal, is to get towards Worlds. That is the ultimate goal. And here is the chat vote. So heavily favoring FBI. I actually really agree with that. FBI would probably be my big one too. I feel like FBI still has shown that he can carry games, has that ability to take over. And, with a stronger supporting cast, this could be a much stronger team.
I feel like he got over half the votes as well. I think
Makes sense to me.
Unanimously the community agrees with that, and I have to concur as well. When you look at the games that they win, everyone's stepping up, but FBI consistently, even in the games they're losing, has been the one that looks like he's staying in the game. Photon also, though, getting some nods. Happy about that as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think Photon, especially in lock-in, was a real carry threat. He has had some good games throughout the regular season, but I feel like has not been as dominant as what we saw from him in lock-in, where it was feeling like, oh man, this guy's laning phase is really scary. And,
Ooh, nice finding there, as FBI will be fine. Melio shields and heals are just too much right now for them to get through.
And that was barrier out from FBI as well, so he does pop the barrier. Ignar was not yet 6, so Final Spark just kind of thrown out basically as a little bit of poke. The Lux ult is such a short cooldown that you will see players usually just let it rip as soon as they do hit some sort of CC, just kind of using that for poke. And it's not going to be any sort of like full AP, Luden solo queue style Lux. He has a Bandoglass Mirror, so he is going to be going supportive items here. We'll be interested to see what his support item upgrade is. Sometimes people will go for more aggressive support item upgrades.
I'm thinking like Shirelia's maybe? Do you want to get the move speed there?
Yeah, it could be Shirelia's. Shirelia's is pretty popular on a lot of these champions. You can do things like, I mean, there's a lot of options. We'll just have to see, but...
Either way, we know that it's not going to be that one-shot burst style of Lux. It's going to be the setup style of Lux. You get more shields, or at least stronger shields, and you also are able to land those light bindings to set up the traps for Caitlyn, and it's up to Rahel to do the chunk of the damage. That being said, Huhi is actually more ahead in gold than Rahel currently, as FBI's just been doing a fine job of CSing here, but slower early game start. Sentinels now set up for the next Dragon in a minute's time. They had gotten the grubs, or at least 2 of the grubs as well, while we were talking about the poll. So the early game objectives, plus that first blood gold for Sentinels, puts them in a good spot to just continue the Dragon stacking.
Yep, looking like they're in a great spot for that. And I mean, especially if Sentinels gets there first, it's so impossible to walk in against this team comp. It is very, very difficult. And given that it is pro and it's not, an AP-style build from Huhi, I think we probably are just going to see Celestial opposition. That is kind of the standard as Palafox.
Oh, that's the flash over the wall. Yeah, Darkwings really making Palafox work for it in this mid lane right now.
Man, Hombox coming down here. Huhi has delayed XU's base a bunch of times in a row. They were trying to keep him around and see if there's some sort of angle for a dive, but there's no way you can dive 3v3 with Shen ult available on the other side. Yeah, Shen ult would get interrupted by the Scion, presumably, but even just the shield, there's just no shot. They're way too healthy.
Yeah, and I understand the idea with Hombox having that power spikes under the sky, but wise to back off and instead just keep sacking these dragons. Even if XU's back completes, you know that you have a window here to actually punish Ignar. Pops the Breath of Life as flashes away. FBI calling will not get a lot of damage done onto Hombok, and Dignitas' bot lane will at least spot the Sentinels had a Death Brush, and it buys time for XU to get here.
Yep, buys time for XU to come back, and it does stop them from continuing on that dragon. So they kept XU around for a long time. They delayed his base, but not able to claim the dragon just yet. But you do get the flash as well as the Breath of Life off of Ignar, and that is pretty big. Photon going to be rushing in towards Titanic. Very, very standard stuff. It'll be interesting to see if he does go for Dusk and Dawn or just kind of tank after that. But Shen's wave clear is just pitiful, right?
Yeah.
So you need to go some sort of wave clear item, and almost always people do prefer the Titanic Hydra. Lets you get those waves moving in the right direction very quickly. And if you want to be a split push threat, then that's kind of what you need. And I love this, man. You use Ace in the Hole, Final Spark, all these tools. Just constantly delay it.
You got to back a little safer position there, buddy. He's just being a little mosquito right now. He's just stinging. He's not killing anybody, but he's being annoying as he's pushing back FBI. He stopped XU's backs earlier. Now Hanbok is here. Now they might look for the dive. It is spotted, and XU's right over the wall at the red buff, so Hanbok will just clear out this control ward, presumably back away as XU now shows up a level down, but got the backup. Hanbok just throws out the smite, and we'll take the big Krug and walk away.
Yeah, Darkwings is coming down to cover as well. I actually like that they are not over-forcing on a dive and instead just keep delaying the base, delay the base, delay the base, take down the tower. Rahel, unfortunately, 1 CS off of the call proc, but they do already knock down the first tower here, pre-13 minutes. That is a lot of gold for them. He's got to have Hex Optics. Yep, there's the Hex Optics on base.
There's the Shurelius too, so first items for both AD carry and support as Darkwing's now the focus in the mid lane, throws out the stun, flashes the wall, but a follow from XU. Not going to land the knock up, so Darkwings is fine.
Yeah, that's frustrating there for XU, but that is kind of what you're dealing with as Impact. Maybe going to find an angle.
Throws out the unstoppable onslaught. Flash from Photon as Rahel is here with the autos. Knock up lands. Photon trying to get back to safety. Walking into the Lux ultimate. Is able to dodge out that one. Huhi, can he get the kill credit? Photon shadow dashes away. Light binding lands. Ace in the hole for the kill credit. Rahel picks it up.
Nice play there from Sentinels, and Photon just gets punished, going a little bit aggressive when the bot was rotating up towards that top side. Almost got out, but Photon does end up going down at the end of the day, and you get to give it to Rahel, who's now 1.5k ahead off of that early tower take. All the plates plus the first tower gold. They're 4.5k ahead at 14 minutes. This is just not close at all.
Absolutely filthy start for Sentinel's bot lane, especially when you consider the fact that FBI and Ignar, they got first picks for themselves. They wanted this Lucian Melio.
Yeah, no, it's absolutely true, but it's not just the bot lane. I mean, look at the gold. It's everything. Everyone is getting slammed.
Another culling used here from FBI, trying to take matters into his own hands with Ignar in his back pocket. Pushes Rahel and Huhi back, but just doesn't have the damage to get that kill. Also on that one-item power spike. At least is able to win out somewhat in the 2v2 trade. So that's a sign of life for FBI, but everything's landing Sentinel's favor right now. 4.5k gold lead overall at 14 minutes. That's a pretty big lead for this time in the game.
I mean, that is a ridiculous lead. That is, I mean, if you're a Dignitas fan, you probably don't want to look at what the average win rates are from these kind of positions, because I would think it's into the 95s, maybe even higher than that. Like, it is rare that you lose these kind of games, and honestly, I think that their comp is better in the late game as well. So I am pretty concerned about this for Dignitas here. You know, there are going to be opportunities, but when you're already this far down, you've got to make a play, and that play has to go great, or you are cooked, because you only usually get 1 or 2 chances when you're already this far behind.
Rahel could be focused now in the mid lane. Hanbok will spot out XU as Ignar will walk up to try and back up his jungler. There's the Shen ultimate coming in, and it's not going to land. Hanbok just flashes the wall. That was Dig's look. Not finding anything for it, as Sentinels will just walk back up, keep hitting this turret.
And that's kind of what I'm talking about when you don't have a really powerful hard engage tool to ult on, people just kind of run away, right? They see that coming through, and yeah, you got his flash. Like, that is still a trade up, but Stand United with no CDR is a 3-minute cooldown. Like, that is brutal, right? The next time you're going to be even looking for a play is around 20 minutes. And so that is really, really the difficult thing about Shen, and why, you know, I particularly prefer playing Shen with champions like Nocturne or Alistar or Nautilus, like someone who's going to be able to go in and make sure that they are still there as you are arriving.
Slow bleed here as Sentinels just creep further and further ahead. I actually would love if Stats could take a look at Rahel and how many turret plates he's got, because I must have been all 5 bot. I know he got at least 1 top and I think 3 mid. So Rahel might have just gotten 2 full turrets worth of plates, essentially.
He's rich, but remember, tickets are available for Spring Finals at ASU's Mullet Arena. It's going to be June 13th and 14th. 2-day passes and 1-day passes are both on sale now. Scan the QR code, get your tickets. We'll see you there, and who knows, maybe one of these teams will see you there too. Well, Dignitas might be in the crowd.
Yeah,
maybe you'll be sitting beside Dignitas.
Maybe, you could say hi.
And Sentinels might be playing. It's
maybe
possible.
They'll have mullets too. I still think that we should put a bounty on any player And like by that I mean like a positive bounty.
bounty.
Like they earn the bounty if they
You'll
have
shoot
a
them
mullet.
dead if they don't have a
No,
mullet
no,
on site.
no. Well, I mean,
In-game.
maybe that's in-game.
Yeah.
That could be extra motivation. But no, any player that has a mullet gets to start with like 200 extra gold in-game or something like that, you know?
I think that's fair.
I feel like that should be
That's
allowed.
fair. Reasonable.
I like that. Actually goes in with the Audacious Charge onto Rahel. Just trapped up. Has the Crescent Guard available. He's holding it for a very long time, but now walled off. Cataclysm from Hambach. As XU still rooted in place, goes back onto Rahel and taken out of there. That's another kill to the 80 carry as the kills continue. FBI hit by Dark Wings and Impact. And Sentinels just pick up 2 in the mid lane.
You did say it was a slow bleed, but I feel like they're missing some limbs at this point now. They're bleeding
It's but a
uncontrollably.
flesh wound, Azale.
No.
No?
No, there's internal damage there as well.
Internal bruising.
Yeah.
A couple broken ribs
They don't
at
have
this point.
they don't have long. No, it's
Yeah.
worse than that.
They don't have long.
They don't have long.
Somebody check
It's
the
time to
life
say your
support
goodbyes,
system.
you know.
Oh.
Any final words, you know, you got to get them in.
Yeah, I feel like I'm usually a positive guy when it comes to in-game chances.
And I'm
for a
positive
team.
that Dignitas are losing this game.
You're positive of that.
Yes.
18 minutes and a 7.5K gold lead plus
Woo.
Dragon Soul point.
Yeah. And you saw how much fun XU was having with his champion against theirs in mid lane.
Yeah.
Where he for sure got to control his character.
He did.
He did.
True.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to say it this, because anytime there's a game like this, you now have little mini games. Because if we're being honest, Dignitas are out of this one. So can they prevent themselves from being perfect games? Because does the one grub count actually?
I think anything on the scoreboard counts. So for my definition, they already have prevented that. I think they'll get a kill. I mean, there's some squishy members on the other side. I feel like they'll just full send it randomly and Hugi will die or something like that. But yeah, I mean, I guess it depends on your definition. It's pretty tough to perfect game if you do count getting one of the grubs.
Yeah.
And I tend to think that anything that shows on the scoreboard counts against the perfect game. So I would argue a plate does not make a game imperfect because that doesn't show on the scoreboard.
Also, our SAS guy Leo has confirmed that it does prevent the perfect game, and Leo is kind of the end-all be-all voice on the broadcast.
That's what he likes to think.
Oh, you're not convinced of that?
Nope. We can just say whatever we want, right?
I still feel like, personally,
we could ruin Leo's credibility very quickly.
Yeah?
Yeah, we could
Do you have
just
some
say
insider information
getting
on
some
him?
stats here from Leo.
Oh,
and then
you're
you just
right.
say
We
whatever
could
you
lie.
want. Exactly.
Wait a minute. I never thought about
Yeah.
that. Wow.
He has no control over what we
Leo
say.
just said he hates bald guys.
We could attribute anything
crazy.
to Leo.
Yeah. Like
Leo is saying, statistically speaking, Darkwing's better than Faker.
Yeah,
which I personally wouldn't agree with.
The stats on the
but
screen,
that was,
quoted by Leo the stats guy.
That was Leo
are
the stats guy
confirming that.
making that argument.
I can say
it's a bold one to make.
It's our word against his.
Yeah.
Two versus one.
Two versus
right now.
one.
And I guess the.
Are you sure we shouldn't just fight through side, or do you guys just win on mid? Because I don't think we win on mid. Yeah, I know, but the thing is, it's like I think we're just attacking the wrong area.
Okay, let's go hunt Anivia then. Let's try.
Yeah,
Anivia. We're going
staying
bird
positive. Saying, do you win mid? Well, not really. You guys can play on side. So they're like, all right, let's try to kill Anivia.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to try to stay focused in a game like this. To have any chance of a comeback. They're not delusional. They know it is going to be incredibly unlikely, but it is a professional game. You got to do your best to win, and if that is that 1%er where you keep getting picks on the side over and over, then that's what you're going to go for. But unfortunately, if you do lose a 20-minute Baron to a team that is already 7.5K ahead and on soul points, it's going to be tough.
Also, rule number 1, if you're being hunted, pack together strong. Darkwings with a team as Colleen will get a big chunk of damage onto him, but the Cataclysm onto FBI, actually trying to keep him alive. Buy some space for the AD carry. As now the trap lands onto XU, the Crescent Guard has expired. Dignitas just don't have the ultimates to walk up. They almost got Darkwings into the passive, but not quite enough. They at least stopped the Baron.
Yeah, they do stop the Baron, which is good. But they spend their Stand United. The Crescent Guard has spent a lot of tools there to
We're sending
do so.
Photon in there. Just solo mission. Oh, the Light Binding lands onto 2 as the Flash Taunt. XU have the flank onto Huhi. Dignitas find a play and get their first kill of the game.
What did I tell you? Luck support is always good for one.
Always
for the
good
other
for
team.
one. Yep.
Yeah, at
There we
least.
go.
When you're getting owned, you love seeing like a Lux or a Zyra or something. You're like, I can kill that guy.
If we all flash on that one,
we can get that guy for sure. So they do get their one. So whether you're a grub believer or not, not a perfect game.
Not a perfect
There's
game.
a kill on the board.
Actually, Leo the stats guy said that one kill nullifies the one grub. So we're back to perfect game.
But they have the grub. Why would they be nullifying their own
man.
grub?
Leo just says stuff.
Leo, what are you doing?
He's on one right now.
I can't believe that's our stats guy. That's crazy.
Yeah. With that in mind, everybody, there's actually a job opening. No, Leo, we love you. I'm sorry. I feel bad ragging on Leo. I still feel like he's by far the most valuable person that we can have, just for the amount of stats he gets us on a weekly basis. It's
I'd
incredible.
say, for me,
shout out Leo.
He's top 10 in my LCS stats people currently. It is a one-person team.
Currently.
It is a one-person team.
It's a one-person team.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's top 10. Maybe top 7 in Leo's that
Lonely
do
at the
stats
top,
that I
you
know.
Give him a couple friends up there. Yeah. 25 seconds till the next dragon. This is the Soul. So Sentinels have been playing a clean game so far, and now it looks like they're going to pick Palafox in the side lane. He flashes away, dodges the flag and drag, but the Cataclysm will land true, and that is a pick for Sentinels.
Oh, that's not fair. Palafox said he wanted to hunt the Anivia. The Anivia's not allowed to hunt him.
Yeah, when the hunter becomes the hunted. We got like a Predator situation going on here.
Okay.
I've never seen Predator, actually. I don't know if that is the plot.
The Predator only goes for, honorable prey, right? They don't. Predator doesn't hunt weaklings.
So Palafox is honorable.
There you go.
That's what we learned.
Yeah.
I think that's a plot. Am I close? I don't know.
We'll count it.
I feel like I'm disappointing Captain Flowers right now because he's like the 80s movie guy, and every time I mention a movie I haven't seen, he gets really sad. So, sorry, Clayton. Either way, Dragon Soul picked up for Sentinels as a 7,000 gold lead game just continues.
Not even going to contest it.
Nope.
All right. Yeah, we're definitely going next fast on this one. This is tough. I mean, they talked about it in the lounge, and honestly, a lot of the time, when you do get a team that has had a horrible season, they're eliminated from playoffs, they kind of play a lot more relaxed once they are already eliminated. Yeah. And oftentimes you do actually see upsets. You see them come out and finally they're not nervous. They're like, well, we got nothing to lose. And they go out there and they give it their all. This is kind of the opposite of that. This is like the most stomped they have gotten so far. We'll see if they can bounce back, but this one's tough. I mean, it feels like the only kind of very small little glimmers of light has been FBI getting some pressure here and there. But
XU walled off from the rest of the team, has to jump in with the Crescent Guard. He's solo versus 5 right now. Photon does come in with Sand United, but XU has to flash away from the Cataclysm, does survive for now, as Breath of Life will keep everybody topped off, healthy enough to continue the escape. And Dignitas do get out of there, but that's a lot of defensive tools used by Dignitas, so Sentinels can just walk straight to the Baron.
Yeah, pretty much everyone popped all their ults there. Darkwings is going to be spotted on this ward, so they will be aware that this is happening. You got to go try to defend it. Maybe you get some random kills. If you take them out, if you steal the Baron, hey, at least you got a shot.
Yeah, Baron might be the true carry of Dignitas as it's shredding Sentinels right now, getting some extra damage in there as Hambach does secure the objective. Photon got in there, but Hambach is able to hold his ground, and Sentinels picks up the kill there.
Yeah, XU couldn't even get over.
Oh, flash to follow up onto XU as Rahel will go on a killing spree. Teleport into the mid lane as it looks like it's gonna be a slaughter. Double kill to Rahel. FBI flashes the flag and drag as who he looks for the binding onto Ignar. And FBI just has no chance. Sentinels completely suffocated Dignitas in this game 1.
That is just domination here in the first game. 9-1, 10K up, 25 minutes in. You got Soul Baron, and you're going for the Nexus here. That is about as stomped as you can get.
On the bright side, Sentinels looking like the best team in the LCS right now, Azale. If we're just looking pure stats, as they'll take down these 2 Nexus turrets. Sentinels making very quick work of Dignitas in game number 1. They're hopeful for that top 4 playoff position as they will take game 1.
Well played there by Sentinels, looking locked in here. The Caitlyn Lux bot lane doing a lot of work. Darkwings was looking good. Hambach was everywhere. Impact's playing a tank. Sentinels are looking very, very comfortable against Dignitas, who is going to have to try to retool. Lounge, who's your player of the game?
Tough one.
It's a hard one, Azale, because like you were saying, that felt a bit like a funeral.
Yeah.
A Dignitas funeral. I mean, this is my confliction.
Yeah.
We have been hearing that Sentinels is good.
Sure.
So I hate to. I actually had a game.
Okay.
When I was on TL.
Yeah.
Oh, this is an old story.
I love this.
I had a game on TL where we destroyed Dignitas. We obliterated them. It was like 23 minutes.
Okay.
I thought we were playing so good.
Yeah.
And then I listened to Ozel's cast, and all he's doing is saying how bad Dignitas is. And I'm like, give us credit, man! But at the same time, they were like last place, we were first place. This is going to happen. And that's kind of what this game feels like, because we know Dignitas has literally not won a single game.
Yes.
I don't think Sentinels did anything wrong. I think they played an insanely clean game. They even played champions they never played before.
Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like Sentinels were obviously still taking this like very, very seriously, right?
Yeah.
It's not like they were testing stuff out. In fact, it's like he heard us. Because
Impact played all the tanks.
Bam! Look at that. And then I do want to go over a few clips because, you know, this started pretty early in the game.
Yeah.
We're going to start off with this mid lane play, which is actually XU and Palafox trying to make a play on to Darkwings here. The thing you want to notice is also that Caitlyn has just reset, so she just based, and Huhi is already starting to rotate up, and Hombach is up here. So he's actually going to be able to rotate in, and this is going to be very important as we play through, because XU and Palafox are going to go in. They think they see an angle to get onto Darkwings, right? He flashes, he gets egged, essentially, but already it takes too long to kill the egg. And he respawns, Huhi is already here, Hombach is already here. They see him, but it's too late. The wall goes down, the Lux binding goes down, Hombach gets first blood, and Darkwings survives.
He's actually really close to killing Darkwings.
This actually sets up, because Darkwings does not die here, Darkwings had a really good game. It also sets up them getting first Drake. I'm gonna skip ahead to multiple plays around the map just past 10 minutes. So down here we have XU, who is going to try to want to make a play onto this bot side as well. And what ends up happening is Huhi is going to end up stopping his back several times. So he tries to back here. Nope, we're not going to allow you to do that. Takes a good amount of damage from Rahel there as well. He's going to try to back again. Nope, you're still not allowed to do that. And we're gonna delay it even further. And now Hombach is here, and you're still not allowed to back, right? So this sets up them to be able to push in the wave now. It does take a while, so XU is actually able to get back here for a little bit before they take that second Drake. However, I'm gonna go back to where we were at and check in on what is going on in mid lane, right? Because the setup for here
doesn't look good.
It is not, Raz. Spoilers. So Darkwings is actually going to end up walling off Palafox and getting a bunch of damage onto him. Not once, but he is actually going to also delay Palafox's back here as he clears out the wave. Palafox feels like he has to respond. Has to flash over the Anivia wall. Again, while all of this delayed back is happening down here to open up so much space for Rahel, this is going to end up eventually leading to Sentinels. Again, Raz, you talked about how good they are with Drake stacking, right?
Yeah.
Guess what? This was not an exception in this game. So they end up getting this, and they're actually able to essentially immediately rotate down here and end up taking.
And they keep interrupting the backs. I mean, this is just, what you're showing is just so controlled. They have complete control of top mid, and then they just have an advantage in the 3v3 bottom lane, so they just push that advantage over and over again. And like, when you see this 23,000 gold and 19,000 gold 12 minutes in, objective bounty's turned on 60 minutes into this game. So almost, you know, they won the game at 12 minutes.
Yes.
Do you have another one?
I didn't have another one. Raz, you said you wanted to look at something?
Yeah, hit me with Baron.
Okay.
How far?
What do we got?
How far in advance?
Because they are 7,000 gold.
Yeah,
like,
get
actually,
in here.
Let me jump up there, because
we'll swap.
Let's do it. Because for me, what's always what I take for granted anytime I watch literally any region is a team being able to play very disciplined around closing a game when you have a substantial lead. They have a substantial lead at this stage of the game. And so yes, you can see all of this. This is also really positive. It's more so just the trap line that's set through from Rahel very consistently. We criticized it the first time he misplayed it, and then within the game he adapted. But like, look how tight this quarter has to be for you to even try and think to contest this. So yes, Dignitas as a team is walking up here. XU wants to take a different angle, but even then, who he gets eyes on him, I just feel like this entire time they have eyes on him, great ward here, great vision placed, and they're hard forcing them to tunnel into a position where they're going to win this fight, especially with where Impact is placed and he can just basically channel his Q. So it's like, I just felt like throughout this entire game, you saw them be able to expand their vision. You got to see them expand their lead through and control a lot of their play on the map. But also when it comes to objectives, not just Drake's, but also the Baron itself, I was like, how do you actually ever contest that? So we take that for granted. That's a big +1 there for Sentinels.
Yeah, player of the game is probably a close one. Raz and I voted for Dark Wings.
Yeah,
and apparently at least one of the casters voted for Dark Wings as well. No, a 2 out of 5 split decision.
Oh, wow. Interesting.
Impact, Hambach, Huhi, Dark Wings. Let's just give it to everyone.
Yeah.
Let's just give a split player of the game.
You know what? Player of the game? Players of the game. It goes to the team.
It was technically Dark Wings. Good job, Raz. We apparently brigaded it with just
Dark
2
Wings.
players.
The people were kind of with me as well.
Every
and
lane won
Yeah.
in this one.
So the laners won.
Yeah.
Except, actually.
On
they
the
did.
debate
Yeah, no, everyone won.
was it Dignitas playing bad or Sentinels playing good? Yes.
It was both.
So moving on, I think it's going to be a 2-0, but we'll see. During LCS Spring Split, you can win a trip to a League of Legends event, save your MasterCard as your card on file, and make a purchase from the in-client store for a chance to win. And before we head to break, here's a look at the new 3v3 arena mode played by your favorite LCS pros and casters and devs. Check it out.
Arena is back and better than ever. With new guests, updates, and a whole host of unique augments to explore, League of Legends' premier battlefield bastion for brawlers has never looked quite like this. So what happens when we take some unsuspecting pro players from the LCS and put them in a game mode they've never seen before against the League of Legends dev team and LCS on-air talent? Can some of the best players in the world lean on their skills against those that make the game? Can the brains outthink the brawn? Will the casters have a chance at all? Find out as 6 teams battle it out like you've never seen before, as teams of 3 arrive in Arena for the first time ever.
For sure we go Braveries.
Why is my flash on air? Oh my god! Oh, the double fear into the over! Just,
Who makes this game again? This is the LCS edition of Arena 3x3x3x3x3x3x3.
Wait, they all have the Omni Vamput. They might be OP, man. I mean, they are rioters, so they know better.
I'm gonna go up.
I'm going top root.
Go top root.
Yeah.
Oh, you do run. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't give care.
Yeah, I'm trying.
Get him. Why I'm so weak?
Okay.
Yo, I can have no front line as Viego. This is like a game of solo queue.
Bruh. Yeah, someone need a hit card.
What is that? What do we choose? When half of the teams are eliminated again, Prismatic, Stad, Anavil, attack, Grants.
Ataka.
Swain, no?
Yeah, we need HP.
Let's not take Otacon. Let's not take Swain.
Playing Team Raptor. We're playing Gate with them.
We got
pickers,
them.
The disgusting pickers.
Disgusting. Get them.
Yeah, what's up, loser?
Yeah.
Boom.
Ooh, wait, my bro! I Let me sack. Hey, let me heal. Let me heal. What? Let me heal. Okay. Look at the idiot, bro. Look at the idiot, bro. He doesn't know where's he going,
Oh my god, I'm dead as word.
What happened, brother?
Okay, I have him on a problem. Oh, nice move. Huh? Flash for that?
Oh my god, we are so.
Have some faith.
Or tap dance. Should I get Wooglets?
If it's as OP as it was before, it's crazy.
Bro, surely I just get Wooglets, bro. Sack off.
Oh, I got the Melio. Okay, wait. Just keep Zerath alive, I guess.
Yeah, keep Zerath alive and we sack
This
off the
guy has
randoms.
penguin shit, by the way. He's gonna respawn.
Okay. Oh, yeah. Just stack.
Just stack off the penguin.
I got fruit. I'm coming. Cover fruit on the right. Save your flashes. Yeah.
See, look at Varus, bro. How useful am I?
Okay, these things, you can hit these things and they'll fall at them.
Bro, I just wanna kill him for stats, bro. Just let me kill him.
Oh wait, we only can win the casters?
I'm looking here. Looking.
Go. Kiting a velhas. Kiting and Fed isn't healing Hun. Kiting and Fed isn't healing Hun. Bro, Soraka is so OP, man. This is Soraka.
Give me. No, don't get. Because I'm
Dude, we need to win. Yeah, they farmed us in LCS, but we farmed them in Arena.
All right, we're versus our fellow devs.
Yeah, we gotta
versus our fellow man.
Oh, you're going for it, bro.
Yeah.
Oh, that's not bad for us.
Yeah, get Austin.
Oh, this does not look good.
Oh yeah.
This guy next.
Oh, it's over. Oh.
Yeah. They worked on this mode, by the way.
Wait, you can upgrade your augment?
Wait, I can upgrade it, bro. I can get tank engine. Wait, okay. Tank engine or defensive maneuvers? I think it's tank engine, no? Yeah, tank engine sounds so big. Grant? Bro, I'm just getting a tank engine, bro. It sounds so bro, guys, I will shred them later, okay? I'm so strong in this game. I'm actually so pissed.
It's more pickers.
We can't even flame them in all chat because all chats are off.
Alright, guys, we're against the casters. If we lose to these guys.
Come on now. Yeah, there's no way.
He res?
How did he res?
How did this happen?
Res me! Thank you.
He burned out trying to res.
I sacrificed myself for you, but I'm coming back again.
Oh!
Nice.
Get his ass! Yes! That's a win.
Yeah.
That's 2 dubs. That's 2 dubs. That's 2.
Looks like we've got a new addition on the Rift here today. Emily, is the Telluride just the obvious pick?
Well, Flowers, we're looking at a turbo hybrid powertrain. That's already a problem for the rest of the Rift.
And a 30-inch panoramic display too? That is unfair control.
Guys, all-wheel drive with terrain mode? No shot anyone's catching this.
Yeah, this seems completely OP.
No debate. This first pick, we have to lock it in. Now!
The Kia Telluride Turbo Hybrid. Pick it before your opponents do.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed. Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Oh, guys, they're meditating. Quick, someone scream in their ears as hard as you can. Yeah, look, Grayson's leading the meditation right now. There we go. Dude, they have like a mind-controlling guy, dude. Where's our meditation guru? Oh, you can breathe slower. Oh, I can do it. Yeah, no, because I can breathe out for 4 seconds, but I never could breathe in for 4 seconds. Holy shit, how are you guys doing?
Hello and welcome back, everybody, for Game 2 of Dignitas versus Sentinels, where if you were listening to the Analyst Lounge after that game, I'm going to take Jat's feedback. He was like, talk about how good Sentinels look. So I want to go into Game 2 with that mentality yourself. Sentinels looked really freaking good in game number 1.
Yeah, I mean, they were absolutely dominating across the board here. They were looking really, really good, going with some pretty standard comps, but I think that they played it really well. Their comp was great at actually controlling space. Impact was on tanks. That is his 3rd straight tank game, his 3rd straight win. And, you know, playing those top 3 meta tanks is kind of like what you expect from Impact. And he has now played all 3, at least 1 game. So it'll be interesting to see if they just kind of continue with that route, just play Impact on tanks, play towards Rahel, who is a really well-respected AD carry. He's someone that a lot of people will point to as one of the best in the league.
Yep.
And Varus is up and available, so very likely going to be going to Rahel. Of course, it could be going to Impact. We did actually see him play it once, and they did win, though he died a ton in the early game.
True.
Was kind of chain ganked in that one.
I'm just wondering if, you know, Impact, if you get so many tank games in a row, is he allowed to play a non-tank now? Or do you want them to hone the style, or do you think he should go Varus top? You know?
if it's my answer, I think Impact should only play tanks. Impact, I think, is just so good on tanks. It's not that he can't play other stuff. I mean, he was our most fearless player in Lock-In, which is actually pretty surprising, I think. At least to me, was not kind of what I expected. But I do think he is so good on tanks, and I think you have some pretty strong carries. Darkwings, I think, surprised a lot of people with how well he has been performing here in the LCS. And Rahel, I mean, you know, I mentioned obviously he's really well respected, but Berserker, when he did his Player of the Week interview, you know, he mentioned Rahel is one of the top 3 AD carries in the league. So, you know, does have a lot of respect. And I think when he is playing, you know, from a good spot, he looks really, really strong.
Yeah. And I think that bot lane is also going to be a focus here for Sentinels again. They get Varus, and part of me was like, we were surprised to not see the Ashe Seraphine focus from Dignitas last game. But now the more that I think about it and how they win games, FBI on Ashe is less carry threats than like the Lucian or the Varus or like Caitlyn, these other more, you know, high threat picks. You can look for the ults and you can still do damage, but like it's not the flashy.
You don't have the individual agency.
Exactly, yeah. So Sentinels, they're not afraid of the Ashe Seraphine. With Seraphine locked in, I'm expecting Ashe for FBI coming up next, but Sentinels will have Varus Bard as their bot lane to counter with a Skarner locked in for Hambach.
Yeah, this is really becoming Hambach's signature pick. He is 4-0 on it, nearly a 10 KDA as well. I think it is by far his best champ that we have been seeing lately in the LCS.
Rob Moore's favorite Sentinels games.
Favorite Sentinels games. I mean, it was funny because Rob Moore gave that interview and then, you know, mentioned his Skarner. Then he played it that day, owned on it, and now he has won 4 games in a row on it, has pretty much owned every time he has brought it out. So that is definitely scary for Dignitas because he has yet to lose on that Skarner pick. And there's a lot of good setup for the Skarner already as well. With the Tempered Fate, the Chains of Corruption, you know, you are looking at an Ashe Seraphine who are very low mobility. Of course, it's not easy for a Skarner to just run straight in. You Ishtal's Impact through a wall and you can just get Crystal Arrowed, you can get rooted. You are kind of running straight at them. But that being said, you know, Flash Impale, Flash Ishtal's Impact into the wall, into an Impale, those types of plays are definitely possible. And it's easy to set it up with the Bard because they are champs without dashes.
Yep, and even diving bot lane, they have a lot of tools to do that. Skarner's just got a big health bar. If you're level 6, Bard can also ult a turret. We'll see how safe this Ashe Seraphine is in lane. Typically, I see Ashe Seraphine get the push in lane, but if they don't and they're under their own turret, it could be very scary. As the next bans come through, Victor and Cassiopeia, plus the Jace on Sentinel's side. Let's see what their final ban is. As currently, Dignitas looking like they want to give Palafox a much safer mid lane matchup, as that's 3 total mid lane bans against him.
Very interesting. So thinking about the possibility of the Olaf coming in top, because of course XU is already going to be playing Nefiri. So I'm kind of curious, you know, as to what the thought process is there. You know, maybe they even think that Nefiri could be role swapped somewhere else and then playing Olaf. We did see Contracts have an incredible Olaf game. And, you know, this is obviously a comp that Sentinels is drafting that is very reliant upon CC. So if you're going to be playing something in top lane that is kind of counterpicked by that or counterpickable by that, then it makes sense maybe to take that away.
Palafox on the classic Annie setup, though. A lot of setup between Annie, Ashe, Seraphine, all these champions. Not going to be doing a ton of DPS, but they have a lot of CC and a lot of ability to start team fights or keep team fights going. So that means Nefiri is going to be kind of the tip of the spear, but What else can they put alongside the dog, as it's going to be Renekton locked in for impact in the top lane? That is not a tank.
It is not a tank.
Tanky-ish.
It is a bruiser, you know. So
he's beefy.
It's one of the most common picks in Pro, obviously, for many years. You know, I do think about Gnar as a pretty standard safe pick for impact as well, but because Photon has shown that he will play Kennen, you know, when you think back to last split and he'd ignite Kennen, maybe he's worried about those kind of counter picks and just sees Renekton as kind of just more generically safe and strong. Darkwing is going to be going with another of his classic picks, the Hui. I think he is very good on it. It is one of these picks that I think just slots in well as a control mage, but not every control mage player is comfortable playing Hui. But for Darkwings, obviously, is one that is very good for him. And now you're just looking for the answering pick here for Photon. Is it going to be compositional, or is it going to be about the lane? And if that Ornn gets locked in, which it does, it is just really about the comp. So he's going to be playing, you know, less for the 1v1, though I do think Ornn can do fine into the Renekton, and much more just enabling all of this hard engage. You have Ash Arrow, you have Encore, you have Call of the Forge God, you have Flash Tibbers, you have so many tools to throw in on what is a comp that has some squishy members and very low mobility as well. You know, I mentioned that for the Ashe Seraphine, but Varus, Hui, Bard are all champions that, if hit by some of these CC, could easily be 100 to 0'd by the Dignitas comp. So both comps, I think, are set up pretty well here. I feel like, you know, if I'm turning off the nameplates, I think I like what Dignitas has more, though, for sure.
Yeah, it almost feels like Sentinels are, Dignitas are running back the Sentinels comp. I was remembering the Ornn Ashe Seraphine. Sentinels played this last week against Shopify Rebellion. They also had Neferi in the jungle, so Dignitas kind of stealing their homework right now here going into game 2.
Change it up a little bit.
Change it up a little. Different mid
obvious.
laner. Yeah, not a Victor in the mid lane, it's an Annie in the mid lane. But either way, we've seen that recipe of 4 champions find success last week for Sentinels. Let's see if it works against them this time around. A reminder, Dignitas are out of the playoff scenario. Win or lose does not matter for the rest of their season. They will not be participating in playoffs. Sentinels still have a chance to get top 4 if they win this, and then depending on how FlyQuest series versus Lyon goes after this series today, they could actually get top 4, and that's big for a team like Sentinels because we knew they were always right there. They had so much promise. Their series score was not great, but individually in games, it looked like they were close against some of the top teams. That would be big for them to push for top 4.
Yeah, it absolutely would be a really big deal. It is worth noting that Rahel is playing common, so it's going to be Poke Varus.
Oh.
And it does always make you wonder. I mean, Poke Varus, very, very common, but they don't have that much consistent damage here for actually killing off Photon. But while we're talking about that top 4, I mean, if Sentinels wants to prove that they're a top 4 team, you have to look at what the top 3 teams are doing. And what the top 3 teams are doing against Dignitas is losing a game.
They drop 1.
They always drop 1 to Dignitas. So, you know, if Sentinels wants to be like the big dogs,
they got to lose a game.
Might be worth considering inting a game a little bit here.
Maybe that's the secret sauce to be at the top of the LCS standings.
You got to look for patterns, you know?
Wherever they present themselves.
Yeah, this is another stat from Leo.
Yeah. Speaking of stats from Leo, I actually did hear, I believe that we'll have this one set up. Leo had pulled a stat specifically for us going into this game. So
Leo has specifically
a real stat for Azael. It's been 8 years since hair, most all-time in LCS.
That's fair.
8 years. Was that the last hairstyle you had?
No, I had hair when I started LCS.
Oh, you did.
But
yes.
this is old.
That's an old photo.
This is an old photo. That's like back in would have been maybe at an MLG interview or something like that.
Okay. Well, it probably looked so bad last time you had an LCS that they didn't want to show that one.
Yeah, that's fair. You know,
I don't show people photos.
It was
of
the tail end. The tail end of the hair.
Before you gave it up.
That was.
I felt that too.
Yeah. Yeah, but those are the old days, you know, the faux hawk.
Don't look at photos of me from 2018 because
that's
the last year of the hair. All right, thank you, Leo, for that very real stat.
That was a real
fantastic
stat.
And I want to say in my headcanon that was the gifted sub for that stat right there. XU going for an invade right now onto Hambach. Bold move against Hambach on his signature champion as Huhi's over the wall, looks for the flash cosmic binding, not landing it. XU looks like he will get out and has a team to back him up.
Yep, so Hui down a flash there. Tried to go for the big play, did not find it, unfortunately, for him. But Hambach is looking for Palafox.
Ishil's impact, lands on to Palafox, gets the stun into the wall. Flash is available, and he's not even going to use it. First blood to Hambach.
Palafox kind of just accepted his fate. I wonder if he could not have just flashed away from the Ishtal's impact and lived?
Yeah.
That kind of seemed like he gave up a little bit too easily to me.
It's one of those moments where even like when you're casting it, you're like, is it going to be in range? Like, is he close enough to hit it? Because sometimes Initial's Impact, if you don't start in a wall, like it doesn't go that far, but I think he got the corner on the wall and was able to obviously get it, so well done.
Yeah, and this is Hambach's all-time on Skarner, 14-3. Of course, I said on this split he is 4-0 on the pick, but really looking strong on it. And starting off the game right here once again, getting that kill on a Palafox, but definitely feel like Palafox could have maybe just even flashed back towards the tower and kept himself safe. But at the end of the day, it's a good play there from Hambach and Darkwings, and getting that early punish on Annie can be pretty tough, and they're going to look again.
Yeah, he saved the flash, so he does have it for this time around as he gets pulled back in, has Ignar behind him, and takes a huge chunk of damage.
Yeah, exactly. He does have the refillable, so it has both charges of that, so we'll be able to get some health back.
Oh my god, what are we doing here, guys? This is 3 ganks onto Palafox
just tilt
at
him.
350. Yeah, I mean, legitimately, kind of feels like what they're doing.
Yeah, I mean, they're just rinse and repeat. They know, hey, if Annie gets put down and Annie gets too far behind, Annie becomes useless. And if Wei gets too far ahead, Annie is going to get very familiar with the sights and sounds of her own tower because you are going to be getting shoved in nonstop. So, yeah, I think those were not really ganks for kills. Those were just ganks to poke, right? Huhi comes in, procs electrocute, Hambach drives by, throws a rock, tries to get a little bit of damage down. And that's just making it easier for Darkwings because, when I touched on the fact that, hey, this is Poke Varus, well, who's going to be the person who has to do consistent damage to the front line? It is going to be Darkwings.
Yeah, and now he's got XU coming into his lane, but there's a ward to spot it out. More chunk onto Palafox, who is trying to position onto the minions and is now going to have to go for another reset. XU, another invade, but it was spotted, so who's going to see him? Causing Binding will land this time around, as that is Flash out of the Fury, and XU gets to safety, burning the Summoner spell.
Yeah, that was a pretty bold invade because he cleared the ward, so he knew that he was spotted, and Huhi was missing, but Huhi, no flash.
Right there, now XU looks to return the favor here as no flash was available, but Magical Journey just gets him safely over the wall. Heal is used as Hambach, initial impact into the Krugs. Just gonna be patient. I actually like this. He's not just burning them down because he's waiting for his cooldown to come back. He's got Huhi behind him still. They should assume XU is still in there, as that is Smite from XU to take away the big Krug.
Yep, so we're going to be able to get that. Hambach gets the rest of it, and good job by Huhi, just staying safe without having that flash. FBI getting put pretty low, and that just shows Huhi is thinking about what could be happening when he is roaming down. I know a lot of bards in that situation would just be using the Magical Journey to get back down to bot a little bit faster, and then they're in that bush. You don't have it, you don't have flash, you could die, so held on to the cooldown. Impact having the push here, he is actually smashing Photon right now in this 1v1. I would not expect it to be that one-sided. Already have 550 gold. You've already lost 3 plates.
Whoa!
That is crazy. Losing 3 plates in under 6 minutes in this matchup. I don't think it's supposed to look like that.
Spiral in Despair lands on a Palafox. Under half health now as Hambach will look to invade onto XU's Raptors this time around. Smite this time to Hambach, so just takes back what XU took from him. Photon in the top lane here as Hambach continues the invade. Level 5 onto XU, just pushes away the Nefiri. And Nefiri does not have a lot of backup because, again, Palafox was low, top lane's losing. Impact's here to back up Hambach. So XU, I think, is going to have to say goodbye to those Krugs.
Yeah, that is rough. You can go over there. Hui's up there as well. He might not know that. And there's no flash on XU, so it is scary stuff if he comes over and tries to defend that. Palafox has got to be careful. One more Q and you might just be dead.
Yeah, Darkwings has been lethal with these, and even Huhi's coming around. So back channeled as Palafox will actually walk up onto Darkwings, but backs away still. Huhi's just waiting there. He's got his flash available. I mean, he could look for this. Just gonna stop the back, be annoying. Magical Journeys to help out Darkwings as, Palafox playing with fire here. He's just trying to get anything in this wave, and he's gonna miss almost all of it. Now Rahel underneath the turret, dodges the arrow, lands his own onto Ignar. Chain of Corruption almost locks Ignar in place for long enough.
Yeah.
It'll just be a heal.
Yeah, and if Rahel actually 1v2 killed them in that position, that is where you want to leave the game, right? That is actually one of those situations where you were playing as Palafox, and you're like, the Bard has not left my lane. Like, the support is laning mid the entire game. And then if your bot lane dies 1v2, you're like, bot lane, do something! Punish this guy! This is illegal!
How are they allowed to do this?
And Rahel stays completely safe. I mean, he is down 14 CS, but you know, they're not able to kill him. So Rahel doing a really good job without his support there in the 1v2, and is able to stay alive, keeps his flash, trades the heal for the cleanse, and is down CS, but not that much. So honestly, the roam's well worth it, and it's already a 1.7k gold lead again.
And Rahel didn't even have to flash, so I think he's still fine in the 1v2 for a little longer. He could still roam around the map. I do like Bards to get level 6, you know, fast enough that you can actually use that onto the low mobility Annie in the mid lane. So he spent a lot of time away from lane. That's going to put him slightly behind in XP over Ignar.
You know?
The memes help out, but like if you look at the XP, he is still...
Of course, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
You don't need
Look, I'm a Bard player. I get really excited about talking about Bard roam time.
Actually, you do need minion experience.
You do?
Oh, really?
Well, you also can do this, apparently. Just solo XU in the jungle. XU will get the blue buff. Hits level 6 as Hambach's level 7. FBI is just chunking him down right now. Big damage onto the Skarner. Magical Journey will get him out of there as Palafox looks for the stun. Doesn't land it with the W. But it needed the Tibbers there, and not in range, so Dignitas don't find a punish as the Crushing Maw will land. Now Darkwings just walks away.
Yeah, and Palafox, very defensive build, understandably, given the situation that he is in, but there is no damage behind this Annie.
Flash Tibbers, stun. Now they're diving underneath the turret. XU looking for it and gets it. Even survives the spiral in despair. Dignitas get out.
Yeah, nice engage there. Palafox goes in, and it's double flash here from Dig, but they do get the kill. Got pretty close. Darkwings almost was able to turn around there onto XU, but Hambach gonna be looking. He doesn't have the damage to do anything here.
Nice. Yeah, maybe if you get in Impale range, but Palafox is able to stun and just walk away, so that's something. Signs of life for Dignitas. XU now on the board with a kill. Top lane looks like a 1v1 as Impact pops a Dominus. Photon should get back to his turret, no problem, and he's going to be able to catch this wave just fine.
Yep. And the Protoplasm Harness going to get finished there. That's the Master Card Power Spike. As Hambach with that support item is going to have that done really quickly. And Photon's starting to build an HP lead up on that top side because Dominus is down and Chains of Corruption is going to miss.
Ooh, Call the Forge God from Photon. He's looking to take his own 1v1 here as Impact no longer has the Dominus, but Photon not in range to flash follow.
And even with that big gold lead, Impact, you know, almost getting solo kill there. If he doesn't flash, he is dead, and that's what I was going to touch on is, you know, he had to use the Dominus just for health, and then he's starting to fall behind in health, and Call of Forge God was still there, but Photon is now, so this is a little bit sketchy for Impact, but Hambach is around. They want to try to pull off the dive. Hambach's going to be the one that has to tank it up.
Yeah, if Impact starts the turret aggro, that's bad news. So watch for Hambach initially. Impact will just provide some damage afterwards. Ishel's Impact. Photon flashes, and the arrow comes in to back him up. It lands onto Impact. Bellows Breath. Bonk auto. Photon finding the play with the help of his AD carry.
Yeah, they just did not have enough damage to actually kill off Photon. He has a lot of armor at this point, and Impact losing that gold lead quite a bit now. Was up a good 500-600 gold. Now it is cut down about in half thanks to a great arrow there from FBI, allowing Photon to be able to pick up the kill after he had flashed away. Photon, of course, did force the Dominus as well as the flash himself in the 1v1, so deserving of a lot of credit for that himself. But, you know, keeping things close up in that top side, and that 1.7k gold lead is now just 700.
And now Dignitas look for another play into the bottom lane here. Rahel, the target, flashes over the Encore and is fine. No arrow to set that one up this time around, but that is both summoners used from Rahel, actually, as well as heal from Buhi.
Yeah, he cleansed there, too, so maybe was kind of anticipating that he was going to get hit, or maybe he was just cleansing a slow, but that is the cleanse as well as the flash, as well as the heal, as you're calling out, all used there, and that was no summoners expended from the Dignitas bot lane, so Sentinel still out to a decent early game lead, looking for Palafox.
As now Hambach in the mid lane, doesn't have the damage behind him, but will throw out the Impale. He's stunned up, but just trying to keep Palafox in place for Darkwings to arrive. Palafox trying to sidestep, cannot do so. Hambach with the kill credit. Sentinels make a play mid.
Really nicely done there by Hambach. You know, it looked like your teammates are too far away, aren't they? But he delayed him for so long.
A lot of CC.
And knowing that Palafox and XU both spent their flashes to kill off Darkwings in that earlier play, he knew he was not going to have that flash up. So Really good buffer on the Impale as well. You know, as the tippers came down, he got stunned, but the Impale was already casting. So he was able to actually land the Impale while stunned because that goes through the CC and then just pulls it back. That buys time for Hui and Darkwings to arrive, and it's another good play by Hanbok Skarner.
And afterwards, you go straight to the Dragon. That's the first one picked up here. There was one grub taken by XU in the top lane, but Impact was wise to walk in and bully him off of that. So Sentinels also getting a neutral objective after the kill, and they still have about a 2,000 gold lead for themselves overall, with a lot of that being on mid and jungle.
So the question is, can these points of power for Dignitas, you know, get something done? Cyclo Sword done here now for Nefiri, so you are going to be pretty strong up on that that jungle position here for Dignitas, but Impact.
Photon fancies himself. 1v1, not quite able to land a second use of Call of the Forge God. Impact's able to slice and dice away.
It was not where he called him. Showed up somewhere else.
Yeah, that was a page of the Forge God. Right there. Gotta guess where you are. Photon just jumps away. Impact does pop the Dominus, but Photon gets out of there. So I guess both of them using ultimate. Neither one getting a kill. It's an even trade.
Yep.
Yep.
And Photon, as well as Impact, both just going to be going back to base. FBI here with a nearly 700 gold lead, doing well for himself. Should have his first item completion. Looking like he's probably just going towards Kraken. And we'll see what he can get done. You know, is going to be in a pretty good spot here. Ignar, you're expecting to have his first item completed very soon as well. It's going to be a while for Palafox, you know, still quite a bit down. But this is definitely a winnable game for Dig if they can get some good picks, you know.
Yeah.
Photon is going to be a problem eventually. Like, this guy is going to get really, really tanky, and there's not great front-to-back team fighting from Sentinels. It's more about their picks, and I feel like there's good counter-engage, there's good disengage from Dignitas, and I feel like their front-to-back is better.
And we already highlighted the fact that with this poke Varus, you're not going to be providing that much more damage, so you got to get damage onto FBI, onto XU, and onto Ignar. Hanbok not fully engaged on. The arrow goes out, but Dignitas not going to follow up. It's a very tanky Skarner if you're going to try and all in onto him.
It was a really good sidestep. He just barely is able to sidestep that arrow, so it kind of just wiggles to the side, dodges the arrow, and denies that follow-up that you are talking about. And we are just looking towards this next dragon here. The first dragon was pretty late. Remember, last game we had Soul at 23 minutes, and it's 15 in, we only have one.
Byron Displayer lands on a Photon. Rahel now the focus in the mid lane, though. 2 plays as Dignitas get mid, Sentinels get bottom lane. It's going to be an 80 carry for top lane trade, but Dignitas might find more. Impact also in the mid lane, pops the Dominus, but with 3 members of Dig on top of him, he's in trouble. Teleport coming in to back him up. Hui on the flank. Impact is still alive, and Darkwings turns the play for a kill. Impact just holds the line for so long. They're even going to get Ignar. Hanbok with a kill credit there on a Rampage. Sentinels make the play bot and back up to play mid.
That was huge from Impact, just getting in the middle of everyone. Got such a massive heal from the Koldameek there on 3 members of Dig. He was just shredding them with the Dominus with all his AoE damage. Bought enough time for the rest of the Sentinels members to arrive. And this took what was looking like, hey, Dignitas are actually getting into a better and better spot and really flipped it back the way of Sentinels. So here's the dive. He was able to survive the 1v2, could not survive the 1v3 with everyone piling in, but then Impact had TP, he arrives, he's the big TP shield, he has Dominus, he says, all right, let's just fight. Bard is coming, Skarner is coming, Hui is coming, I just need to buy time. He gets low, but then the flash in, force the cleanse, and look at that Call to Meek. 633 on the heel, is able to knock down FBI. Hanbok and Hui arrive, and that is great stuff from Impact on the Renekton. Those are the kind of plays that keep pros picking Renekton for 10 years.
Yep. You're not a tank technically, but you survive for quite a while. We're going to look at the replay of the dive bot lane. Nice Bard use of Tempered Fate onto the turret.
Yeah,
I go.
Sorry, I think if I hit him, maybe he'll die.
All right, we got to hear Dignitas. At least they're still laughing. This is the last match of the Spring Split for them, regardless of win or loss. So at least nice to see that that was a moment of brevity.
Yeah, you got to try to keep it as positive as you can in these situations. You know, they're still in the game. FBI is still up 700 gold, but he is going to have a target painted on his back as this strong player here. And Hanbok gets a couple more kills. He now has 2 fully completed items, way ahead of the curve. And you can see Darkwings working in towards his second item. The Protobelt is done there for Palafox, so you will have the ability to, to try to find some sort of engage, to try to find that setup, and that's really what they're going to be depending upon Palafox for. You rocket belt in, you try to get a big combo, CC a bunch of people up, and then just utilize the Call the Forge God, the Encore, all of that to try to CC these members and get a quick kill. Because if you can do that, then the gold lead does not mean nearly as much.
Yeah.
And there's not a lot of pressure on Dig yet either. Like, they have really good scaling on their team, and there's only one dragon that's been taken, and we're 18 minutes in.
Ooh, Sentinels actually making the play here into the bot lane. Photon has to flash away as he was the focus. That's Tempered Fate used, but nice buffer as the Herald dropped, and there was an outer turret. It was dropped between bottom outer and tier 2, and I didn't even realize there's still a turret there. Now Photon will throw Call of the Forge God. Feared away, though. Not able to land it there. Actually, it was the Herald that got him up there. Stun now into XU at his own Wolf Camp. Sentinels, yeah, they just can't do any wrong. I mean, they're getting engaged on bot side, then they turn it back and get a pick in the jungle.
Yeah, really nicely timed Fear there coming out from Dark Wings, denying the redirect of that Call of the Forge God from Photon.
Palafox now looking for that engagement. Rahel instant cleanse and gets out of there. Actually, Mikhail's instant from Huhi.
Even more impressive that that is not his own cleanse. That is the perfectly timed Mikhail's from Huhi. And Rahel doesn't even flash. He just sidesteps the Encore, goes through the magical journey, gets out of there, and it makes it look easy as well, getting multiple big cooldowns out from Dig, the Encore, the Tibbers, the flash off of Palafox. So really well played there by Huhi and Rahel. 4.5K is the gold lead now as they do finally take that second dragon. So it will be a later soul, but they are making their way there. And still looking to be in a very good spot.
Hard commit onto Palafox. That's Magical Journey from Huhi. They're teleporting up Impact. Palafox trying to get back to his tier 2 turret, but the Cosmic Binding lands and the chain CC continues. Palafox tries to rocket belt away, and Impact with one slice, one dice will take him down.
Yeah, going to be able to get that kill, and Hambach was playing guard duty here, just kind of standing in between the rest of the Dignitas members.
Now FBI in the mid lane. There's the cleanse from Rahel, but the Tempered Fate lands onto 3. Sentinels defending as the Impale onto the carries. FBI's down. Ignar trying to escape. XU jumping away from the team as Huhi flash stuns him in the wall. Dignitas can't go anywhere. Sentinels are ready for them everywhere they go.
All right, Huhi is actually playing crazy this game. The Tempered Fate there to deny the Flash Hound's Pursuit coming in from XU, immuning a lot of that damage that was thrown over onto Rahel after he had to cleanse out from the Crystal Arrow. That was beautifully done. So Huhi has been everywhere this game, roaming nonstop. He makes a big play there with that, makes a big play earlier with the Mikhails. He is just on fire, it feels like, in this one. And they're on that 20-minute Baron, and this time feels like Dignitas will not be able to respond to it at all, unlike last game.
GoldenEye Bard rocking the 008 score line right now. Baron picked up for Sentinels. 7.4K gold lead. Dignitas were in this game for a while, to their credit. It feels like we've passed that time. Zale, from this point forward, it's looking all Sentinels.
Yeah, I mean, it was feeling like it was going to be a bit more of a competitive game before that Impact play, and now there's been a few more plays in a row that have really gone their way. And these are the playoff stakes. If Sentinels win, they will lock top 4 if FlyQuest loses to Lyon.
Yes.
Right? So I think a lot of people would predict that FlyQuest would lose to Lyon. Based on scrims, though, a lot of these players will tell you that FlyQuest is in the mix with the other top couple teams.
It wouldn't be a massive upset, but it still would be an upset if FlyQuest is able to topple them.
Based on stage games, I think so for sure. You know, Inspired, you know, he was saying, though, that he felt like FlyQuest is the most annoying team to play against because they play so aggressive. So you never know what's going to happen in that one. And, of course, that is a very important game for FlyQuest, who's trying to get top 4 as well. But Sentinels going to be depending upon Lyon here to get their series win.
But they're putting themselves in a good spot for it, because step 1 was win this series, and they are doing that with flying colors right now. As Game 1 was a Giga Stomp. Game 2, big surge to life now. It's Call the Forge got from Dignitas. Photon lands this time only on the Hambach. That's the tank. That's the front line. Not the one that you want to be hitting there. As the battle lines are drawn, we're just poking the Skarner, poking the Ornn. Impact now goes in, gets the stun, and baits out the Tibbers while dashing away. So Dignitas no longer have the big bear as Hambach gets in, pulls back the carry yet again. FBI goes down, and Hambach goes godlike. Sentinels hitting the middle inhibitor turret as they have a 5v4 push with the Baron buff. Dignitas have to regroup under their Nexus.
Yeah, Dignitas is just pulling back to try to heal up. I don't think Sentinels can end it right now, but they are going to be able to get this mid lane inhibitor. You can see pings onto the bot lane tier 2 as well. The gold lead now nearly 10,000.
Yep.
Sentinels just crushing it here once again against Dignitas, and looking like they are in good form as they are going to be heading into playoffs. You know, whether or not they do get top 4, they will be a part of playoffs. So they are looking like they are ready to go.
And everyone needs to be ready for Hambach Skarner. This is about to be 5-0,
this thing, man.
7-0-1 on this champion in this game. Like, this guy, this is his bread and butter at this point.
Yeah, I really think it is one of these champions that he is deserving of the respect. You got to ban it.
Oh, actually, right now, Sentinel is trying to get into Dignitas' jungle. Darkwing's hit with the Tempered Fate from Huhi, and now he's going to get knocked up. No, he flashes a wall. Able to get away from Dignitas' re-engage as Rahel throws out the Chain of Corruption onto Photon. Again, the front line. Dignitas fighting for control of their own jungle as Sentinels making them work for it. XU push away from the rest of the team on the top, while Dignitas grouping around their Ornn on the bottom lane. No one's going to go down yet, but Hambach's walking in. Now Call the Forge God used. Only lands again onto Hambach, but look at XU! Gets out the Darkwings on the flank! They lost track of the Nefiri, but Darkwings does get away through the magical journey. XU survives as well. Nobody dead yet as Rahel flashes and cleanses to get back to the rest of his team.
I mean, you could see how Dignitas can win this game, right? Like, their compositionally, this is why I favor their comp. Chains of Corruptions hits onto the Ornn, and you don't even see his health move when the piercing arrow comes through. XU trying to steal away this camp, heal up a little bit, but as long as you're putting some pressure on the Darkwings, Photon is very hard for this team to kill.
Photon CPing back in. Darkwings does not have TP, so Sentinels will not have their mid laner here for the Dragon contest. Ishtal Impact is delayed here. Hambach is trying to get onto XU, but Photon locked him in place. Hambach's gonna go down. Dignitas just killed Sentinel's jungler in the Dragon Pit as Impact got the TP flank. Tempered Fate lands onto one member. That's the Annie. Flash away from Palafox, gets back to safety of Dignitas. It's a 5v4 for Dig. No jungler on the enemy team. Can they hold the line? Flash from Hui lands a double stun. Follow-up damage from Darkwings as XU looks to get onto the Hui, but massive damage comes back. Dignitas limp away with slivers of health bars. Sentinels winning the 4v5 push off Dig, and they're going to continue the chase. Magical Journey from Hui. XU slowed down from the Bard autos. Rahel can't quite get in range for the damage. But I think message is sent. Sentinels will not back down, even in a 4v5.
Yeah, that was really nicely done. They knew that they were missing so many of their big cooldowns. You know, no Encore, no Call of the Forge God at that time. So they just went in for it.
We try, we try. We try.
We try. That's really all that you can want from them at this point in time. Down 8,500 gold. They get one kill onto Hambach. You feel it, the pressure. They want to make more happen. Let's take another look at how they at least got the one.
Yeah, so this is kind of that back to that earlier play as XU, you know, was trying to heal up off these camps to maybe steal away this dragon, but Hui spots him, and they say, you know what, we can actually just take this fight. But Hambach is pinned in the pit. Ishtal's impact gets interrupted. He has no flash. They focus him down, but then it's all about Impact here, pulling back, and again, Hui sitting up with the Tempered Fate, and then this next binding from Hui was so beautiful. He realized, you know what, they're low on health, they're low on cooldowns, I'm gonna force this. So Magical Journey's in, flashes forward, binds up to, creating a lot of space there, and then as XU looks for the re-engage, Darkwings instantly fears him, starts to land so much AoE.
Back to live though, Sentinels are continuing the push in the mid lane here. No more Baron-empowered minions, but they still have the super minions from taking down that inhibitor earlier. Dignitas have 5 to defend, while Impact is in top lane. Gonna have to start doing some work onto this tier 2 in the top lane with 1 plate remaining.
I mean, the gold differences just look so funny. FBI is actually still up gold, about 500. And then the next smallest deficit for his team is 1.2k, and that's support. The entire top side of the map is so far behind. Like, that is crazy.
Ooh, all right. Whoa, what is this? Chances are low. LCS record with gold diff at 20 of 7,000.
5 and 311.
That is an insane stat.
That is a crazy stat.
So if you have a negative 7.7k gold differential at 20 minutes, you've only won 5 out of 316.
You know what, Leo? With this stat, you moved into my top 9 stats guys, currently employed by the LCS.
Shout out to LCS stats guy Leo for making Azael's top 9. That is a big move. He's moving up the rankings right there. Called the Forge God from Photon, lands onto Rahel, but nobody's in range to follow up, so Dignitas used their big engage tool. Now it's Sentinel's turn. They peel off from the Baron, head back towards the mid lane. Dignitas are pretty much out of their engage range, though, as now we're just jockeying for mid lane control. The arrow goes wide. Sentinels didn't even have to sidestep that one. So Dignitas don't have the arrow, don't have the Forge God. It really comes down to Palafox on the Annie to make anything happen here. They got to walk into a completely blind jungle. No wards for Dignitas down, as they at least will get some down in the line brush.
They do have 4 ornaments, so, you know, hey, that's something.
True.
If they can actually keep this game delay, they do outscale. I really believe that. And I mean, FBI is relevant, but of course they are massively behind. One bad fight, the game will just end.
Yeah.
So you don't get, you know, extra chances here, but we'll see if they can make something happen.
Maybe 5 out of 316. But they're saying there's a chance. Okay, Azale?
They could be number 6.
It could be number 6. XU heavily chunked as Impact was waiting in the brush by the Baron. XU at about 200 health can just not approach the Baron to contest now. Photon's trying to buy space for the rest of the team, but now he's the focus as he's half health himself. Darkwings is pumping damage onto this Ornn. He is not invincible. Call the Forge God will be pulled. Knock up onto the mid laner, and they got him. Darkwings just gets eviscerated by Photon. XU's trying to get into the pit, not in time. Will die for the attempt. Baron secured, as now Photon yet again moving forward without the team behind him. They're getting blocked by Impact, but now the arrow goes out on a Hambach. He gets the impale in time. Pulls back Photon to Palafox, but there's no damage behind him. Dignitas forced the flash out of Hambach. Retreat from Sentinels. They got the Baron, but Dignitas might take down Hui. That's a shutdown for FBI. Hambach with the Ishil's Impact does get over the next wall. Impact teleported in. He's in a 1v4 right now. Full health bar plus teleport shield. Dignitas pretty low. Hambach stuck around. He's looking for Ignar, blocking off the Seraphine. But Seraphine gets to the team. Rahel now rejoins. The arrows are landing. FBI, he's gonna die. Impact slays the carry as Rahel goes on a killing spree as well. Dignitas tried their best, but Sentinels will get the Baron, and in the prolonged team fight, take down 4 members of Dignitas.
It was a valiant effort. You know what? You're down 10K, you're down 3 dragons. And had XU stolen that Baron, had he gotten there a little bit earlier, maybe been able to get a bit more done in that fight, because as he re-engaged with the Hound's Pursuit, he just insta-died. He didn't even get his W off, you know, wasn't able to really be a part of that. But Dig, you know, showing the strength of their comp, almost are able to take down so many members, but a lot of those blinking health bars from Sentinels made the difference. They get out, they're able to come back, re-engage, and eventually knock down a lot of those members. And now looking for this bot lane inhib. Palafox and FBI are back now. Still 20 until Photon is up, and it's going to be all about the soul. Can you prevent that and try to keep prolonging this game?
Sentinels with the Baron push have 2 cannons hitting this bottom lane, as they'll take the middle inhibitor as well. Supers will start spawning in the next wave rotation here. Sentinels still have cannons for 2 more waves. How much can they get done with these? One inhibitor, or one Nexus turret rather, looks like it's about to go down, and there it is. So 1 Nexus turret remains. Dignitas still have 5. Call the Forge Gods available, Tibbers available, Arrow available. They have the tools. They just gotta find the right target.
Yeah, we'll see if they're going to be able to find that target. It is difficult. Cleanse, Mikhail's, lots of tools available.
Coming in. Flash from Rahel to avoid the Tibbers as Root lands on the Palafox. XU's able to get onto Rahel. The Varus is in trouble. The Varus is down. Shut down from XU as Impact's in a 1v3 takes out an FBI. The carries both fall, but Impact gets a little more with the double kill. Support goes down. 2 for 2 right now, but Darkwings was untouched. Hui gets the kill on the Palafox. Sentinels with the mid laner leading the charge have more than enough damage to close out this game. Massive wave with supers. The second Nexus turret falls. Dignitas with XU and Photon trying desperately to take this fight, but XU stunned up by Hui, pushed by Hambach. That's the jungler out of there. That's Dignitas' split done. Sentinels with a 2-0 will continue into playoffs.
Nicely done. Sentinels get it done here with the 2-0. Impact with a solo kill on FBI in the middle of a 10-man team fight to close that one out is kind of crazy. Player of the game, I feel like it's got to be between Hambach and Hui. Both of them played incredible. Both of them made a lot of really good plays.
Who ganks mid more, Hambach or Hui?
Probably Hui. I feel like I'm leaning Hui. Lounge, what do you think?
Yeah, I like that
It is
sentiment.
between Hambach and Huhi
Yeah,
here.
great minds think alike.
Yeah.
I went Huhi.
I would not be opposed to either of them winning. I went Hambach personally.
And Huhi's going here.
And now I have to look Jay in the eye.
I'm gonna tell him. If you don't tell him immediately, I'm gonna
Hey,
rat you out.
I voted him for first game.
Do
You
we
voted
let
Dark
Huhi
Wings.
vote? Do we let Huhi swing the vote?
The answer should be no.
Yeah.
Well, actually, he's not gonna
the
say
answer
himself.
should be no.
He's not
The
gonna.
answer
He's
should.
never gonna say himself.
Yeah.
I think the last time he won it for an insane bar game, the last time we had him on, and he did not say
It's gonna be a test of whether or not he's humble.
He always
He usually is humble.
Yeah, we'll see right now.
Everybody else.
He's been changing. He's got an edge to him now.
Keep our voices down. He's going to hear us.
All right. Hey! Oh, we weren't just talking about you.
Okay. We're having a heated debate. Player of the game for game 2.
Who do you think it should be?
Huhi's Bard or Hambach Skarner?
Hambach Skarner.
I told you.
All right, God
we also
damn it.
said you
So
never.
we
I thought you had an edge.
said, we said you'd be humble. Raz said no, he's changed.
No. I wouldn't say myself.
Damn.
Yeah.
One day you will. One day. Well, guess what? We're gonna have to force you on that one because I think we'll see what the vote.
Yeah,
I think the
we'll
vote's
see
gonna go in
who
your
won
direction.
it.
Anyway,
It was split.
2-match winning streak. Huhi, Lux, Bard here as well. But then last week you guys secured playoffs. It was touch and go for a while. How much better are you feeling now that you've won 2 in a row?
I mean, honestly, we were kind of nervous, to be honest. You know, like, even though I felt like we weren't the score that we should be.
Yeah.
Like we were aware that like if we lose one game, we're kind of out of the playoff. And even though like at EWC qualifier we had like a great showing.
Yeah.
It was a little nerve-wracking, but I'm glad that the team pulled through, and I feel like we're kind of getting still used to the stage nerve a little bit. But
damn.
Close.
Yeah.
Hambach ended up winning it out.
Yeah, I'm just glad that we can make it and have a good momentum going into playoff.
What do you think was the big difference, the big change that you guys made?
I don't think we there wasn't that much big difference. I think I just like how our vibe is like really positive. You know, sometimes when we lose games, like we do have like heated moments of like arguments, but I think in the end we always pull through. We always talk to each other so casually, and like is so. I feel like everyone is just so positive on this team, so it's just really easy to work with everyone.
Yeah, I was gonna say you'd mentioned previously how you said it kind of in an interview. You said it kind of had to be nerves because you couldn't think of any other solution.
Yeah.
So what have you seen from the team recently? Because obviously you won last week. You came up today and like absolutely stomped 2-0. So do you feel like anything has shifted in a more positive direction there too?
I mean, I'm sure like as the more games we play on stage, like those things naturally get better. But also I do think playing on the what is that arena called?
Howling Abyss.
Yeah, Howling Abyss. I think does help us a little bit. So I think going into playoff and like playing on the big stage and like we're also going to play at EWC. I feel like all of these tournaments will just make us better. Like having those experience.
I know you're saying that you can't like put your finger on it, but this is Impact's champion pool. I will say before you had the winning streak, he had not played Ornn, Cassante, or Scion.
Yeah.
I feel like these are very good Impact picks. Also, when you beat FlyQuest, you played the Shen, also another great Impact pick.
He just destroyed on Renekton.
I feel like another great Impact pick.
That's like a classic Impact
He's got his favorites, I think.
Yeah, I mean
that help him.
For sure, I think we're just everyone is aware that like he's an amazing tank player.
Yeah.
And, like in the beginning, like everyone is trying out picks. Like we're just kind of like testing a little bit. And I think he can definitely pull off those carry champions too. So like I think it was good that like we put those games in the beginning of the split, and now we're going into playoff, and now we can kind of play both. So
I was actually going to follow up with that one because I feel like these last 2 games feel very, very straightforward compositions. Compositions that are very much like to the textbook, to the T of it. Like, have you guys been drilling in the fundamentals of the game? Has that been a focus for you guys?
I mean, I think for sure we do talk about a lot of like how to communicate in game and how to like have one singular plan. Whether like that plan is good or not, we're not gonna discuss it. Like as long as we do it as a team, it's gonna be better than like doing like several good plans. So going into playoff, that's why I think we try to have like a simpler like game plan, and also like those champion picks, we gotta lock it in to make it to playoff. So Impact pulled those really strong champions.
Okay, we're gonna have Fly versus Lyon up next. So if FlyQuest loses, you guys get a first-round bye. If they win, you guys are 5th. How close are you gonna be watching FlyQuest Lyon?
I mean, I'm just rooting for Lyon. Like to be honest, do they have to go 2-0, right? Like Oh,
because you guys own the head-to-head over FlyQuest. So if FlyQuest loses 2-1 or 2-0, you'll beat them.
Okay, so I mean that'll be amazing to have 2 lives. We're just like that first place. So Lyon, go.
All right. Thank you very much, Yuki. Congratulations again on the match win, and we'll see you in playoffs. Next up, Fly versus Lyon to see if FlyQuest or Sentinels is top 4. See you soon.
Body was built to move. Not trapped at a desk in one singular posture for 12 hours a day. It's time your chair evolved. This is Secret Lab Titan Evo. Ergonomically engineered for you, gamers, hybrid workers, artists, backing your every move.
Hello? Whoa. Mama Gorgon 85 lives here?
Yep, that's my mom.
The absolute legend who went from gaming on her phone to ruthless online streaming slayer with no mercy for any living thing is your mom?
Hey guys. Apples with peanut butter?
How is this possible?
With AT&T Wireless and Home Internet.
Hey, text me if you need anything.
Level up your connection with AT&T Wireless and Home Internet, now available across the nation.
No, she's so nice in real life.
Not much longer now, and I will also take to the skies.
Me too.
You? No, you will always be a worm.
Just wait and see.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome back to the LCS. It is our final series of the regular season here, Lyon versus Fly. And this one has some pretty big implications.
It does.
For Sentinels and for Fly, you are battling for an upper bracket spot. You're trying to get top 4.
It's really crazy, too, because Lyon, no matter what they do, are second.
Yes.
Right? FlyQuest has to win. But Lyon still wants to prepare for playoffs because they're running this 6-man roster.
Yeah.
And last week, Dokla won game 1. They put in Castle for game 2, lost, put in Dokla game 3. They need more games with Castle, so they're starting Castle in this series.
It makes sense because if you don't play him in the regular season, when are you going to feel comfortable playing them in the playoffs or imagining how you'll be able to utilize them, right? So I think it makes a lot of sense from that perspective.
Well, I'm just really curious, is there going to be like an actual defined style that each player plays, right? Is it going to be like, okay, you're Mr. Tank Stokla and Castle, you're the carry guy, or is it just going to be kind of somewhat arbitrary and based more on individual performance on the day?
I don't know, but we've heard from Rigby at least.
Yeah.
And Rigby was saying that he still needs to learn. The team still needs to kind of learn what his champion preferences are.
Yeah.
Because they can be in stage or on draft in a high pressure situation and not really know how that communication works. And even last week, Inspired on Pro said, well, it's funny, we put him in and then he played a matchup he's not familiar with. He played the Rise and Rumble, didn't look good, but they know what Dokla's cheese picks or pocket picks are and they're more comfortable drafting with him for now.
That is literally the biggest problem with 6-man rosters. And then when you go into the draft, you're like, ooh. It's like the thing that CFO had, where it's like, rest is for the carries. But damn, now he's in the game and Orin is the perfect pick here. Get in there with the Orin
that
pick.
one was Driver just looked better on everything.
Yeah, he looked better on everything.
And that's the other thing is, if one of these players starts to really shine, does the other just lose their spot?
Yeah. And I'm calling it for an upset for FlyQuest because I think this indecision from Lyon and the fact that Fly just needs it more.
Yes.
Fly needs it more. Lyon should be treating this like practice if they're a self-interested team. I don't think they're going to throw or anything, but I do think they're good. I'm expecting to see some fun picks from Lyon for sure.
Especially when the games don't matter.
To prepare for playoffs that they're not as practiced with. I mean, we just had Huhi on here saying that they're playing stuff at the beginning of the season that they're not that good at to get the practice on. So that's why I'm going, like, FlyQuest needs it, so I think they're going to take it.
It's a really good take. And they were so close to taking that C9 series. They were so close. So it could be here. I want to hear from the casters. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Lounge, and welcome everybody to the final best of 3 in the regular season here for Spring Split 2026 in the LCS. This is
where did the time go?
Yeah, this is going to be a battle, and honestly, I love the fact this is one of the rare opportunities where all the analysts have a different prediction for how it's going to go.
Let's go.
Good job, analysts.
We so rarely disagree. On predictions.
I mean, it's going to be super exciting, especially with all the stories that we've been following. You know, we've had the mic?
Kobe? Kobe's mic seems to not be working right now. Emily, what is your opinion while we fix Kobe's mic?
I think this is, spoilers, my match of the week, which is now become
Emily's
a
match of the week!
Because
Bang,
I claimed a match for myself 2 weeks ago. But it's because of when the last time these two teams faced, it was a pretty lopsided playoff series, one could say.
One could say, perhaps.
A lot of it had to do with this jungle matchup. We know that Griffin has a great amount of respect for Inspired, and Inspired has a great amount of respect for Griffin, too. Like, he was like, you know what? Griffin does the right thing. The execution might be a little off.
He does the right thing wrong.
And I may have read you like a book, but so yeah, I'm really curious to see how these two go up head to head now, because I feel like Griffin has learned a lot from facing Inspired and Blabber, and we've already seen it in his game.
He'll definitely be looking forward to this one. I'm watching Isles, though. You see that? Like, we need Isles to wake up. He definitely looked a little bit asleep still. It's past 2 p.m., so hopefully he's a wide awake.
Past 2 p.m. Wait, is that morning?
Yeah,
is that
gamer hours? Gamer hours.
Are you talking about gamer hours right now?
It's well past 2 p.m., so he should be awake.
Okay, all right. Fair enough.
It's like it's well past 2 p.m., so he might just be waking up still.
Let's go ahead and clock where we are in the draft, as Karma, Jarvan, and Caitlyn have been banned out by Lyon. FlyQuest banning out the Varus, Xinjiao, and Pantheon. It's Nocturne and Lucian drafted by Lyon, while FlyQuest have brought themselves the Orianna, which is almost always banned, and Senna and Nautilus here for the bot lane.
Orianna, when you're giving it up, though, you know you want to attack a low mobility carry in the side lanes, and they already have the Nocturne, so maybe they go with the Saint Akali or something like that to put the extra pressure on Orianna. Of course, the Jarvan, was banned out. That's a super common one into it as well, but definitely like this look already with their early Nocturne.
Man, I'm not going to lie. I hate it for Lucian. the fact that he's one of the only characters in the game that canonically has a wife, and the only people he will lane with is a kid, a fish, and like some mustached guy from the snow.
And now he's going up against it.
Yeah, and now
right?
he has to divorce his own wife in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and I expect we'll be seeing, we've talked a lot about how new Static Shiv works super, super well with Senna once she's able to lock that in. Speaking of, we do see the Akali already taken off the table because it was previously such a playmaker for Saint. I do want to call out, though, the first game of that playoff series between Lyon and Fly, Inspired was on the Nocturne against Griffin's Jungle Gwen and had a really, really strong performance. This is a pick that Inspired is so comfortable on. He has such side lane control with it. So we'll see what else they want to lock in for their solo laners.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely expecting them to pick up, you know, Saint to have something to be able to attack the Orianna and then save their full counter pick for Castle. You know, they talked about, Inspired even talked about after last week about how, yeah, they had practiced the Rise flex pick, counter pick, but it was actually meant for Dokla and not Castle. So it was like, I actually don't think Castle has actually played much of this matchup at all. So hopefully this time around, they get him a counter pick on, you know, something that he has.
One of his chance.
Yeah, put practice on, and you know, they can utilize that fifth pick for top side effectively, but. Should be something here for Saint to put pressure. There we go. He had an amazing Sylas game last week and picks it up again. The Sylas and Nocturne, we have a highlight clip of them on those champions, so they're going to run it back.
So normally, when you pick Sylas, you have a high-value ulti to steal. You're thinking like Alistar, you're thinking Gnar. I'm looking at Nautilus, Senna, and Orianna. Do any of these feel like they're at that same level of value, or is it more preemptive?
I think it's more preemptive, but you still can, I mean, grab now public execution, but also there's obviously Shockwave to kind of do like, we talk about how well Nocturne Orianna go together. You can still pull off that combination, having stolen the Orianna ultimate, right? Yeah, exactly. So there's a little cheat there. So yeah, I mean, I just think it's also something that Saint had such an incredible game on last time. He was so good on that Sylas in tandem with the Nocturne.
Yeah, I mean, Nautilus ult looks really good to me right here for him. See if he can grab the Nautilus ult for the point click CC and the engage. So rounding it out for FlyQuest with a couple of extra carries here, extra carry power locked in at the end.
Okay.
Gakkos, we have run probably 7 times the success rate of Gakkos on carries versus on tanks.
Yeah.
And so this is a good look for FlyQuest to have him on a carry, and they're just going to do the Scion into it here for Castle. So not a super exciting 5th pick, but it is very, very useful. You know, you often always get the utility and the front line here out of Scion and just kind of weather the storm of Jace early lane phase.
But the pressure is on for Cryogen because he is really the only engage on the side of FlyQuest. This is one of the things, I brought it up yesterday, I'm going to bring it up again now. When a lower ranked team fights a higher ranked team and does not draft engage, I am mad. I'm pissed. Because you have to pick fights. And they have so limited tools to do that.
I wish the people could see you just because you're so emphatically being like, I hate when LCS teams do this, right?
I'm mad, Emily.
And then the challenge is, okay, we talk about how powerful these kind of poke compositions can be. You can play with Fog super, super well if you're set up well around objectives with Vision. They are a little bit, in my opinion, more difficult to play, though, for the reasons you've already said about lacking engage.
So, well, even though they have, you know, made it a little bit easier to dodge Ambessa Ultimate, it's still really good, and you can definitely deliver these shockwaves. So I think they do have quite a lot of options here on FlyQuest, and a lot of utility as well.
Well, yesterday, we saw the battle at the top of the table between Cloud9 and Team Liquid. And Team Liquid was ahead 7,000 gold before 20 minutes, and they lost because they had no God-blessed engage. So, what I'm looking at right now.
They have Nautilus and Ambesson and Oriana Shockwave. You know, they got some. We're giving you a massage flowers. Here we go.
Oh, God. All right, here we go. My match of the week.
This is
I've
Emily
claimed
Rand's match of the week.
And
Bang,
I've
bang,
cast,
bang,
this is
bang,
the first
bang.
time I've ever casted my own match of the week.
Well, guess what, Emily? You're the star of the show now. Let's see what we got going on. As down here in bottom lane, immediately we are scrapping at level 1.
And that's what we expect here. You know, the fight for priority over the brush on the bottom side. Lucian and Melio getting control here. Quite nice. This Senna and Nautilus, if you can put some extra pressure here, keep the Senna stacks fairly low. Both junglers are pathing down towards the bottom side. So Nautilus lane is looking to try and get some hooks and some plays in here to soften them up. Maybe they can get some extra visitation from the jungle pressure, but early wards here on Raptor camps as well. We'll be able to see these clears, and of course, Nocturne is looking to remain very efficient in keeping those jungle camps on cooldown.
Yeah, and I mean, last time, one of the big things that kind of tipped a lot of these matchups in Inspired favor was how well they were able to track Griffin in his early jungle pathing. So I really love that ward going down at Raptors. Is going to spot Inspired right now. This is interesting.
Yeah.
This is a great graphic.
Yeah, this is Inspired talking about how Griffin has a good idea for the game, but not quite the right execution. It's the Inspirazard versus the Griffamelion. He needs to evolve a little bit more. He needs some levels to get to the point where he can equal his opponent, and so far Inspired has just been better. He just has really good game knowledge. He knows what he wants to do in the 1v1 matchup when he's stronger than his opponent and how he wants to fight. I respect him. That's Inspired talking about Griffin in this head-to-head.
Yeah, I liked how Inspired was very complimentary of Griffin even after blasting him.
Yeah.
Right, Emily?
I think this was immediately
Even after just pulling the trigger and going bang, bang?
Yes. And now we'll see what Inspired wants to do here is he's on that bot side scuttle, and Griffin is kind of looking mid. Steve did have to blow his flash.
Hold on. Cryogen down to below. Holy moly, it's first blood over to Berserker. Lions 2v2 roars to life. They don't even care about the Scuttle Crab, Kobe. Bottom lane's the name of the game.
And a lot of the discussion this split around bottom lane in the LCS has been that Berserker and Isles have emerged as the top dogs, as the best bottom lane in the LCS. Them getting the early 2v2 kill here and getting like the real flash off Nautilus. Of course, he does have X Flash for offensive plays, but definitely not useful there for defensive ones. So getting the kill, getting the extra summoner spell, and Isles and Berserker didn't have to use their flashes or much extra there at all. So just really nicely played to earn their own advantages. And it's so nice too when we're talking about the Nocturne and keeping your farm up when you don't even have to go to the lane to go ahead and get the advantage down there for them. They do it themselves. So Inspire could just go into his second clear here and keep pace nicely.
Yeah, and we'll look to see where he wants to visit on the map, as he might be looking at mid. He's going to get spotted out by that ward. But this is so good for this Lucian Melio to really, really punish. I mean, CSing early Ascena still feels pretty rough.
Down here on the bottom side, Berserker taking a little bit of damage, but ready to press forward. He and Isles confident here in the 2v2.
Yeah, even with the Deathfire touch, Senna's still not super strong, super early on in the game.
Oh no!
Let's take a look at what went wrong here. But you know, the opening.
What was that, Emily?
You never heard that noise? It's like a cartoon sad noise.
No, I get you. We've just never had it on the cast before.
Wait, where have I even heard that? Because it's just like so. Yeah, it's just so like internalized.
Yeah.
Well, the pause turns the screen the Lion colors here.
Well,
to go with
go along
with their first blood.
It's just more Lion
propaganda.
Yeah.
But they're off to a really good start. Of course, you know, in the mid lane is one area maybe because they did burn Saint's Flash in the 1v1 quad. You know, that was something that you know, was kind of highlighted there. He was able to burn Saint's Flash 1v1, so maybe you can try and punish there, but it's still going to be hard. It would have to be a point where Griffin like gets level 6 on Ambessa, and they can use Shockwave and Ambessa ultimate maybe to try and punish. Is a melee carry in there in the mid lane, so maybe some options from FlyQuest still possible.
Okay, so apparently the pause quad had to adjust some setting in the game, and so we're back to live now. The setting is taken care of. I am very glad it's not a big remake or something like that. I love when it's just a slight tweak, and now we're back into the game. And again, it's a very close game state despite Lyon having the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, the solo lanes doing great for themselves. You know, of course, jungle, they're both just full clearing and farming, but the solo lanes doing very well early on here for FlyQuest, so they're kind of balancing out the bot side kill that Berserker was able to get and have the early pressure. I mean, the Jace definitely getting the work done here. Gakkos on his Jace with the early pressure, getting the CS lead and getting the turret plate fairly early too.
Yeah, and that's where, I mean, FlyQuest can look. I'm definitely curious to see both when the junglers take over to 6, where they're going to be using those ultimates. First, in particular, the Nocturne, as we see them both appearing on the bot side.
Exactly, both junglers hovering this bottom lane.
Because the bot side crab is the level 6 crab right by Dragon. This is the thing at the beginning of the year that Griffin and Blabber and Inspired and everybody's just sending everything for this crab.
Okay, brace yourselves, ladies and gentlemen. The battle for the crab begins now. Inspired going to be targeted here by FlyQuest as they full send after the Lion jungler, but Griffin is in danger. Inspired staying alive for now, but the Dragon ultimately kills him. Masu taking the kill credit on that one, but he now dies to Berserker. The fight rages on as Lion continues pushing forward. FlyQuest retreating. Quad down to 150 HP, but he will not die.
Uh-oh, it's looking kind of scary for FlyQuest because Berserker got another kill. They did end up killing, you know, Inspired, but Masu had to flash in to go get that. So then they're fully committed, and it also means the crab lives. So they go for the jungler. So right out of the brush here, FlyQuest, their plan, focus on Inspired. He flashes into the Dragon Pit, and Griffin tries to follow him first, flashing over the side. Then Masu's like, okay, don't worry, I'll finish him off. There's no way out for him in the end, and the extra kill going over to Lucian just means that the bot lane priority and problem is going to get worse.
It's fine. Close. I think I misplayed. It's fine. Okay. Jungle no flash.
They're immediately on to the next thing, which I think is good, right? Like, I feel like whenever we do have a comms listen-in for FlyQuest, they're always like, okay, my bad. Like, we go forward, right? Yeah. And that's been a huge strength of this team. I would say their greatest strength, as identified by like people including Inspired himself, where he's just like, they're so annoying to play against, right? Because they'll keep coming at you. They'll keep trying things. And I think their ability to kind of move on from their mistakes is a huge benefit.
And they had good setup there. You know, everybody with, you know, vision control here up on the brush, in position to try and focus fire down one target. And, you know, unfortunately, Nocturne has a spell shield, and also they weren't able to fully complete on the extra damage before chasing on in. So they did have to give up a decent amount. The ramifications of that we'll see, because it does mean Berserker is going to get to a fairly early like Essence Reaver spike. And
hold on. Inspired making the move here in the mid lane, finds the fear onto Quad. However, the Orianna is just fine. Saint now trying to escape. Cryogen reinforcing his mid laner, making sure this doesn't result in anything.
Yep. As we see, both mid laners surviving, backing off. As Cryogen's getting a good deal of vision down around this Drake, and actually the end result of all of this might be that despite the bot lane pressure that Lyon have been able to apply, with Inspired seen on the top side of the map, maybe FlyQuest could see a window to try to take down this first Drake on the bot side.
Yeah, Inspired right now working through some of the grubs. We'll see how many he decides to finish, and looks like should be able to get all of them on vision here for FlyQuest. So they were watching the entire time as well and can move on down to take said dragon.
And as we see, yeah, Mbess is already there.
It's Timon and Pumbaa for Inspired. He is munching grubs all day, all night, feeling good, feeling right. It's just nothing but grubs for dinner. This man is happy eating them things all day long as FlyQuest will take over the bottom side of the river, will take over the Dragon Pit early on. But Emily, Kobe, this is 9.5 minutes into the game. That's Dragon number 1. That's a very late first rate.
It's late, and it also, again, because Lyon have been the ones until that kind of crab kerfluffle in the bot side river
the crab
happened.
fluffle?
Yeah, the crab fluffle. We'll go with that. We'll bring out one of like Azale's portmanteaus here. It's actually pretty big that FlyQuest get that first Drake, right? Because they were not the ones with the bot lane pressure. It was this Lucian Melio from Berserker and Isles. So that's actually pretty big because you would expect Lyon to have complete control over that objective. Now, Lyon are also a team that has been known to give up early objectives as Saint has to blow flash again in mid lane. Quad's really been applying a lot of pressure on this Sylas.
Yep, certainly has. Keep him flashless as much as he can. It is the real test for me for FlyQuest is going to come in the mid game because Lyon have very, very good flank angles and good engage here. It's hard for their comp to deal with the Sion ultimate. When Sion is coming in and you get the Nocturne ulti kind of like hiding Saint's position for a flank for Saint as well, the dive is quite strong. And the only person that really wants to like stand in front and soak a Sion ultimate is your support Nautilus, who also was kind of even further behind, so it's going to be a little bit extra squishy early on. And so when you get to the point where this Lyon team feels comfortable to go for their heavy engage with Sion ultimate, Nocturne ultimate, and Sylas coming through for flanks, they're going to have to be very wary of their positioning. But here's the swap up to top side. The E slow does not hit onto Gakko, so should be just fine.
Culling for
culling damage.
Yep, 40%. Spam the emotes, it's all good. The cat with the guns.
Yeah, and you see already FlyQuest bot lane kind of responding to that. Masu now does have his static Shiv completed, which is going to make just laning a lot. It feels so much better. When you lock that Shiv in, it already did even before the changes, which now just makes it such a better item.
Okay.
Castle ulting mid.
Yeah, that was... I feel like he's looking in case Quad decides to try to shove another wave, but Quad didn't, so he kind of just runs into mid lane and stops.
Yeah, what they were hoping is Saint is going to be able to like engage Quad in some combat there and maybe like land the E to set it up. So they just kind of throw it out there, but obviously he's just backs off for Quad and close enough to tower. So no Sion ultimate to worry about. That's one of the things we were just saying you might have to worry about for the FlyQuest comp, but with no Sion ultimate, they've got a lot more options here. And Saint no flash still, so Griffin gonna hover around and see if there's any sort of plays. If they attempt like Nocturne ultimates on his Orianna and Griffin is there, that counter engage is huge.
Yep.
And Bessa ultimate counter could definitely turn that around and get the kills back in favor of FlyQuest side.
Back here on the top side though, Lyon trying to get some money here from the turret plating. They've already got plate number 1, trying to get number 2, but they will not find it. Need a little bit more, but Cryogen and Masu are there to keep defending. Looking at bottom lane, you can see both of the top laners repositioning themselves down there. Keep in mind that the Lyon bottom lane duo has a gold advantage, but FlyQuest has the advantage everywhere else.
Yeah, and Cryogen taking a lot of damage from that culling should give this second plate over to Berserker and Isles. Do we make a Berserker loves money joke?
I just love money.
Yeah, he said it again in his Player of the Week interview the other day. But Quad is here.
Yep, Quad here coming down lane for the lane gank speed up.
Okay, Cryogen goes for the depth charge. Isles gets knocked up by the side effect of it, and now flashing away from that dredge line. He stays alive. FlyQuest tries to make the move, but Lyon evades it.
Cool, I like, you know, it's a trailing lane gank from the Orianna when they're doing their rotation over, doing the swap to have Ori go top lane. And yeah, it's a Nautilus flash invasive, but you got Melio ult and Melio heal and flash for it. You know, Berserker getting out of range fairly quickly there, so he got to safety, but support maybe a bit more vulnerable.
And as we're going into the mid-game, reminder, as we're hitting the midpoint of the League of Legends competitive season, Spring Finals tickets are on sale right now for the Mullet Arena in Arizona, June 13th and 14th at Tempe, Arizona. Get your tickets now. You can scan that QR code on your screen to go ahead and get out there. It's one of my favorite things that we do all year long. Road shows are the best. Hope to see y'all there. And I hope to see these teams there as well because they're fighting to be a part of that weekend.
They certainly are, and these are some of our most exciting teams. FlyQuest here, going for a play.
Okay, top side, a lot of damage down onto Quad, and he's already dead. Saint takes the kill, but now can Griffin get anything back? He goes after Inspired, who's staying alive here with the spell shield 4 now. Griffin goes in and he gets him, makes it a 1-for-1, but Saint wants to make sure it goes Lion's way. One more auto attack might just do it. Saint needs a little bit more damage, he can't quite find it, but now, finally, a 2-for-1 going Lion's way.
And that's actually really big because until recently, it was Quad who was ahead in that lane, right? Now Saint is now 2-0-1, takes the lead in that lane, should be able to take over so many more of these fights.
And Orianna, the biggest vulnerabilities are always towards the later stages of the game when you're in the side lanes. This isn't even that stage, and he actually, he teleported back up for round 2. Quad wants revenge.
Uh-oh, Quad going in. Saint in some danger. That's double buffs on the Silas. He doesn't want to give those over. Flashes in, goes for the Kingslayer. Saint with the outplay! He makes it a 1-for-1!
Oh my gosh, Saint on this Silas, he's so comfortable on it. That was by the narrowest of margins that he ended up being able to trade that 1-for-1, really huge, with Quad trying to take advantage of the fact that he was still so low health up there.
Yeah, I mean, the first play, they're like, okay, we're going to enact our plan of attack Orianna when she's in a side lane, and we're going to Nocturne ultimate and go up there for the 2v2. Griffin, though, he had done this several times where he's hovering around. He knows they want to make play on Quad, so he was there with the control ward. He's there for the counter. They still delete Quad, though. They still delete the Orianna. Griffin getting the counter as Inspired tries to flash away, and he flash follows. Still going to be advantageous, of course, as you know, for Lion in the end, chasing down the extra kill. But then the repeat as well with the teleport back.
We're winning. They don't have damage, I think. Just fight.
It's okay. Jungle no flash. I was close.
Yeah, it was still good for them, the initial play. And then here's the clapback, Emily, or the attempt.
Here is Quad going in. He is going
Oh, hold on. Back down into the bottom lane. We got a bloodbath again. Quad is already down, but immediately traded back for Inspired. Every time we try to watch a replay, there's just more blood all over the floor.
So yeah, both teams know, okay, we got to hover this Orianna. They're going to keep trying to kill Orianna.
Yep.
Griffin is there. Griffin, on the Ambessa getting kind of strong as well. And so another 1-for-1. We're still, 2 dragons for FlyQuest. So while the gold is very even, they're the ones stacking the objectives here and getting closer and closer.
Yeah, it was interesting coming out of that Drake because they being Lion should have had vision that Gekos and Griffin were in the area to be able to respond to that.
Okay, Masu pushing out the mid lane wave here. 2 minutes until Baron, 4 minutes until the next dragon. 2 dragons so far for FlyQuest. So if they can get that next one, we'll give them a good advantage for the rest of the game, pressuring Soul Point against Lion. But we know that Lion, through Inspired shot calling, has very good macro decisions later on in the game.
And they've got some good tools to apply as these outer towers are going down. You see, top side is the vulnerable one for FlyQuest because their top tower is down. And that's why they have Orianna on the bot side wave because the tower is still here. So a little bit more safety for the flashless Orianna in a world where you're playing against Nocturne. And even the extra Scion ultimate goes a long way too when you're trying to play the longer lanes here for Lion. So they just plant Berserker in mid lane so he can get his mid lane priority and then look around for some Nocturne ultimate plays for themselves as FlyQuest are trying to get all of their minion waves. Little invade here as they're syncing up with Kraujin and Griffin.
Okay. FlyQuest going in for the invade. They find Inspire, but that might not be the right target. Lyon ready to strike back, but Inspire already down to 40% HP. Castle makes his flank attack. He's in the middle of everybody. Saint enters the fray, has the stolen Orianna ultimate, and Cryogen is already down. Berserker under pressure. Gakko's trying to kill the enemy AD carry. Saint killed now by Quad. Inspire 200 HP, jumps into the Herald. Staying alive for now. Castle gets over the wall. A 1-for-1 at the end of a bloodbath.
They're not even done yet. Castle's still caught.
Yeah, Castle might be in some trouble. They will siege that fortress, and Castle falls.
Masu hits the snare over the red buff wall, and they're like, wait a second, that guy's going nowhere. Get him.
We can still go in on this. The big thing for me is Griffin still has so much room to move around these fights as Ambessa. And when you have him kind of going in first, being buffed by Masu, now with Black Cleaver locked in, on top of the Static Shiv, on top of the Black Fire Torch, this Senna is looking pretty strong.
Yeah, look at this invade. Okay, so we're already to the point where Castle did his flank onto Sion. Yeah, so this is just
snare,
the end.
Yeah.
But regardless, remember back to what Inspired was talking about when he's talking about FlyQuest and why they're so annoying to play against is because they are so aggressive and they're looking for these timers to attack you when you're not necessarily expecting it.
He's trying to cancel my base. What is he doing?
What is he doing? Yeah, you're trying to shout at him, shout the E at him. But Masu with the punish there. They get the extra kill. And even just them having numbers through mid and looking for that invade on the timer where they had a lot of 2-item power spikes. 4 Gakkos, 4 Quad, 4 Masu here. Looked really good for FlyQuest, obviously, after all this fighting. A lot of people are catching up to the 2-item power spikes, but FlyQuest now moving very, very nicely here as a squad of 5, grouping up to try and apply the extra pressure. Sion once again coming up river, but he's the target now, and it's ult for ult.
Yeah, Castle in some danger, isolated from the rest of his team. Teleport coming in from Lyon. Castle tries to turn it around. Decimating smash back on to the enemy jungler. Quad under pressure, Inspire behind enemy lines. Castle reinforcing, repositioning here with the teleport. FlyQuest grouped up as 5.
Saint.
Again, going after Castle. Saint and Inspired here on the flank. Gakko's going to be the target. Takes a little bit of damage, not a whole lot. FlyQuest regrouping, honestly, doing a really good job answering what Lyon is trying to do.
Wow, I mean, it's just fights on 2 fronts here for the entire time because initially, FlyQuest are going to turn on the flanking Sion with ult for ult. A nice one there from Griffin. Does get to the other side of Sion, so it's going to block the escape ult. But then they have the re-engage. Inspired uses Nocturne ult to try and distract them and take away the basically aggro of the team. And so in the end, the kills don't go over, but they do exchange quite a few cooldowns.
They exchange quite a few cooldowns, and also Fly should have first rotation on this bot side to potentially set up for yet another Drake take, which would put them on soul point. So again, that initial early Drake that they were able to get was so crucial because now Lyon kind of have to contest this.
And Quad hasn't started channeling his teleport yet, but he does have his shockwave.
Okay, immediately, Lyon stepping up. Castle taking a ton of damage here in the front line, but Griffin is already down. Castle dies, but his dead body is ready to fight. A lot of damage onto Saint, but he's still fine for now. Castle making space, making room. All right, 4v4. FlyQuest still with control over the Dragon Pit. Inspired, flashing over the wall, staying alive for now. An even trade in terms of kills, and FlyQuest get the objective.
And such a standout in these fights is how comfortable Masu is to just go so far forward on this Senna once everything is said and done. Again, just able to kind of muscle their way in, now on soul point, chasing Lyon off.
Yeah, Masu using his range very aggressively there. And Quad with the teleport in for the big shockwave. That was a huge shockwave. Then FlyQuest almost disrespected the Sion zombie body for a little bit there on the re-engage. That thing definitely does have some damage output, but Masu was able to walk on by it to the side, force out Inspired's flash, and secure this third dragon for FlyQuest. So although the fight starts very early, they do get Quad's teleport in time before Nocturne ultimate, and that is key. They had him pushing top lane, so they got him there, and they was able to get the big shockwave so they can actually win the fight, get the objective, and now we're looking at that Dragon Soul just 4 minutes in the future.
And here we have Inspired again, being like FlyQuest are the most annoying team.
Okay, tier 1 turret destroyed here in mid lane. All right,
yep.
I'm gonna go ahead and say it. If it wasn't for Fearless, Sion would be drafted in every single game of professional League of Legends. This champion is not fair. It is not balanced in pro play. It is so much stronger than every other tank, and when he dies, he becomes a carry.
But if we didn't have Fearless, we'd see Ashe Seraphine like...
No, I'm not saying this as I hate Fearless. I love Fearless because I don't have to see Sion every single game. This character is so powerful. It's crazy. And I feel like every time a team lets him go to the other side and they're like, oh yeah, we have the answer to Sion. No, you don't.
Let's see if they can utilize these tools, because remember, Lion's going to try and attack these sidelines with the Sylas, Sion, and Nocturne. These are kind of the key sideline playmakers, whereas Berserker here with Isles usually feels very safe just having their own mid lane priority. And so Inspired is kind of going between lanes. You know, he was just bottom lane, kind of looking around. Is there a Sion plus Nocturne angle on this? Engage on this Jace? Not quite, because the Jace was playing fairly safe there for Gakkos during the timer. Now he's hovering over by the Sylas. Can they make a sort of, pick play on a side lane there? But again, look at the mini-map. Again, you have Griffin hovering the Orianna. As the Orianna goes to a wave, you're always looking to hover, see if they want to make a play on him so you can have the counter ready. And FlyQuest have had a lot of very good, positioning counter plays ready for them. And so now with Dragon Soul points to their name, with the 2,000 gold lead as well, and only 2 minutes on the clock, it's looking very good for FlyQuest setup.
Yeah, I really love how they've been getting down vision to also protect this Ori, right? So as they move in, there was already a vision line here that was tracking exactly where Lyon were. As we see, Saint is going to have that Nautilus ult potentially for their next engage. But I really, really like how FlyQuest have recognized, to your point, Kobe, that they have to protect this Orianna in side lanes, right? And one thing that's given them so much control, like so much more control over these side lanes, has been this vision line that they've been able to get down to protect her.
Yeah, it is interesting too that they just committed everybody up around the Baron to get more vision, and they sacrificed the end of the outer turret to Sion.
Yeah.
So Lion's able to get that last of the outer turret on bottom side. Griffin still gets permanent vision here with the Scuttle Crab, ready for the Dragon Soul fight. And since they invested their time for the vision up by Baron, they get their choice. Hey, are we going to try and force something on the Baron when we know you have to deal with this Dragon Soul? Or are FlyQuest just going to go straight for that one and actually fight it heads up? They have, again, very good item spikes for themselves. Lots of 3-item spikes, or at least for Griffin and Gakkos. They're very rich. Senna's still working on it. This build is actually so fun with the Deathfire Touch, with the Static Shiv, Black Cleaver, and the Dusk and Dawn.
Yep.
These procs. Oh, there we go. He finishes it, so he gets his Dusk and Dawn.
He has it already for the next Drake fight. And another thing, we saw them, again, getting that entire vision line down ahead of the Drake take. They had set up Jace in that bot lane to push it out, forcing Lyon to respond to that, as we see Orianna and Ambessa both headed down to that side. But again, I really like how FlyQuest have played with their vision to set around objectives, because it's really tracked where and kind of channeled where Inspired is going to be able to go to keep eyes on him. But it's also a huge reason as to why they are now about to fight for this Mountain Soul.
Yep, FlyQuest with control over the bot side river.
Okay, we did have another big item power spike for them as well, Berserker with the Infinity Edge, so big possibilities here for Lyon. This is clutch time for Lyon. They have to perform in this fight. Dragon Soul is on the line. FlyQuest going to start it out. Look at the flank. Sion from mid. Nocturne could go straight up the middle.
Okay, FlyQuest grouped up. Gakkos dealing with Castle off to the side, but Castle jumping into the middle of the fight. Inspired engages, tries to dive onto the enemy back line. Lyon wants this engage, and they've already found Quad. Inspire getting away for now. Berserker dumping the culling into Griffin. He tries to get away. Griffin survives for now. Lyon with control over the bottom side of the river, but now Castle's in a little bit of danger. Nice Dawning Shadow comes over, but no! The kill into Masu! Lyon team fighting again! Shows its fangs! 4, 5, yes! Lyon with the ace, a triple kill. Back over to Berserker.
Insanely clutch. Did you see Castle? He's in mid lane, and you have Gekos run straight for him to try and block him out, but he flashes over the Jace to go for this Scion ultimate, and he gets the engage, the critical engage for the fight that earns them the denial of the Dragon Soul and the Baron. Look at this. Okay, Gekos, he knows I got to keep this Scion out, but he goes flash and ult right over his head, right into the fight to allow the engage. Inspired then, honestly, just deletes Quad.
Inspired immediately onto Quad, taking away the shockwave potential before, and you know, then Dawning Shadow comes through, but Saint immediately on to Cryogen. They're able to kill off Griffin. Berserker completely untouched, constantly healed by this Milio, ends up with the triple kill. Rainover's very happy about that.
This is what I'm saying. You don't let Scion through. This character, this champion, it's too good, man.
Look at the Berserker damage.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Infinity Edge being done for Berserker was big too, but the hard part is getting the dive off. And so Scion from one side, Nocturne right up the middle from the other, and then the Sylas as well coming through to follow. And Lyon, they were so clutch last week as well. They had to pull out a very big team fight by the Baron, where Saint and Inspired were on the same two champs. They had this Nocturne ultimate that you can see on the bottom side, where Nocturne ultimate, Cover of Darkness, and Saint goes in on his Sylas. Insane stuff from him, where he absolutely hulked out. He stole the Sejuani ult, jumped over the wall, and then ult flashed right on to Xayah to instantly delete him, and it was a very clutch fight. They needed to win at the Baron. Then in this game, they're up against it versus FlyQuest. Dragon Soul on the line, and they pull out another clutch fight. Now they've got Baron. They've got the extra timer here for the Dragon that they were able to take, so looks way, way better. And again, those are the things for this team composition, why we're highlighting the possible dangers later when the map is really open and you can get flanked from multiple sides and you have to deal with this dive because FlyQuest don't have great blockers.
Yeah, and as we see, again, Lyon with that push, they're going to be pressuring on this top side with Baron. Berserker should just be able to kind of shred through these turrets alongside the cannon minions. Sylas pushing up in the bot side, but yeah, I mean, it was so huge also of Inspired to recognize he needs to delete Quad immediately before he can get the shockwave off. Saint being proto-belting directly into the back line. Saint just seems so comfortable, and to your Scion point, not only is Scion strong, Clayton, however, Castle looks so much more well-coordinated with this team. Again, it's a composition that is really easy to execute, but his frontlining in this has been really, really strong.
Yeah, flashing over the opponent to make sure that he gets the ulti into the fight. Berserker and Isles, by the way, both deathless so far, both with 8 out of 13 KP. Again, I just want to sing Isles' praises. He was on low-ranked teams for so long, and now that he's on a team that can really contest for the top of the table, he's showing that he's somebody who can flex his own muscles. Now here in the mid lane, Castle here on the front line, taking a little bit of damage. He does not care. Dawning Shadow's not going to do a whole lot. Griffin into the back line, Inspired very low. Knocked into Guardian Angel, but now you've got the flank attack coming in from Saint. Lyon trying to scramble a little bit here. Masu under pressure. Saint going in after the enemy. Senna survives here thanks to that stasis. Saint staying alive for now. Isles already down. Quad grabbing the kill on that one. Shut down on Berserker. FlyQuest finding a big fight. Berserker at least gets the kill back onto Quad, but it's still FlyQuest taking the fight for now. Saint kills Masu. Castle trying to get away. Griffin wants to chase this down. Castle with a flash. Bad flash. Griffin gets the kill.
What a game! FlyQuest, tenacious as ever. They take the fight in mid. They outplay, and they're the ones now with extra gold to take. They can take down the mid tower, gain so much more priority on the map. pulling it right back, Emily.
Yeah, that was insane. I actually thought this was going to be over with that late TP coming in from Saint, but Inspired goes down so quickly, and even though Saint does land that Nautilus ult onto Quad, he survives when he tries to go onto Masu. Masu ends up surviving, and it's Griffin who's going crazy in the middle of this fight.
What a scrap.
Saint does manage to get
Saint went crazy again. He was 2v1ing there in the backside. If they had timed it a little bit earlier, then they could have had better results. But FlyQuest, they have everyone there. They're so aggressive. Everyone there on time, making the play early. And Griffin with the big damage output as well, kind of chopping them up through the fight.
And you could see the frustration on Berserker's face. It's like, man, we had this. It felt like the fight was entirely in their possession. As now FlyQuest trying to maintain control over this bot side river. If they get this, it's Mountain Soul. Lyon knows they have to contest.
Here we go, burning it down. They've got control of the vision by Brush again. Berserker half health.
Yup, big shot there coming in from Gatkos. Accelerated Shock Blast does its job. FlyQuest already have the objective down to half HP. Saint here on the flank. Lyon looking for their opportunity to go in for the angle. Griffin still working on the Dragon. Inspired wants to make it a 50-50 if nothing else, and he's stolen away the Mountain Drake. Now, Lyon going in for the big fight. Inspired down to nothing. He's already dead. They're going to kill the second. It's already going FlyQuest way, and they're looking for even more. Isles barely surviving, but he might be the only one to get away. No, Quad takes him out with the clockwork wind-up. Berserker's trying to survive, but no, FlyQuest, they find an ace for only a Dragon.
Inspired might have been able to steal the Dragon, but FlyQuest just wiped them off the map.
Yeah, this was crazy. Saint on the flank, dodging that Shock Blast, but Inspired turns out the lights here, gets the Drake. However, you know, that culling goes absolutely nowhere. Inspired keeps dying really early on in these fights, and that just opens up so much space for Griffin to go absolutely crazy. Buffed by this Senna, Quad flashing over the wall, him and Masu cleaning up Berserker. Just this Senna kind of buffing the Mbessa to go absolutely insane, and now they're onto the Baron.
Yeah, and he's popping his procs on all the members of Lyon as they're trying to fight through this big clump. And so really, the huge damage numbers here on FlyQuest. Able to get the huge advantage. Baron number 2 will be there, so now they get to push, and the Senna just continues to infinitely scale here, stacking up souls after soul after soul, finishes the IE, plus an extra pickaxe here. So much extra money and power on this Senna. The range is just getting insane.
And another thing I really liked in that setup too from FlyQuest is, again, them playing around Fog and the potential for Gatkos to really chunk out priority targets on this Jace. We also have the Mortal Reminder now just locked in from Griffin, gonna make him even more difficult to take down.
Yeah, I mean, you're just seeing the difference between 4 full damage carries here, basically, or even the bruiser carries on FlyQuest, especially with all these on-hit procs from Senna bouncing on everybody, and FlyQuest with the Baron, they're just gonna bully inside the map. You know, you can't base race versus the Baron.
Yeah, exactly. I don't know what in the hell Saint is trying to do, but it's not working. Castle is already down. The gates have fallen. The castle is under siege. The moat doesn't work. It's been filled in. The enemy is near. Now Inspired finally ults in, tries to find a kill. He at least gets one. Lyon defending themselves as best they can. Quad staying alive, but he finally dies. Berserker grabbing the kill on that one. Fires back into Gatkos, but he dies. Griffin here with the kill. FlyQuest still trying to end the game right now. Isles the only one standing. Cryogen wants to chase him down. Isles still sticking around. Dredgeline, there it is. Quadra kill, back over to Griffin. It might only be jungler and support, but they're marching on the Nexus.
Griffin getting his revenge for the last time that playoff series where Inspired destroyed him. Now he completely took over this game on the Mbessa.
It was close. It was a battle 38 minutes long, but FlyQuest are going up 1-0 in the series.
What an exciting one. Lyon had a heroic team fight at the first Dragon Soul attempt, but FlyQuest, they got right back on track. This one went back mid, won the team fight, able to blast them and take game number 1. Look how hyped they are too with that success. Lounge, are you also hyped?
Hey, yes, sir!
What an insane ending. We're literally stringing team fight together after team fight. As we're reviewing one team fight, the next team fight happens. So Azael is going to cover one of the team fights, and then we're going to go through them.
Yeah, so this was a Lion team fight win where when this happened and it's a 5-0 ace, you're like, oh man, like FlyQuest actually are going to lose this game. It's going to turn on its head. So we just want to go right into it and talk about some of the mistakes that FlyQuest made and also some of the really nice plays from Lion to be able to actually take this. So I want to highlight Castle at the top of your screen. Castle is going to find a really nice angle for an engage. As Gekko goes forward, he flashes over him and just ults past to actually start this off. Now, Saint is coming in from the bottom. They knew this because they had actually spotted him in this area. And FlyQuest really needs their carries playing up more in this area. At least one should be playing a Banana Brush, one should be playing a little bit further back, but instead they are stacked and Saint does have an angle. So Castle flashes over, he's ulting forward, in comes the Paranoia, turns off the lights, and then all of a sudden it's kind of chaos because your carries are stacked here. They see Saint arriving on the side, they see the Nocturne coming in, and this is where I feel like maybe if Masu insta-ults and actually gets his ult shield down on Quad, Quad could have lived, because Quad does not flash early, gets feared up, and look how close that fear is to ending as he dies, right? The fear is just a split second left, and he dies without flash, without ult. Masu is pushed out on the side. He has to flash away from Saint's stolen Orianna ult. But even here, it's not that bad. And this is where some of the tendencies of FlyQuest, where they always want to go for more, kind of bite them. Because you could actually just walk out from this spot and say, ah, damn, we lost one dragon, one death. Not the end of the world, but instead, the ward is cleared out. They just walk forward into a two-man knock up there from Castle. They give over all of these kills for free at the end of the fight. So there was some mispositioning errors. I do think even with that, they could have maybe early ulted on Masu and maybe Quad flashes out and gets a shockwave and maybe something different happens. But some positioning errors there. Really good capitalization from Lyon. That engage from Castle was sick, really well timed up with Inspired and Saint. And they end up getting a 5-0 from a disadvantageous position. But of course, FlyQuest are the ones who won this game. Compositionally, what they built was really, really strong. I thought the Senna was shining because they have this kind of like one punch with, you know, the Nocturne and the Silas. Go for it.
You said about the end of the world. It wasn't the end of the world, though, because FlyQuest then was able to win a bunch of team fights later. So we mentioned the carries being stacked in the last replay. Carries definitely not stacked here. Quad very far away from everyone. So when Inspired presses R the next time, as they're trying to TP in for a flank with Saint, Inspired actually can't find a good angle into the fight. And this time, Masu did get to actually channel his ult through the entire team as Griffin is engaging. So that's kind of how FlyQuest would want to draw up the team fight, and they were then able to smash this team fight for themselves. They can peel Saint on the back end of this. Masu did end up dying at the very end because Saint made a spectacular play to E over the wall, but for the most part, FlyQuest literally just never stopped in this fight, which is exactly what Inspired was talking about. And then they had their own 5-0 the next time they got to fight this, because remember, Azael, you were mentioning them moving up towards this corridor. They were successfully able to do that this time. Lyon can't get a clean engage onto the carries, and that's when FlyQuest, as you were just talking about, has the advantage team fight.
And in that fight, I want to give a lot of credit to specifically Cryogen, because Cryogen is able to tank the Cyan ulti, still hookshot, buffer it out of there, so he's not taking unnecessary damage. One thing I want to nail on, you can actually just play player of the game for this one, because I think the fact that player of the game goes to Griffin, yes. I think there are so many players you can give it to. I gave it to Masu personally, just because I felt like there were so many fights in the early portions of the game that he shined in. I want to see what the fans ended up bringing in there, but let's actually hit on this fight that's much, much earlier on. Because remember, one of our criticisms to FlyQuest is that they didn't play together. Specifically, Griffin and Cryogen didn't play together consistently. That actually goes to Griffin. When going for their invades. This is one moment where both Griffin and Cryogen go for an invade, A, to get their wards down, but B, when they see Inspired in, they're like, oh, hell no, like maybe we can get a pick from. It doesn't work out initially, so they have to back away. A, they have Orianna and they have Senna. Play out the fight, because it looks troubling here the moment Cyan comes through. Look at Masu zoning 3 people at the fight. So they can actually take on and focus on Castle. Saint is going to try and do something here, self-ults, so he can get the Orianna ult. But Masu solo zones 3 people. Gekko makes it much easier. They take these fights. A, The 6-minute fight on Scuttle was much more coordinated. That invade and fight on the Raptors area was far more coordinated. This is a FlyQuest we have not seen for the early parts of the split.
I mean, it was really, really nicely done. And you could see that, like, when they are missing ult on the side of Lyon, Masu was just not threatened. Because at that point, there was no culling, there was no Nocturne ult, and he just kind of steps forward, and they have to step back because he's outranging them so badly. But we want to go back to an earlier outplay from Saint. This was a really cool moment in the top lane, and it is going to be our Pagoda moment of the game.
Yeah, I mean...
we're
we got actually the movement.
Raz,
Why
get
not?
in there.
Why not? I didn't know.
Oh, sorry. I thought it was just a clip that was going to roll.
I was ready for the clip. I was ready for the clip, but I got it for you. It's kind of funny because, like, this is one of those things. I have it here, actually. I wonder at what point I thought
Probably got to be that.
Let's play it out.
All right, we're finding it. We're searching.
Investigating.
Sorry, production. We trolled you this time.
Investigative process. Actually found it. Zeroed in. 15 minutes of the game. Dude, this is just such a hypey play in general. TP comes through from quad, recognizing that Saint, he does have flash, but he's less than half HP. He gets chunked here. But like playing within the vision, back here, and then once he gets into this bush, flashes in, chains in. That's a fact that he gets a solo kill when he has 40% HP on a Silas pick that he actually has been styling on last week, coming into this week. Well, once again, there are so many things that happen there. I was shocked by it.
We have so much to talk about because the game was clearly chaotic.
Yes.
Both these teams are throwing down in team fights. Ultimately, I think they both had big outplay moments, but it's the team comp that was what won the game for FlyQuest.
Yes.
But then also, Dokle's going in for the next game. So Castle 0-2 online, and maybe they bring in Dokle again to win the series.
And Dokle is on a crazy win streak with Lyon, so we'll see if he can turn the series around. But remember, don't miss any LCS action when you get your favorite food delivered on Uber Eats for less gold. Before we head to break, though, Raz got to sit down with Saint, last week's Player of the Week.
Welcome, everyone, and congratulations, Saint, on winning your Player of the Week for Week 7. It was actually, it's been some time since we last had this conversation because when you first came into the LCS, you won a Player of the Week, but it was a normal interview. This time around, it's different. Have you seen the game that we played here on the Player of the Week interviews?
Oh, not really.
So it's going to be simple. 90 seconds on the clock. Rapid fire. I'll ask you a bunch of questions.
Yeah.
If you don't know the answer, or if you can't answer a question, you can skip next.
Okay.
Are you ready?
Yeah, ready.
All right, I'll go for it in 3, 2, 1. Top 3 mid laners in the league right now.
Saint, Quad, APA.
Okay. Is there a fourth one? If you didn't name yourself, is there another person that's going to be on that list?
I think Quad.
Yeah, that's good. Most overrated and underrated player.
Overrated. I already skipped the overrated.
Okay.
But underrated is Quad.
I love that. 3 people in your life that needs to shut the hell up.
Casper.
Yeah.
Niship, Dokla, Inspired. I think that's it.
You know what? That's perfect. I'm going to ask a follow-up, which is basically like, who in the LCS have you muted?
Only APA.
Only APA? That's a perfect answer for that one. You see this player in your solo queue team and you want to FF. Who in solo queue do you FF and you can't play with them?
In LCS players?
Oh, just anybody.
Just anybody? Skip.
What champion do you want buffed the most?
Silas.
I like that. That's a perfect, especially after your last week. MVP of the split. Who do you think gets it? It's tough, isn't it?
Masu or APA?
You know, no one has ever said. Let's start with the Masu and APA one because that's our time for that one. Why did you say Masu specifically, or APA?
Because they are kind of hard to win.
Yeah.
To them. Yeah, I think that's why.
Okay, that's actually very unique. I love that answer. And I guess my only follow-up question is, you're going to be, the playoffs are coming up soon.
Yeah.
What's your expectation for your team and for yourself going into playoffs?
Now it's BO5, right?
Yeah.
There's a lot of champions.
Yeah.
Like something funny champion. So I'm happy to show you guys the champions.
I like that tease.
I even played the Jaya one.
You did?
Yeah.
I love that. Okay, now I cannot wait. I cannot wait. Congratulations one more time.
Yep.
And good luck on your games.
Thank you.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Rich in the ground before Dove can even get there. In time to try to knock out as Impact gets bursted.
Don't feed.
Knocks him down.
Get fed. Scan the QR code for deals only on Uber Eats.
Do you want to give a hook angle?
Yeah, I think I should get hooked if anything.
I'll play on the wall.
Okay.
I'm fighting Ambessa. Ambessa will get spear.
누가 안 뺏어, 누가 안 뺏어, 누가 안 뺏어, 누가 안 뺏어.
W8.
Ambessa flash.
세나미 나이스.
Ambessa flashed out already.
My
No
W
flash.
and 3, W and 3.
Okay, I'm firing, okay?
Orianna has flash. And Nautilus no flash. Flash, Saint. No ulti.
I'm basing now. Nautilus is here. He's half HP, just warding and basing probably. He has wards and I bought it, okay?
Okay.
Oh,
Goat.
Okay, here. I'm bad. Nocturnal flash. And Nocturnal flash. We can go more, maybe? I'm watching.
I want to base and go top lane.
Let's get TP.
Okay. Oh, that's it.
Should I TP?
Yeah.
Doing.
Tight.
Look side,
Kill Silas, kill Silas.
I'm so strong.
Look, kill Silas.
It looks fine.
Kill Silas.
Yeah, we're hitting front, You can go, Gakkos, you can go, go.
No flash, no flash. Yes, Herald.
They got terror.
This guy has flash. He's gonna flash out. Okay, nice.
That's fine.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last best of 3 of the regular season here in Spring Split 2026 of the LCS. It's Lyon versus FlyQuest, and Lyon, with only a single series loss so far in this split, lost game number 1 to some impeccable FlyQuest team fighting.
But guess who's in?
Who's in?
It's Big Dope.
Big Dope
coming back in. I know last week we had talked to Rigby about what he thought the big difference was between Dokla and Castle, and he kind of cited that, Castle, he's so strong in lane. However, Dokla has better synergy with the team, and he's much more coordinated in team fighting. He's also better on, as they kind of pointed out, that Rise had not necessarily been a pick.
Okay.
That Castle had prepped the prior, during their practice going into the game he did substitute in last week. Dokla's more on the funny picks, as we say, right?
The
like
funny.
it was his ranged carries that Lyon kind of designed their playoff strategy around last split as they went through the bracket to eventually win the Split 1 title for lock-in. And then just last week we saw the Anivia top, right? Which we kind of found out later was something they'd been practicing. He hadn't brought it on stage yet, but it was a very Dokla-esque pick according to the team.
And he smurfed it, frontlining with the Anivia, using his body, his egg, his Zonias, everything he had to create a lot of space for the team. And Isaiah kind of touched on it, but with the subbing issue, Dokla is on a longer win streak than Lyon itself because they subbed him out for the loss. He's on a 10-game win streak individually here.
Crazy.
Wow, Lyon. So Big Dokes still getting the big dubs. And we'll see if that does continue here in this game, because FlyQuest looks so much better here in the first game of this series than they did at the very beginning of the year. You know, they played in lock-in. It was quite a while ago here for these two teams. FlyQuest, obviously, they're a young team, and so Lyon gave them a little bit to learn from, and it seems like they have had some growth on the side of FlyQuest.
And we've even heard from Lyon that they say FlyQuest is the most challenging team. That's the scariest team, because FlyQuest play crazy. They just will do crap that you don't expect them to do, and that makes it scary to go up against.
Yeah, and we've heard other players talk about this too, right? I know last week on Pros, APA and Yawn both kind of corroborated it, where they were like, maybe it's not a top 3 necessarily, but a top 4, because we do consider FlyQuest to be that good. Yesterday, Kobe, when we had contracts on the desk, he was joking around. He's like, yeah, you know, Griffin's really annoying to play against. Like, I'm an old man at 26, and sometimes I just get hand stiffed by these young kids. Juan, if you're watching, I'll have you know, Clayton is shaking his head in...
I'm 35 years old, and I'm still young.
But yeah, so I think that is such a huge strength of this team. We talked about it even earlier in this game 1 with their comms, how they're very easily willing to kind of shake off mistakes, play very loosely, and well coordinated. And even when listening back to some of their teamfight comms during the break, they were very clear in terms of what their objectives were in fights. So it's not like a chaos you might expect from seeing them play Arena, for example.
And we saw Griffin get to put his favorite champion here of Ambessa on display again. It's pretty funny. A lot of people, if you don't play Ambessa, you kind of hate this champion. And everyone was really happy when it got nerfed and the ultimate timer was increased. But then that was only lasted like 1 patch, and then Ambessa got some compensation buffs as well, right back on top. And so all the Ambessa players are like, great, we'll get right back on it. They were definitely more top focused, but we get a first pick at Anivia once again, and Lyon that very well could go into Dokla's hands again. However, it's a flex champion, and Anivia got small nerfs, speaking of the patch, which were directly to armor. So if you did end up flexing it into another lane, into like an AP lane or something like that, then it wouldn't be necessarily as big of nerfs, but some slight nerfs to the tankiness since the last time that we saw Big Dokes on the tanky bird.
Yeah, and he did, like you said, Kobe, do really well in that series, kind of using that egg to frontline for his team, but it could be going to Saint. It also could be going to Isles if they want to go in that direction and kind of keep FlyQuest guessing.
So FlyQuest have banned out the Karma and the Seraphine. Karma, the general powerful enchanter, Seraphine, the buddy for Ashe. And then they drafted the Nami without an AD carry, picking their jungler instead, prioritizing the Jarvan. I really like this strategy, because you're saying we're going to pick the best enchanter that's left because we got rid of the other two.
And a lot of the pairings are determined by the enchanters. We expect the Corki to follow it up here with the Nami. But now you get to see, it's into the Nico and Caitlyn. And that is a very long range and poke heavy team. So
it's so oppressive in lane too, right?
Yep.
Like the Nico bindings combined with the Caitlyn traps, combined with Caitlyn's range. It's just really, really obnoxious to deal with. So we'll see what FlyQuest decide. And actually, they're going to go towards their mid lane pick with the Victor for quad instead. Kind of an interesting choice here.
I don't like it.
Now, yeah, you're making a face.
Yeah, I don't like it. I feel like if you're going to pick Victor, you need to pick him later on when it feels like he fits into the entire composition, because if he doesn't work, I feel like he really doesn't work. There's a reason Caitlyn and Jinx and Vi are the main characters of Arcane, and this guy's also kind of there. Like, I don't know, man.
Victor's my favorite character.
I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan.
Well,
look,
he
I
does
resonate
like
with
the
it.
new, Deathfire touch, and Quad definitely is a specialist on Victor and these AP carry mages. So, and they also were able to get the Jarvan on their side, so not going to have, that annoying presence from the jungle trying to put the extra pressure on you and blow your flash. But yeah, we expect like the Ezreals and the Corkis here to be the target, since you're dropping your AD carry pick. And FlyQuest are saying, yeah, Nami is a universal. Okay, so actually, since they do have the range of the Caitlyn here, seems like they're not too worried about the Corki itself and just the Ezreal poke angle.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ezreal's such a part of some of these pushing lanes, most commonly with the Karma, which we already kind of cited, is banned out. And the old standby of Corki Nami is locked in after all that. It's Corki coming out for Masu.
All right, FlyQuest has literally 0 potential flex pick in their draft. Everything is hard-coded into its specific lane. So how does Lyon want to navigate this here with their mid lane pick? Yone locked in for Saint.
If they do lock in the Yone, that does open up potential for an AP jungle pick coming out of Inspired.
Okay.
The Sejuani is the one that we kind of see him default to more often than not. And
let's go!
Wow, there we go.
Emily the Psychic. Bam, bam, thank you, ma'am. Let's go.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen Inspired have such really great games on this. There's also just so much follow-up and potential first CC for the Sedge to follow up on. So a lot of angles for Inspired to take. He's going to kind of have his choice of who he wants to link up with to chain CC.
Yep, and you get to put a lot of pressure on a low mobility mid lane champion like Victor. With the Yone stacking up Sejuani passive so quickly, you can oftentimes look for a lot of angles. Plus you have a support Nico to look for roams towards mid, so lots of angles for Lyon to try and gank with either jungle or support towards mid lane, try and get Quad's flash and get some kills and money for the Yone for Saint.
How do we feel about Cassante versus Nivea? What's the read here?
It's kind of like, okay, you picked Anivia. Like, there's not a lot of stuff that really has good lanes into it, so I will play for my team. I'll just be a Cassante over here, and that's kind of the answer. I'm gonna be I'm gonna be useful for my team.
Yeah, I mean, I will say this: Lyon's comp is really obnoxious to have to go up against. Right? Like, this is a very annoying team composition just with the potential CC chains you can have with Anivia, Nico, Sejuani, Caitlyn traps on top of that, setting up for the Yone making space in these fights. So we'll see how Lyon pilot it. Like I said, I really love Inspired Sejuani. I think people call him out for kind of these more farming, like, jungle picks. I think he's had some of his best international, like, individual performances on the Sejuani as well. So yeah, I just think this is a really comfortable team comp for Lyon.
Yeah, and the performance of the bottom lane is going to determine a lot of this, because it will make the game so much easier for Lyon if their bottom lane gets lots of push and can do Caitlyn Nico things, get up to the tower, poke them at it, get tower plate money. Then you also buy time for the Nico to roam mid to that Yone that we're trying to set up, and especially around the level 6 timer when you can make these all-ins onto the Victor. So if bot lane gets priority and Nico gets roam timers, then it really starts to put a lot of pressure on the other lanes here for FlyQuest. So we'll see how Masu and Cryogen with their Corky Nami down here, if they can find some good angles for themselves.
And you can see top 3 game records, Dokla, the top record holder over C9 and Lyon individually, 11-3 for Big Dokes. Almost a 79% win rate here for him.
Yep, he's the best team in the LCS. Why
he's the best team, all 5 of them.
They subbed him out as his game percentage win rate looking good, though.
And I am wondering, because Griffin is on this J4 pick, if he might potentially look for something on the bot side now that he's on Krugs instead of pathing straight bot to top. We'll see, just because, Lyon would be aware of this. They do have that ward in the bot side try that, he's going to avoid it.
Okay, Griffin goes with the EQ into the Dragon Pit, so he's got to wait on the cooldown, but he is taking the long con here.
Yeah, cracking the bottom lane. This bottom lane we said was so important. Griffin, he stuck around.
Okay, the tower sees him. Griffin goes in, Berserker getting away for now, staying alive. Honestly, Berserker spending no summoner spells here, feels good about that.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't have to expend much, and I do still like the thought from Griffin, right? Because if he can potentially get something onto this bot lane, we talked about how important it is, and now Isles and Berserker are probably going to be able to shove that lane in a bit and take control over the wave.
The big thing and the cost for doing these types of plays and why they are, more unexpected. Yeah, not only it's Jarvan, obviously you can get around the vision, but it desyncs the respawn timers of your small camps, which is pretty annoying for junglers, because he just did, bottom quadrant and now goes for the reset into top quadrant. Meanwhile, Inspired has a very clean respawn timer for all his camps. He just did a full clear down to bottom side, and then he ends up bottom 2. So now he's the one applying bottom pressure.
Yup, and he shows up, and it does not even matter that they see him there, because the rest of Lyon is ready to go. It's first blood already over to Berserker. They just walk it in and mow him down.
Yeah, that's why it's so risky, even though you feel pressured to do kind of funny stuff versus Caitlyn lanes, because otherwise the Caitlyn siege just starts to take its toll on your bottom lane. But if you miss on that play, then the ramifications are so detrimental to you, because now Inspired, not only did they end up getting the really easy tower dive for their bottom lane, first blood to the Caitlyn, but he, like we said, has a really easy clear for top down that's smooth again for the respawn timers of his camps, and can get right back into it. So first blood to Berserker's Caitlyn is exactly what the doctor ordered here for Lyon.
And Lyon's off to a good start, and we heard that they were still reviewing Game 1's loss in Champ Select for Game 2. Take a listen.
Yo, Stain, do you know that helmet is a scaling item and not item for lane? Why did you sell it?
Because I couldn't buy the one item.
Yeah, but it's better to
just sit on the component.
Sit on the components. That item is legit OP.
Yeah.
Like later, not early game.
Yeah. I mean, I can see that.
You are just fucking stupid.
Good data, bro.
Like, what?
Okay. Saint, did you not see the Chovy lane? We watched it together, bro. How are you getting...
Because I am fucking Heyman.
Oh, you idiot. You're not using E well. I watch your lane.
Unlucky?
Okay, fine.
Unlucky.
I feel like they're doing this up. They have to be doing this on purpose. They have to be doing this on purpose.
Oh, meanwhile, bottom side, Masu grabbing the kill here. Griffin shows up in the bottom lane and equalizes things as FlyQuest make their way onto the board, ties it up in kills 1-1.
The bot lane war zone, Flowers. They know so much is dependent on this. And that is going to be a clap back immediately. Like the look. Again, keeping up on that focus.
Yeah, and it's really nice to see both junglers kind of recognizing exactly where they want to go. Nice little lane gank from Griffin off of him finishing off his Krugs. I definitely don't think that either Berserker or Isles were expecting it. So as soon as Isles had stepped forward, Griffin was right there, and Masu picks up the kill more importantly. So However, now Lyon immediately rotate to take this first Drake. They're not going to fall into the same position that they were in game 1, where FlyQuest had such strong Drake control that really forced Lyon into responding. It's always interesting, Kobe, to see when Lyon try to make these decisions, because they are kind of the LCS team that we've known to give objectives over the most in favor of fighting later.
Yeah, fully depends on their team comp, and Inspired is always looking for their item power spikes and their team comp power spikes. And this one with the Caitlyn Nico, and on the reset there after the bot side play, good timing window to go get it. And it's important when you have a Caitlyn lane. And hold on.
Oof.
Okay,
Here's Inspired.
We're not done yet. Inspired, wrapping around here, goes for the Glacial Prison, does not find it because Masu flashes away. However, Cryogen is just fish in a barrel. Lyon shoots him down, and that means Berserker gets the kill credit.
The ganks will continue bottom lane over and over.
Until morale improves. But it's pretty good, though.
I was going to say, it sounds like morale's pretty good on
Yeah,
both
morale's
teams.
all right.
It's swinging back and forth from each side depending on the timing of the gank. Okay. But again, back to the composition here for Lyon when you want to be able to sack these early dragons, because Anivia and Caitlyn are so good. When you get priority early to the objective, you can set up your traps, and then you also have the Anivia wall plus ultimate to control all these approach angles to the objectives, through the jungle, these ramps. And so you do really well in like sieges and standoffs around terrain that is going to help you corral the enemy. And so this bot lane focus really has been everything. Now we're going to start to see some options though, because you've got Yone ultimate available too.
Yeah. Yep.
So you can maybe look for some Nico roam timers, maybe as Isles gets level 6, to try and play off of a Saint ulti angle here towards Quad. Currently, though, still getting pushed in by the Victor, and does get the Victor ultimate down.
Exactly, the Arcane Storm used to fight back against Saint and also push the wave at the same time, maintain priority over the mid lane. It's the solo lanes for FlyQuest that have the advantage right now, while bottom lane and jungle have a gold advantage for Lyon with a total of about, not even 500 gold overall. So a very close early game as Griffin is taking the Void Grubs, considering Lyon got the Dragon, first of all, for themselves. That means neutrals are going to remain just about even. Even though Void Grubs, Kobe, I know you're on my team with this, they kind of suck.
They do. They got nerfed into the ground. There
Poor
it is.
Little ugly grubbies. As Saint goes in after Quad yet again, finds the Q3 and immediately snaps back.
So they're looking, for that the ult timer here to try and pressure Quad, but Quad does not flinch. He doesn't even flash. He just walks to the side. Clean moves here, and that's his confidence, and that's why they early picked the Victor.
Flowers, what happened? It's now Griffizard. He evolved.
Yeah, that was Griffizard evolved. That's a powerful Griffin right there. 10, 3, and 8 in the previous game. That's an Insmeleon. He's not powerful enough. He devolved. He's got red HP.
If Ambessa was a Pokemon, what would the Ambessa Pokemon name be?
Ambessameleon.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
That's Griffin right there.
Yeah, Ambessa smurfing it up. Griffin having a great time so far. Now he's on the Jarvan. He's a Jarvizard. And now he has to breathe fire upon all of Lyon and make this a 2-0.
But guess who's back bot lane? It's Inspired. Just going to clear out a bit of vision, I think, because he realized they saw him on vision. But that does mean, again, that Cryogen and Masu have to back off, and Berserker and Isles are really taking control of this bot side push.
And since Inspired is on a tank jungler, he gets to buy thrift store items. He has the Protoplasm Harness.
Sure.
He's got that cheap first item. You can look at Griffin's inventory. He's still got components. So that means if they have a fight, if there's a reason to fight, which, I don't know, maybe 55 seconds from now, there might be a neutral objective or something spawning, he's going to be significantly more powerful.
Yeah, it feels so nice when tank jugglers can use these support items. Mid lane here, Quad keeping up the poke, and speaking of item completions with his Ludens, really, really good poke damage here. That plus the Deathfire touch, just keeping Saint under tower. Trying to deny him some minions. Dokla.
Oh, Dokla missed the Q. This is a problem. Gakkos trying to find it, but since Inspired shows up, that saves Dokla's bacon.
Yep.
No
Gakkos
breakfast today for Gakkos.
Yeah, still posturing really aggressively forward.
Yeah, I honestly love this from Gatkos. Even though he knows Inspired is there, he's like, I'm still going to punch your top laner in the mouth. You're just going to have to watch.
He takes a couple tower shots to stop the recall here as well for the timing. It's interesting, too, because we're talking about item completions, and you're like, oh, man, the whole Rod of Ages is done for Dokla. But look at the magic resist stacking that Gatkos has got him to this confidence level. He finished the Merc Treads early, and having the cloak as well here, the extra regeneration just goes really hard on top of all the magic resist. So he's happy just tanking all this damage over and over and over, getting a lot of sustain and some extra survivability as we now see a little jungle ring around the rosy going here with the vision set up for that dragon.
Killing each other's vision.
I feel like if Gatkos would have hit Dokla with that Q3, he would have at least scrambled his egg. You know what I mean? Like, that would not have been a good time for the Anivia up there in the top side. However, you can see the quest complete now for FlyQuest up there in the top side. It's solo lane quest done for FlyQuest. Only the 80 carry quest completed here for Lyon. No teleport available for Gatkos. However, Dokla does have his TP around, so that means Lyon feels more comfortable going after this dragon. It looks like Inspire will take it.
Cryogen was on a reset there, so Nami's coming from base a little bit far, but they're not bursting the dragon down. They don't have huge damage on it, so Cryogen has walked his way here. Now Corki is on bottom, flanking the other side, though, so they just... The timing's not quite out there with the desync on bottom lane. Cryogen went back to base. Berserker, or Masu, excuse me, here, still trying to deal with the mini wave, and so they can't quite really contest, even though people kind of walk over. And so the dragon stacking does continue here for Lyon quite nicely, setting themselves up for those later sieges.
Ooh, Saint going in there. Trying to find the engage with the ulti onto Quad, but the flash keeps Victor safe.
Yeah, and I think if he had been able to find it, Dokla is here, right? Like, both top laners had kind of returned to potentially, you know, Dokla would have been able to get in there for a potential Drake fight, but when that didn't happen, Gatkos heads back topside. Isles is here as a minion.
As a minion.
Hey, buddy. Gatkos is mega pure magic resist, so a support that does more magic damage isn't going to worry him. If he fought a Blade of the Ruined King Yone, then maybe he's going to start taking... He would take some damage, but he's not going to take a lot of magic damage here with the extra cloak on top of the Spectre's Cow, on top of the Merc Treads.
I feel like you could have Nico and Anivia both puke their entire kits onto Cassante at this point, and he would have a third of his HP left and walk away probably with an emote. So Gatkos not really worried about that one. Meanwhile, down here in the bottom lane, mid laners have taken up this area of the Rift. Inspired is hanging around, though. Does he really want to go for the lane gank here? Looks like he does. We'll see how long he wants to wait for that opportunity as Masu and Cryogen make their way up to the top side of the map. Berserker gets that wave shoved up. We have 50 seconds until the Rift Herald spawns, so it looks like both teams are sort of playing around that positioning, that vision control right now.
Yeah, and we've seen Dokla kind of hovering between a few lanes now and not picking up farm. Looks like he'll be finally headed towards this top side, although 3 members of FlyQuest are already here.
Good push out on the wave from Dokes. Regardless, honestly, I like the lane assignments here, even though we're hyping up, oh yeah, so much magic resist on Gatkos, and Caitlyn here, headshots are gonna hurt a little bit. It's not truly that much. Bottom lane, the rotation all the way down from Inspired, but the comms are here for FlyQuest. Talking about, hey, you are weak side, and we've got the trailing here from Griffin and Cryogen in time to counter.
Yeah, Griffin goes all the way in after Isles dumps the Cataclysm and forces the flash out of the Lion support.
Yeah, that was a really nice response from FlyQuest, recognizing where they kind of had to match with Cryogen and Griffin kind of in position to protect their victor.
Yeah, they got the topside Scuttle Crab. They don't want to like waste extra time going for Rift Herald. Instead, go for the reset, trail out through bottom lane, make the coverage play. The tower barely still standing for them on the bottom side, but not going to be the biggest of deal. And now they can just reset over to that Rift Herald, turn everything right back to the top side of the map.
Yep, and now they have better like protection, right? Because Cassante is going to be pushing in that top side wave, and Masu and Cryogen had already pushed out mid, and we'll see if Inspired and the rest of Lyon want to challenge. TP coming in from Victor.
They absolutely are interested in this Rift Herald. The FlyQuest already have it down to 1,000 HP, and even though Lyon decided to show up, they're showing up too late.
Yeah, they're showing up too late, and it was a nice TP from Quad, right? Because he's immediately on to Berserker. Getting out that laser to do some damage means that Lyon can't really contest to that. And again, I like these kind of map movements that FlyQuest are making, continuing from some of these little tricks and lane assignments they did in game 1.
Yeah, it does mean, yeah, you're going to sacrifice the end of the tower that's on bottom side, but again, the last bits of a tower aren't really what they used to be, since you get a lot of the gold progressively off
Plates
it.
are plates.
Yeah, and Dokla, obviously, you know, he just was the one to walk down bottom side to do that, so he's collecting the bot side outer tower and some plates off the secondary one, as well as saving his teleport.
Oh, Saint with the solo kill on the quad up here on the top side, but now Griffin's trying to get one back. Saint getting away for now. Isles creating space, and that allows Saint to get away. Nice outplay from Lyon.
Yeah, outplay from Saint there in the 1v1. Isles there to protect his mid laner, kind of escort him out to keep Griffin from getting any sort of counter kill. And Lyon pushing in on the mid wave a bit, kind of forcing Masu and Cryogen to respond.
Yeah, Saint was the one to burn Quad's flash earlier with that other ultimate that he used, so makes the big punish himself to do it. Gets the kill. Teleport now invested as well. Inspired starting it up.
Okay, remember, if Lyon claim this, they're on Soul Point. Big dragon for them. However, FlyQuest have control over the bot side river for now. Lyon's giving it up. They're saying we don't want to fight for this. FlyQuest going to take Drake.
Yeah, the early call there. They want to get the reset off first. So Dokla goes back, immediately Inspired, jumps off the dragon, and they call it off. Not good conditions.
Yeah, and that kind of makes sense. They do have this kind of pushing bot wave that now FlyQuest have to respond to. They'd pushed in mid to try to get a little bit of damage on mid tier turret as well. And so now they'll be able to move in towards this top side of the map and potentially kind of set up for Saint to make a play on this tier 1 turret.
And their Caitlyn just had money for IE, so Berserker was probably like, yeah, let me go ahead and spend this real. I got a big old IE power spike right here. Now 2 items with the Hex Optics as well, so they call it off. Berserker just finishes the mid wave there, goes back, finishes IE, and next time Lyon are going to fight it.
Yep. And Rift Herald summoned up in the mid lane.
Kerblam.
Masu should be able to clean this up.
Easy peasy. Griffin jumps in. EQ combo. Not going to find the target there, but they already got the tier 1, and that's what they came for. Meanwhile, topside, Saint tries to get away here with the Fate Sealed. Gakko's going in. Flashes forward. Wants the solo kill, but the third in Tofo strike does not connect. Gakko's going to miss out on that one.
Yeah, just barely misses on that, but here's Griffin.
Yeah, Griffin jumps in. Cataclysm immediately flashes on the other side of his own terrain, and the shutdown goes over to Cryogen. Meanwhile, Dokla just takes him out. That fish got caught 1 for 1 here in the top side.
Yeah, they teleport in the Anivia, and then they wall him off, so they still get a counter kill here.
Yeah, really nice coordination from Dokla and the rest of his team on this Anivia, and now Berserker is just right back in mid lane.
Dokla, you all right, bud? Gakko's going in, finds first in Tofo strike. Staying diligent for now, but nope, no way to chase further. FlyQuest can't find anything.
Yeah, he did have Isles there as well, who was kind of fainting up, and the Caitlyn, who had started to move. So Lyon did have members in position to respond to that. Instead, it's going to be Berserker continuing to try to hammer up. TP coming in from behind.
Yeah, but that takes a long time to channel, and Berserker and Isles getting away for now. Gakko's trying to use his opportunity here with the teleport to make a play, but it was just too little, too late.
He does get the Caitlyn flash, though, which could be crucial for the next team fight and something that FlyQuest are definitely going to be tracking. But yeah, that was a nice, I mean, I actually really like going for that TP play, but as we see here is the attempted play onto Saint with Gakkos missing on that final Intofo strike. Then Bubble missing Griffin. Griffin going in with the EQ combo and ult. Saint getting shut down accidentally by the Nami, but then that wall is so nice to set up for Caitlyn, ult, and Dokla picking up the kill.
And now Saint about to knock down this tier 1 turret. Gakkos having to back away. Inspired, Dokla and Saint coming in trying to make a move, but making moves on Cassante is pretty tough to do. So Lyon's gonna back up after taking the objective.
Meanwhile, they are split pushing on the bottom side here, so Victor does get the wave into the bottom tower, and now they're trying to walk up. They do get pinged out going over wards though, so Berserker's not going to get caught again this time in the extended lane. Him having no flash now, Dokla having no flash, and Saint having no flash after all these plays. All these carries on the side of Lyon are possible targets here for FlyQuest, and they're making the rotations up to the top side.
Yep, looking for a play onto Dokla.
Dokla trying to make his recall. Griffin immediately with the smite to interrupt it, drops the Cataclysm. Aqua Prison misses. Griffin still in the middle of the Glacial Storm, but it does not matter. Dokla's egg is scrambled. Call it sunny side up. It don't matter. Shutdown credit goes over to Gakkos.
Look at the 3 lanes of pressure though for Lyon. You know, they all these carries, yeah, they don't have flashes, but they're all pushing. So even when FlyQuest, they're gonna do a Baron off of it.
I think we can try Yone not to pick.
Okay, FlyQuest calling for it. They want the Baron. They're down about 3,000 gold. This would be a massive swing, and they got a 5v4 for the next 25 seconds. Meanwhile, Saint in the bottom lane, putting pressure onto the tier 3 turret. That means that FlyQuest have to take this Baron for this to be worthwhile. Bottom lane tier 3 turret already down to half HP. Baron about to be claimed. FlyQuest have it.
Yep. And you heard them recognizing that in their comps, right? They're like, you know what? Yone doesn't have TP. He can't respond to us. He's on the bot side. Was able to almost take down that inhibitor turret on the bot side of the map. And Caitlyn did end up cleaning up that tier 2 mid turret, as well as Lyon is now actually going to be on Soul Point after up. Unless FlyQuest want to contest, but no. Yeah, so they're now going to be on Soul Point. So it's a bold call of FlyQuest to go for that Baron. However, it feels like Lyon got way more on the map, Kobe.
Yeah, and even the call to go send multiple people up to kill the Anivia, because Lyon, as we said, are pushing all 3 lanes, the cost for a commitment like that is very big. And being able to push down mid to, like, I want to start the gold tracker before Baron. Instead of a Baron power play gold tracker,
you want to do the whole sequence?
I want to wind it back to when they decide to send everybody up to the top side. But we're going to see the Siege now as they do have the Baron. See how much gold they can also get with this buff. Even though they did have to make payments to Caitlyn and to Yone pushing through mid and bottom lane, they're kind of getting, compensation for those payments now.
Investment tips with Kobe.
Yeah. Okay. Meanwhile, more split push here. So every time, like Lyon are pushing on the other side, Yone pushed up on the top side. Now they're trying to trap him even. You have Griffin. Look at the mini map. He's already behind him. Saint's trying to wander his way out through the darkness.
Yeah, he's getting away for now, but hold on, Quad's gonna be found! Nice pick from Lyon.
Who's ganking who here? Saint moves through the jungle in the cover of darkness, and they catch the straggler. As FlyQuest are trying to collapse, they are the ones that leave the vulnerable Victor there.
And I would be curious to actually see if we'd started pre-Baron power play, because now you see it's diminishing rapidly in that top left corner. But yeah, like, again, this is also facilitated by the fact that Lyon actually have quite good wave clear with the Anivia to kind of stymie and slow down a lot of potential siege from FlyQuest. And that was a really, really nice catch onto Quad as he walked over Vision. As we see Griffin clearing out his bot side, and Cassante kind of trying to push up this bot wave. Lyon immediately moving into the top side as their response.
Yeah, so Lyon, because they got that dragon and all of the extra gold here, looking ahead at their Dragon Soul setup, only 2.5 minutes ish for themselves, and you have tons of pick. And again, if the Caitlyn lane can get there early, you have a lot of danger for FlyQuest approach. Caitlyn traps.
Stepping on those traps does not feel good.
And then Caitlyn and Anivia as a combo, just makes it so difficult to approach
It's
fights.
really annoying. Yeah.
All right, Lyon. 2.5 minutes until Dragon. A little bit under 3 minutes until Baron. Setting up shop around the topside river for now. Gakko's just clearing a path through it there with the K'Sante, knowing that he's the one who has to get rid of this terrain ownership from Lyon.
Yeah, the path maker.
Yeah.
Perfect.
It lives up to the name.
Perfect ability name right there, right through the Caitlyn traps. They force their way in. They do get the end of the secondary tower here, but of course we are all really looking at the setup for the Dragon Soul fight, especially when you know the Nico surprise and the Sejuani engage are terrifying.
Yeah, and thanks to our stats guy, Liam, we actually had the gold difference at 22 for Lyon was 1.9k. Post Baron buff, Lyon was a plus 2.9k, so they did get a cool 1k off of that investment you pointed out, Kobe.
But hold on, Gakko's coming in here with a TP, going after Saint. Lyon got to outplay this. Fate sealed from Saint, trying to get himself away, but now he's stunned up, locked up, beat down. Gakko's got the kill as FlyQuest continue looking for more. Griffin drops the Cataclysm, but nobody on Lyon's going to be caught here just yet until Gakko's goes in even further. Third and Topo strike. They've already found the shutdown on the Berserker, and FlyQuest find their moment.
The Nami wave following the K'Sante in for that huge knockback coming out of Gakkos. We talked about how he has to be the front line for FlyQuest to get anything done. He's the one stepping on the Caitlyn traps. He's the one here going forward, getting down that CC with the Nami wave kind of trailing behind him. Really nice fight from FlyQuest.
Yeah, man, I mean, we talked a long time about Gakkos on tanks versus Gakkos on carries. I guess you could split hairs.
A tank and a carry.
Yeah, you could split hairs and you could say K'Sante is also a carry just because, you know, meme on the champion. But his picture, we had his picture up there with the tanks, and he is smurfing. He is making K'Sante look as broken as ever. FlyQuest, what a really good trap play on the side. Really good attack in the side lane there. Big benefits, and now it sets them up for great positioning on the approach to Dragon Soul.
Exactly. That's the thing, is the Dragon Soul is only just now spawning. It was desynced from when they made the play, so they got to make another one now. But the problem is, Masu's already down. It doesn't matter what you get, it matters when you get it. And now Gakko's is under pressure. Lyon, they find their fight when they need it. Berserker's already got the kill on the Gakko's. That's 4 dead on FlyQuest. I don't care if you find a pick, if you don't get anything. I care if you get something after. And Lyon just won the game.
And now they're barreling down mid. What a great combo. The Yone, the Anivia walls laying down. We talked about how good Dokla has been on this Anivia in team fights, and now Lyon are looking to close out this game.
Yeah, Griffin's just doing some slop right now, trying to waste some time, but it's not going to matter. Look, that's what it is, all right?
Slop. We're always slopping here,
you ult 1v5, that's all you can do. It don't matter none. Dokla might go into the egg. Who cares? Masu revives, only to die once again. Ladies and gentlemen, Lyon are going to take game 2, 29 minutes in. We are going to game number 3.
And I'm so happy because this series has been so fun to watch. The punches and the counter punches here, really nicely done in that mid lane fight. Lounge, what do you guys think?
We think we're going to game 3.
Yes, we are. And we got an arrow for this one.
Streak continues.
How you doing, Anero? You got to watch the game with us?
Nick.
Yeah, I got to watch the game. As I was complaining that it's kind of hard to watch the game here, I turned around and the game ended. So, awesome. Doing good.
Let's use an example, because I'm in that final moment. So we might as well go over it quickly. Because FlyQuest, they have position of the river, if you guys can actually get a look at me, it's this angle from Saint that catches Masu. Now, Griffin walks over to the Dragon, thinking that it's going to be a slow play. Saint goes straight in. I want to slow it down a little bit, because the moment he gets the knockdown, or at least the knockup,
oh my goodness,
immediately Q from Anivia.
Masu had flash up too.
Yes, he just didn't expect it. He didn't expect the full burst.
Can you go back? I felt like he thought he was out of range. Like, that looked pretty close to being out of range. I feel like he is just thinking it's not going to hit him.
Yeah.
Because he just didn't react to it at all.
playing aggressive on mid, and then Saint dodges
I think
Cassante.
he just thought he had the range.
That's actually kind of crazy.
Yeah, he just thought he had the range, I think. And he doesn't flash. Because he even still had Valk, right? He didn't Valk flash barrier. He just thought he had the range, got hit by the tip of it. Instant Sedge 1 ult, dead, game over.
Yeah, it's a bit tragic. Unlucky.
None of them expected that to be as fast as it was, because Griffin was not even a part of the fight. So yeah, that was the fight that we wanted to just hit on, just as a good clarification of how we even got to the end game.
Yeah, and then
you wanted to show something.
I had another point earlier on in the game about line macro and a discussion about whether or not Baron is worthless. Because I need people to look here. Dokla gets caught in the top lane, right? Lyon, after Dokla goes down, so the pick is whatever because they're pushing with Yone and they're pushing with Caitlyn. But Dokla goes down here, and the gold lead is 2,000, right? Right up here, 38K to 39K.
Nice.
And from here, FlyQuest just decides to take Baron. And you may think that, oh, maybe giving Baron would be bad. However, Caitlyn gets a turret, Yone gets a bunch of farm, and they get third Drake. So then you're trying to use Baron to push into an Anivia and a Caitlyn, and as you can see, not much gets done for the entirety of the Baron buff. Nice pick on a quad that helps equalize it, but by the end of it, even after having Baron, the gold lead then is actually bigger than it was before they gave up the Baron in the first place. So that's, Lyon has done a lot of macro like that, and this I think is just another example of soul point as well as a gold advantage actually comes from giving the Baron.
I'm kind of curious on your perspective on this game in Arrow, because it's a weird situation where it's like, if you're watching as FlyQuest coach, it felt like things are going pretty well for most of the game. You know, there's like, you have a good opportunity here, and then a fight happens, ADC gets caught, you instantaneously lose the game. Like, what is your takeaway from that? Or is it just like, forget it, ignore it, go next?
I mean, I don't know if the game was going like super well for them, to be honest. Like, they were slowly losing the game. But yeah, I mean, you just got to go next. Like, they got caught on mid, didn't expect it. Whatever, boys, happens. Just go to the next one. So I don't know. I don't know how they talk to each other in that team, to be honest. It seems like they do a lot of joking. Yeah. God, you guys have TVs
I know,
everywhere.
we have TVs everywhere. This
how do you know where to look? I have one there, there, there. One's over there.
Masuola did like 9,000 damage that entire game.
Well, he wasn't doing much damage in that last fight, so that's unfortunate. But no, I mean, Lyon played pretty well. I feel like when they have control of the game, they just kind of like, just slowly choke you out of everything. Like, yeah, they got that pick before Baron, but they were already pushing mid, already pushing bottom, so it didn't even really matter overall.
Is
so
that
I don't think
hardest...
Lyon was sweating that game too much outside of that one fight before all of that happened.
Is that the hardest aspect of facing versus Lyon? Like, just as a team, they're a team that are willing to give up a Drake or something just because they have a really good map state?
Yeah, I feel like they know how to play the map well. Like, Inspired obviously like leads them pretty well on what to do and what he wants in the game. So yeah, it's just like they're always aware of what you're going to do and what you're planning for, and they're trying to like mess with you while you're doing. Like, if you're getting a Drake and they're giving it, they're still going to walk in and like look at you, make you feel a bit stressed that like, oh shit, they might be here, you know? They might do something. And then they're really good at just opposite side of the map. Saint's always pushing, Dokla's always pushing, making something else happen. So if they give you Drake, you're going to lose something in return. So they got Baron. They lost a lot in return, so it doesn't even feel free, even though they got a pick.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Inspired does win Player of the Game. Interesting to see who voted for who on this one, because I feel like it probably is a little bit conflicted. 3 out of 6. So we had Saint, a Dokla, a Berserker, and then 3 Inspired.
Okay. I'm with the.
So we were kind of everywhere on this one. Who would your Player of the Game have been?
Yeah, what
I mean, Saint got the like final play in the game to do that, so like that's hype. But I feel like Inspired is probably leading a lot of what was going on in the game.
Dokla's getting the fan love right now because every time Dokla subs in, they do win.
I mean, they should just have Dokla in. Respectfully, it should just be Dokla
Castle
playing.
is starting in game 3.
Castle starting game 3?
There it is.
I guess this one doesn't really matter for
They're second place regardless.
But it matters
so I think
insane.
they're just practicing and like showing that like we will use Castle.
Yeah.
I think they said it was like a draft-based thing of whether Castle would play or not.
Based
over
off
Dokla.
Your assessment of the two players, how would you view Castle and how he differentiates with Dokla?
I mean, honestly, I don't know how he works on that team. I was kind of confused on how Castle would work on it, because he's more the guy who's just down to do what you like want him to do.
Yeah.
So I feel like Inspired will tell him what to do, and he'll just say, okay, sure, I'll do it, whatever, that's
You
fine.
got to work with Castle on Immortals?
Yeah, on Immortals. I mean, I think on DSG he was doing pretty well because I think he kind of knew that
His laning phase just seems.
he needed to carry for that team, so he played more to do that. And I think he's not bad at it, but he's also still kind of more of a like passive personality where if you want him to do something, he'll just do it for you. So I don't know how that's going to work on Lyon because I don't think that
in theory
is the same
it could
at all
work well with
over there.
Inspired, but it's completely different to the environments we've been in the past. Either way, we're going to have to go to game 3. The reason Anero's here is because he's stunningly good looking and we're trying to get viewers, but also it's because C9's picking their opponent once playoffs are sealed between the 3rd and the 4th seed. We don't know the 4th seed yet, so if FlyQuest wins, it's them. If FlyQuest loses, it's going to be Sentinels. So keep tuned for that. And also, game 3 is going to be up after the break to see FlyQuest or Lyon who can take it.
Let's go, guys.
Okay. Lock in.
Go.
All right, guys, lock in. What combo are we doing? I'm going Bravery.
Get question mark, you get bonus stuff.
Yeah. What is this, man?
Do we just choose question marks?
For sure we go Bravery. I'm not picking my champ. Just have the devs pick their most OP champions. They know, right? They have knowledge gap.
So none of you guys play tested Arena, right? Nah. The other boys
not really.
Oh, I played Zinzao. in Arena when we tested it. Bro, he was looking powered.
So we ban first and then we Bravery after, I think. Yeah, ban first.
Ban.
Evelyn, Fiora, Zillion. Do you have the list in front of you? That's cheating.
This is research.
What?
This is research.
Okay.
We need
I'm
all the help
just
we can get here, buddy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to, take away the dirty champion picker's best tools.
If Zinzao's up, I'm locking Zinzao, bro. We win.
He's gonna be the.
And Zinzao is double banned. It's a Graves lock.
Am I just locking this in?
Yeah.
Okay, what's the best Fiora skin? Come on, we're T.
Project.
Really?
What? Why pick champions, bro?
The hell? Wait, they're actually disgusting.
Look at all these pickers.
I can play Jace. You wanna swap? Saint? Swap what? Swap the computer?
Hello, watch me. I don't know how to play Talon, man.
Chincha, man.
At least now we have an excuse. Wait, my summoner spells are backwards. Oh my god, put your summoner spells where they're supposed to be.
Dude, actually, these guys picked Giga champs. The casters. Milio has got to be God mode.
Emilio, it's lost.
Xerath, Emilio,
Warwick.
Oh, our team is ass. Oh.
It's so bad. Looking good, boys.
I'm just getting
Shrink it in journey.
Yeah, what's a good I don't what am I getting?
Ooh, I will be right back. I made this augmenter.
I can only buy Butch? Where's the like first item?
Boots first item? That's the play?
I guess so, yeah.
We have a Blitzcrank hook, by the way. Let him
Oh,
literally
you
hook.
Blitzcrank hook, IE?
Yeah.
And
then IE?
Yeah, and then
Yeah.
PYW? Oh, one shot.
Yeah, I'll disguise as you. Oh my god, I don't want that.
Oh, these guys are so good.
Yeah, poke him. Good call.
Ooh, I missed everything.
Wait, that's not Soraka.
Hit.
Hit this shit.
No.
Here
Wait,
we
wait,
go.
wait,
Oh,
wait,
what?
wait.
We knocked him out.
I kicked him out. I kicked him out.
Let's go!
We did it! Let's go!
I'm gonna be honest, guys. That was a massive draft gap.
All chat is disabled. I can't flame them.
What?
That's insane.
There's ult chat. You have to turn it on.
How do I enable?
That's probably good for us.
I want to enable ult chat. Oh, there we go.
My god, you're out here, bro. You're not using it.
Bro! What are you doing? There's no starter item? No! Bro, why is my flash on air?
Alright, so we go for the.
Whoever I can hit. I think the thing in the middle gives you like a giant shield now.
Yeah. We just have to last hit it.
Okay. Let's go, Fiora. I'm looking for Fiora.
No W.
Fiora. I'm getting stacks up the Wasu removers.
Oh, no.
Yeah! Just, who are these randoms?
Your goal is to get as close to 5,000 total kills. This is North American games played only. If you go over, you lose. Who are you starting with?
We're starting big. We're going Wild Turtle.
Wild Turtle is #1 on the list with 2407. So you are almost halfway there.
All right, we're going to keep going big. We're going Double Lift.
Double Lift is at 2323, which puts you at 4,730. So you have 270 left to play with.
270 left to play with. We're going to go Gatgos.
Gatgos is at 51. You're at 4781, so you have 219.
219. Let's go Griffin.
Okay, 44 from Griffin. So you're at 4825.
4825. We're going to keep going new players then. We're going to go Kryra.
Kryra's at 19, okay. 4844.
We're looking for low kill players. We're just going to keep going new players. We're going to go Cryogen.
Okay, 14.
Okay.
You are at 48.58.
48.
We are inching. We are inching.
We're
ever
inching.
closer.
We're inching close.
Inching ever closer to the coveted 5,000.
It's only NA games. Let's go Morgan.
29. Wow, that seems high. 48.87.
48.
You are 113.
113. Let's go Niles. I'm going a random one.
Oh, shout out. Yeah,
I feel
big
like
up
this will be
Niles.
a higher of kill amount, but I might be trolling.
You're wrong. 25.
Okay.
Not very many kills.
Okay.
49.12. You are less than 100 away from the goal.
Less than 100 away. Zinni.
15. Okay. 49.27. We're getting there the long way.
49.27.
Yeah, he can. Yeah.
I'm trying to think who else would not have played that long. Who is Niles jungler? Who is that?
Iconic.
Let's go Iconic.
Yeah, I only remember because I worked at Golden Gardens at the time.
Let's go Iconic.
No other way would I have ever remember that. There's no way. He has 111. You've unfortunately busted a fail. Tough.
No double.
Coming.
Unico?
Nice.
Parking.
If he face checks, maybe I'm looking. Yeah.
I'll try to give him
I'm going. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah.
You guys need help?
No,
we're good. Okay, I'm moving base.
Yone ulti.
No W.
No flash kill Nami.
Yeah. Give me.
E3.
Fuck.
Parky flash.
I'm taking the fruit.
Yeah.
They rather go top, they rather taking field, okay? Daejeon, be ready for the peptide.
Yeah, I'm coming.
Fighting top.
Okay.
Careful EQ's your
I'm coming, Saint. You can show. I'll show.
Can you give me EQ in the 3? Give me. Yeah, this is Nico. Can we burn off this? What do you guys think?
Oh, I think we can try. Yone no TP.
Yeah, let's try then.
Yeah, Yone no TP.
Our lanes are really bad, we need to try.
Yeah, Yone no TP, you can try.
Yeah.
Look Yon.
Yeah, Yone is dead.
I'm looking more. Look more.
Yeah, I'm looking more.
Okay.
Just don't get one shot.
It's good. Keep going. They don't have damage case. We're walled off. Just go.
I'm following.
We're coming.
I'm going. Look. No flash, Caitlyn.
Holy.
I think might be it.
There's the enemy, so keep in mind.
Break soon, guys. Break soon.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the last best of 3 of the regular split here in Spring 2026. It's Lyon versus FlyQuest, and we are going the distance, Kobe and Emily, as we had FlyQuest win game number 1, we had Lyon win game number 2. They're clearly both here to play.
I feel like my match of the week now has delivered 2 times.
You've been doing a good job.
I'm 2 for 3,
Well.
Good
Claiming
choices,
something
Emily.
as yours.
So, Emily, which top laner would you choose though? Because they're switching back Castle in, so that means that Big Dokes, his win streak is going to stay alive. It's going to stay intact here, and they're going to put Castle back in.
Okay. All right, let's see what they got.
Maybe they just want, like, you know, to keep the win streak alive.
So they're a little nervous?
Yeah.
I mean,
Like,
honestly,
protect it.
The analyst did touch on it a little bit at the beginning of the day, but for Lyon here, you know, it's not an important series.
Yeah.
So they could also use it as, hey, we really want to make a 6-person roster effective, and so we want to keep switching and trying more things and really trying it out so that we'll have a good feeling for it when we do get to playoffs.
Yeah, I agree, and I do think even from, and obviously champion choice matters here, they did say that he was kind of forced into the Rise, which wasn't something they'd practiced with him last week. But in game 1, despite the loss, he did look a lot more coordinated and cohesive with the team. He had some really nice frontlining plays. So, you know, I don't think it's a bad idea, right? Because the worst thing that happens is you lose, but you're still in a really good position going into playoffs, and you still get the practice with Castle, who you really do want to integrate into this lineup.
Okay, Ashe is still up and available. They banned the Seraphine, of course, along with the Varus. And so putting a little bit more priority towards these 80 carries.
Meanwhile, on the FlyQuest side, it's all about those semi-global ultimates. The Bard, the Twisted Fate, the Pantheon, all banned away. They do not want to deal with side lane pressure. That tells me FlyQuest is probably going to try to play a big team fight composition. And sure enough, their first pick of the draft is the Pocket Lulu. They gotta have a hyper carry in mind here.
Yeah, and Berserker, sorry. I was thinking it was on the Lion side, so I was going to say Berserker excels at hyper carries, but Masu is no slouch either. I'd be really curious to see then what they would be going with on the top side to see if they do have a frontliner or if they'll leave that up to Griffin potentially in the jungle. As we see the Yunara hover, taking that away from Masu, kind of decoupling this Yunara Lulu that we've seen. Although I will say, I do believe Yunara Lulu still has a pretty low win rate in LCS. And hilariously enough, the team that's been able to excel on it the most is Lyon because of the way Berserker and Isles have been able to pilot it.
Yeah, I think that Lulu pairs better with other carries than Yunara pairs well with other supports, but Lion say, I don't care. We have Berserker. We have Berserker.
Berserker is too good.
Have you checked the nameplates? We've got Yunara, and they say Rakan is a fine substitute here.
Okay.
Of course, you know, FlyQuest had jumped on the Lulu. They first pick it. They think that is a priority as well. And Lulu can be played with Ashe. It can also be played with Jinx and other hyper carries too. So they have the wide range of options. You could go for the utility option or still match hyper carry here for yourselves as well. And they're the ones, because Lion double lock for their bottom lane, they do get that Rumble that was hovered here into the hands of Gakos, which he is extremely comfortable on.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely one of his comfort picks. And now I will be curious to see if they do choose their AD here or if they choose another role and kind of leave it up to whatever Lion is going to presumably take off the table. But no, that is a hyper carry locked in. It is the Aphelios for Masu and the Lulu for Cryogen down that bottom.
Another Masu favorite champion here, the Aphelios. And your level 1 is really good, obviously with Green Gun here. So it's one of the champions that is fairly frequently picked into Yunara because of the level 1. Yunara, obviously the Q is very powerful, but with Green Gun, Aphelios can combat, and you do have the Lulu here. So I like the look from FlyQuest. Meanwhile, Aurora is so good into the Rumble here, and Castle has been given the counter pick. Technically flex, you could flex it away, but it is so good into the Rumble that you definitely don't need to.
I am also making the assumption it's probably going into the top lane just because it isn't a counter pick. However, we've seen both Saint and Castle have really strong Aurora games. In particular, Saint's Aurora really sticks out in my mind as something he is just super comfortable on. So if they do want to flex that into the mid lane, they can potentially keep FlyQuest guessing as we see the Rise banned out from FlyQuest side, kind of continuing that we do not want you to have any sort of global potential around the map to kind of keep Lyon pinned down a little bit more.
Yeah, I believe it was during Lion's first split when he dropped like a 20-kill Aurora game and they lost the game and still lost the game. But he was putting in work. And they are continuing to ban mid laners here. So the Rise ban, obviously Castle did play it when they flexed that one top as well. And so they're banning that as another flex pick ban.
Okay, so we got Rise, Cassiopeia, Xin Zhao banned out here in the second half. FlyQuest still has one more ban to go, as both sides obviously have their bottom laner and support locked in. And most likely, top laners, again, Aurora is the flex, so we will give them that grace. But I would bet that that's where it's going. Wukong, final ban here at the draft.
Yeah, we saw contracts with a pretty strong Wukong yesterday, and he was talking about the buffs being a bit bigger than people kind of suspected. The extra attack speed, of course, is kind of big focus there for him for the early stages, but not going to be an option as far as the team fighting junglers, and so you're going to have to go a different route here. The point and click of the Vi whenever you're playing against hyper carries. Get the guaranteed engage, and since you already have Aurora and Rakan on your team, it's not as dangerous as some scenarios. If you're locking Vi really early in a draft and you're kind of unsure about what the enemy team's going to have for counters, but you have a Rakan to dive with you and an Aurora to put extra pressure, so it's not like, oh, we're diving into an Aphelios and then he gets to point blank like mow us down. No, if you're diving on him, he has to deal with Vi ulti and Rakan and burst damage from Aurora, so it's going to even be hard for him to survive, even with a Lulu on his team. Hey, we get
the dog!
Griffin Nasus. He's had some insane performances on this. And yeah, I am very curious to see how FlyQuest end up playing this out because it is a favorite of his, and it looks like they'll be rounding out their composition with the Annie Moore CC to kind of set up, again, for your hyper carry. Really, really fun to see Griffin pulling this one out.
And the best part of picking Nasus here is to counter not the enemy jungle, but Yunara. Wither on Yunara is like giving you negative Lulu. So not only do you
negative Lulu,
you don't have the Lulu already because they first picked it.
But now you extra don't have a Lulu.
And yeah, now you have negative Lulu.
+1 Lulu versus -1 Lulu. It's the Lulu.
Yeah, so Wither here is very, very annoying for Yunara to deal with if he can get it on the Yunara, of course. So do like that pick here for Griffin, and obviously he has spammed this. It's been a controversial as well, but he has put a lot of work into the jungle Nasus. He's been rewarded for it in other games, and this is going to be a super fun one. FlyQuest trusting in their flavor, trusting in their picks that they really like. You know, Masu really does favor the Aphelios, of course. Also was always, heavily picked into Yunara, but Griffin also favoring his Nasus, trusting in themselves. You like to see it with the young squad.
Yeah, and then as we see Lyon locking in that Yorick for Castle, going to try to be able to, set up in a side lane and kind of take over there. You already pointed out, Kobe, but I do really love how FlyQuest are continuing to default to what they are good at, certain picks that they believe that their players are good at, and also just relying on kind of their belief in themselves, right, to be able to pull this kind of stuff out.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. The finale to our series here.
Yes, sir.
Woo!
The rematch, FlyQuest and a Lyon, and we do get Griffin on his jungle Nasus. We also, though, because of that flex swap that we were talking about, and they do end up going to Yorick for Castle instead, Saints Aurora. He had some very, very big carry Aurora games. As you said, Emily, he's definitely one of his champions that he feels comfortable on too, so comfort on both sides.
Yeah, when I think of LCS Auroras, his name is one of the names that immediately comes to mind, right? Just because he's had so much success on that pick, and you kind of already covered how Aurora can be a bit of a pseudo diver along with something like the Vi and the Rakan, but as we see Griffin's jungle Nasus tweets.
Yeah, and so he put in a lot of time early on it, in solo queue, was grinding it up, and then we did get, Forrest within answering him and being like, yo, just play Pantheon, bro, play some meta champs first. And Griffin, of course, did play Pantheon then and had a lot of success with that too, but has also had success with some of these things that he put a lot of time into solo queue playing them as well, working at it and trying to also convince other people to do it. He's not quiet about it.
Yeah.
He's been very loud about it.
He's like, why don't you come to my side and try the Nasus?
That was a lot of words. I'm not reading any of it, but, you know, I like the fact that he's playing some Nasus. That's cool for sure. Roo, play the dog. Anyway, Griffin and his opponent in Inspired on the Vi, a much more traditional pick, both starting in their top quadrants of the jungle, pathing their way towards the bottom side of the map. And that bottom side of the map, we expect it to be a little bit spicy. We've got the Yunara and the Rakan versus Aphelios and Lulu, and Masu and Cryogen have the push so far.
Yeah, and as we see, Inspired could potentially look for something after pathing down and going through his bot side camps, and the Nasus following suit. I believe they do know where each other started at the very least. Ooh, as we take a look at, I thought Masu and Cryogen might go in for something there, but they did not. But yeah, I will be curious. I think we'll see a little bit less early jungle intervention than we did in the previous game, where everyone was just like full bot lane party, especially with the Nasus kind of wanting to, you know, get some stacks in there first.
Yeah, Nasus wants the stack, and Vi wants level 6. So they're looking for farm. They're looking to stay efficient, and that lets the hyper carries play down here. And Masu and Cryogen have forced the early back here for Isles as they're pushing the minion wave in. Junglers get some vision of each other here towards the grab. Inspired runs away after getting withered and says, fine, your bottom lane is also pushing. There's no way I'm chasing you down there. I'll just go take the top one.
Yep.
Exactly. The bottom lane is pushing, plus Wither is so strong the level 4 Vi doesn't want to deal with the level 3 Nasus because it's such a powerful debuff. So Inspired just heads up to the top side of the river to claim that crab. Now, before the game, we heard Saint and Inspired discussing the player of the game results.
Yo, how you get POG?
I carried you. What?
Sure?
Yes.
Even CS?
Yeah.
It's impossible.
Really?
Yeah, if I pick Victor, did you see the I play with the Palafox and Palafox GG under tier 2?
Palafox? Okay. That's enough information.
Yeah. He's Palafaker, bro.
No, it's not Palafaker.
Not anymore?
No.
Okay.
Wow! That's enough information.
I always love the discussions, but look, bot lane.
Yeah, down here on the bottom side, Berserker is under some pressure. Isles the same. There's first blood over to Masu, and he and Cryogen win out in the 2v2.
And the thing that set that up is actually they were able to blow Flash a little bit earlier onto Cryogen, or onto Isles rather, when he had to flash out. So he didn't have flash available, and this is kind of the strength that we see from Lulu, and not only why she's so good in team fights, but also she used to be such a strong, powerful mid lane pick way back in the day. Yes, I know I'm old. But she pushes so hard as well. So not only does she buff hyper carries, but in this lane, she's going to be able to help get push with the Aphelios. There, they were able to blow Isles' flash early and then get a kill in that 2v2.
Meanwhile, mid lane, Tibbers dropped by Quad, trying to push Saint back a little bit while Quad has that level 6 versus level 5 advantage.
Yeah, and again, even when Yunara was in her peak, was at her peak earlier in release, still picking the Aphelios into it, and Masu really definitely a specialist there too. So loving the 2v2 confidence and getting the kill. Honestly, I thought they were going to get both. I thought they were going to get both kills there when Cryogen flashed forward too, but he couldn't quite get Berserker. And it is good that he didn't steal that kill, and Masu did get the first blood. So very, very big for the bottom lane to get the early priority, because it lets you stack dragons really easily. And Nasus wants a calm, like, controlled game. When he can count on his bottom lane getting 2v2 kill like that, he can just keep clearing, stacking up, get dragons, get more stacks off the dragons as well.
Can he bonk it? Hold on, let's see if he bonks it. Look, I want to see if he gets the bonk.
Yeah.
Wait, no, hold on.
It doesn't move. He's not going to move.
Okay, sometimes they mess it up. Sometimes they mess it up. I'm just making sure. He got the bonk. Okay.
Didn't believe in him.
And I will say, I want to really hit home, too, on this jungle Nasus, because it is the first jungle Nasus since 2013 in the LCS, and globally since 2014.
Yeah. And that was Saint Vicious in 2013 Summer Playoff.
Yeah, of course people saw him do it in the EWC qualifiers, though.
Yep.
But, you know, definitely very big here.
Whoa! Inspired with a full send, going in for the dive after Masu, and that Aphelios is gone. Cryogen's going to join him. A double kill, both of them going to Berserker.
Huge play from Inspired to get Berserker back into the game, right? Like, Berserker is so good. We've seen him excel on Yunara. We've seen him excel on Zeri. Something is also very similar to the Yunara in the way you want to team fight with her. Really nice lane gank coming in. Flash, Vi ult to get that double kill onto Berserker.
Remember that play for then the next comms listen in. If in this game Berserker goes like 15 kills and he's like, why did you get player of the game? And then Inspired says, remember that gank? I carried you. I got you your first 2 kills.
Exactly.
But yeah, really good Vi timing here. He got his level 6, goes in for the lane gank as you're highlighting. They know there's no wards here, so Q into the lane, flash for the range. And this is what we said from Champ Select. It's not just one diver.
Yeah.
Rakan is such a good dive partner for Vi. You can guarantee the ult.
Nice. Really good. Great play.
That was a good play by them. It's fine. Game is still...
Yeah,
it was a good play by them.
It was a good play by them.
Yeah.
Game is still playable. Masu with some moves here as the bottom lane's still fighting. But yeah, both teams recognizing the good play, good timing there, and it's not over. Still very, very much playable here. I mean, they still have the gold lead generally and have the extra dragon.
And Griffin is now here for a little wraparound gank. I do not believe they saw him.
Yep, here comes the dog. There's the Wither on Berserker's Yunara. Wham, bam, right on top of the head. The cane strikes true, and that's FlyQuest tying up the kills.
I love watching people that love playing Aphelios. Masu with the perfect guns here.
Yep.
He hits the ult, he gets the purple gun root, he gets the snipe follow-up as well.
Dracos, I know you're out there somewhere appreciating it.
He swaps over, you know, the utility out of purple gun and green gun right here, and the damage with the snipe there. Very, very nice. Masu putting in a lot of work, and Griffin collecting on that work. Thank you very much for my kill for my jungle Nasus.
Yeah, he's off to a nice little start. I said that we weren't going to get a lot of jungle interaction early. I was completely wrong. That was not true at all.
We got some spice.
We're still having a lot of bot lane parties down here. And again, just really nice to see we kind of set up this matchup between Griffin and Inspired, kind of the new blood coming in, learning from someone as storied and as good as Inspired is. And Griffin has really, really shown up in this series. I think he's had a pretty good series, and also just seeing them go like punch for counterpunch for extra counterpunch in the bot lane has been really fun.
Yeah. NA producing some good young junglers here to try and
Younglers.
Some younglers to challenge Inspired. Meanwhile, the bottom lane, again, the focus here really paying off. It was focused basically all series long, but they still all have their flashes. Even with these kills coming through, and because the jungle ganks have basically
everybody's just like, well, I'm dead.
Exactly. So the plays are still available to be made down here.
True. And now, I mean, currently, Lyon have kind of pushed up a bit, and we'll see that kind of push and pull between the Drake vision, because, you know, these games have been, like, early Drake stacking has been very crucial for both teams.
The dog has his collar. The protoplasm harness is built. He's ready to go on a walk. You can bring him on the sidewalk now. He's ready.
Nice.
And the Vi has a Sundered Sky too, and he's eyeballing a Rumble top. That's about to get dove.
Let's see if it works. Here he goes. Immediately Inspired diving in there. Castle trying to follow it up, but Gakos gets away. Meanwhile, back in mid, Quad now under pressure. Isles rotates over to mid lane, finds the quickness with the grand entrance. They're going to give the kill over to Saint. He needs one more spell. There it is. Saint takes the kill.
Really nice little roam up from Isles on the Rakan, getting that kill onto Saint. We kind of talked about how Kobe, the Rakan, and the Vi work really well together. That was great setup for the burst damage that Saint is already able to do currently, and now he is going to be locking in his rocket belt. in potentially a situation to set up for Drake, although Nasus is already on it.
Yeah, I mean, this bot lane pressure of the Lulu Aphelios is so reliable for Griffin and for FlyQuest. He's going to continue to play off of it. Come on down here. Even after this successful mid lane kill for Lyon, FlyQuest still staying focused on their game plan. Continue stacking the dragons. Isles does block the ult interruption, but does it cost him his life now?
Isles in danger, flashes away to survive. I mean, he'll stay alive, but that's a summoner spell down as now Griffin in enemy territory finds the Wither onto Saint. Inspired is over the wall, ready to maybe join in here with the Vault Breaker, but Quad is also rotating over. Here comes Cryogen. Saint is in danger. Griffin continuing to charge forward. The dog is a boss. He's in charge of the jungle.
Yeah, he's got a sheen on top of his protoplasm, so you get some extra bonk on those bonks.
I love it when I have a sheen on top of my protoplasm. That's great.
And he's also, I mean, this is
quite the image.
Wait, what is the sheen? Like, if the protoplasm is the collar, what is the sheen? If we're
it's the little name tag that says Nasus in all caps. It's shiny because a sheen is a shine, right?
It does shine.
Yeah.
Right.
It glimmers in the sunlight.
I like it. I like it.
That's why I like it.
But yeah, I do, as Isles kind of sees what he can do. He might be caught out, but no.
Well, what he can do is try to get away from the dog.
Mikhail's.
Griffin chasing after him. He just needs one more Wither. Isles popping the quickness for move speed to get away, and it will successfully get him out of harm's way.
He went on a little journey there. But I really love how FlyQuest have been playing, again, around this bot lane, getting the early Drake stacking, getting Nasus into a really good position, and also having a really great setup for the Aphelios going forward. Inspired's going to take a peek at the red buff, and Griffin's just going to be able to clean it up.
God, isn't the audio with Wither is just so impressive, isn't it?
It makes you feel like you're withering.
That is very impressive. And whenever it gets cast on you, you just feel sad.
Dude, it actually feels like your computer is running slower because your character just barely can step forward.
Makes me feel like I'm shriveling into a husk.
Well, up here on the top side, Castle trying to fight back against Quad, goes ahead, drops the Dark Procession, and Quad dies. Castle grabs himself that solo kill, but now Griffin is ready to try and clean one up. Castle staying alive for now, gets himself away. Inspired shows up, and he's like, you know what, dude? I'll see you later. Goodbye. Griffin makes it a 1-for-1.
Yeah, Griffin says, get that shovel away from my mid laner. He bonks down my mid laner, so I'm going to go get the counter kill here and flashes for it. The shovel falls to the cane.
That's a classic matchup right there. Stick versus a shovel. Back in Ohio, you got to learn to use both.
It did also, I do wonder if Quad...
Saint coming in now. The dog is in trouble. It's a little bit of animal abuse here in the top side river, but Griffin is ready to turn it around. This dog is rabid and he's barking. DKing over the head. Griffin going on a killing spree as Inspired falls. Gakko shows up here with the teleport. Saint is forced away, and FlyQuest come out on top.
And Griffin just got enough mana to be able to use a Q to get the kill there, so you get more stacks too. That feels perfect.
This is great for FlyQuest because now they're on Herald. Gakkos is going to be able to push in this top side. Really, really nice collapse from Fly. They were already headed up to protect that Nasus. That Nasus is taking over the game.
This Nasus that Griffin has been preaching to the world for months is finally on the LCS stage dominating.
Yeah.
Rift Herald slain. FlyQuest, they're up 2,000 gold. They've got both Drakes so far. They've got themselves the Rift Herald. They're owning.
Yep, and here we see Inspired and Saint think they get this catch onto Griffin, but here are Cryogen and Masu. So Lulu ult comes down, saves Griffin. Inspired tries to go directly onto Masu to do some damage onto him. They clean him up, and then really nice like kind of teleport from Gakkos coming around for a potential collapse as they're onto Castle.
Uh-oh, that Yorick is not long for this world. Quad denies Griffin the stack, but if that's your biggest problem on FlyQuest, you're doing pretty well. Another kill over to them, 5-4.
Meanwhile, they're trying to interrupt topside. Gakkos, though, playing respectfully, backs all the way off. Weak side rumble here. Nice job from him. His team makes the play on the opposite side. Doesn't give anything back to Lyon.
Berserker.
Yeah.
He's withered. FlyQuest trying to force down the tier 1 turret. They're at least going to grab the plate. Rift Herald charges in, guarantees the kill on the objective.
Yeah, I was actually wondering if Isles was going to potentially go for a flank, but with Herald dropped, FlyQuest are kind of able to just force their way in, clean up that tier 1 in mid. Saint will be able to answer potentially with this next wave. Getting all that money onto the Aurora should be good for Lyon. However, immediately, FlyQuest on this Drake, once again, really, really quick Drake stacking.
Yep.
And that is going to force Lyon to contest them next on the Soul.
Exactly, and that Soul, Emily, 22 minutes into the game, I don't care if it's a Chemtech Soul. I don't care if it's the Fart Dragon. That thing is still strong.
I love that you called it the Fart Dragon. Lyon looking for another potential play onto Gakkos up here, and he is...
Hold on. Isles, you all right, brother? Doesn't look like he's all right. The Moonlight Vigil seals his fate, and Griffin, yet again, this Nasus is a real problem. Griffin going forward once more, pops the ulti, goes after Castle. Remember, the Nasus Q has like a 0.5 second cooldown when he's in ulti mode, and Castle just learned it the hard way.
Daejeon wins again.
Yes, sir.
He's out of control.
Where's Trick 2G at? Somebody get Trick 2G on the phone.
Over a 2K gold lead. Boots of Swiftness just running around wherever he pleases. Now he can apply another slow. Okay, he undoes his purchase of the Iceborne to opt for the Dead Man's instead. Because all he needs to do is get in range of somebody.
Yeah.
To get the extra move speed, just get in range of him. And he's clobbering time.
They're definitely getting clobbered. FlyQuest with a 4,000 gold lead and on Soul Point. What does Lyon do from here? How do you stabilize?
You have to hope for a really good team fight where Berserker and Saint are able to pop off. Because right now, like, it's pretty much how do you stop this Nasus? And even if you are able to stop the Nasus, that probably means that Masu is also untouched, right? And this Aphelios, we've already seen him be able to do a lot of damage. He has Hex Optics. He has Infinity Edge for this next fight. So he is also in a really good position.
Yeah, it's huge because you have to deal with that threat. That big damage output has to be dealt with, and then the dog is just running around wherever he pleases.
The dog is barking top lane. He's ripping the throat out of the Yorick. Griffin is crazy right now. This dog is unleashed. Somebody get him under control. Put a collar on him. It ain't gonna work. He puts the wither onto Isles. The dog is barking and nobody's safe.
Dude, he can even chase down a Rakan? That's the mobility here of Nasus. Well, it's the anti-mobility of the Wither, but holy, after watching this, you're thinking, why didn't everybody listen to Griffin earlier?
Exactly.
Hold on, Masu under pressure. Lyon doing a full send, and they find the Aphelios, but now Griffin off to the side. Quad arrives here with the TP. Inspired under pressure now. It's a 1-for-1 so far. It's about to be a 2-for-1. Even when Lyon gets something, FlyQuest get more. 20 minutes hit the clock, and FlyQuest hit the Baron.
Yeah, they get Masu, but at what cost? FlyQuest immediately able to collapse. Griffin now godlike 7-0-2 on this Nasus, completely taking over the game. And because Berserker was so far up in that, they were actually able to clean him up pretty well. Lyon's kind of only recourse is to get this tier 1 mid onto Saint, but its objective bounties are falling off actually because of that turret. But FlyQuest are in such a great position now, and you can see how hard it is for Lyon to make a proactive play. Even there, FlyQuest were so quick to collapse.
I don't know about you, but I'm just looking forward to the Griffin tweet after this and the Griffin interview.
It's going to be nonsensical.
Yeah. But you know what I'm not looking forward to is people playing more jungle Nasus
You don't want that in your solo
games?
You don't want to play that on ladder?
I already talked about how it feels like you're shriveling into a husk when that Nasus gets on you, you know?
Oh, yeah, you're an AD carry player, aren't you?
Yeah, it just like sits on you, and it's just...
Well, he's found Castle. The nice part, here's the nice part about Nasus, Emily. He does not have hard CC, so you can teleport away from him.
It would be really unfair if he did. But also, as AD, I'm not usually taking TP.
So you can leave once with one of the longest cooldowns in the game.
Yep. That's the saving grace.
Nice.
Yep. That's your out. Spring Finals, June 13th and 14th, Mullet Arena over in Tempe, Arizona. Go ahead and reserve your tickets for that one. That's where we're going to be heading as Masu's heading straight back to the graveyard there as Lyon at least find themselves yet another pick onto the enemy Aphelios, 2, 3, and 5 there for Masu. But that's not really the score line I'm looking at, Kobe and Emily. I am looking at that 7-0-2 dog there in the jungle causing a ruckus so far in this game.
Yeah, it's not. However, it does set up a situation where FlyQuest might not contest for this Drake, although...
Yeah, Gakos just had to flash away, but now Lyon has taken a ton of damage. Equalizer already dropped, Inspired down to below half HP. FlyQuest still posturing here. As Masu is about to respawn, Griffin running forward, but the dog is losing a lot of HP. Lyon trying to burst him down, but Inspired is already dead. Griffin continues chasing, Berserker about to die, a double kill. Back over to the jungler on FlyQuest. Griffin is really shining here in this game 3.
And they're not even done. Castle gets cleaned up too. But you know what? The Lulu's not for the Aphelios hyper carry, it's for the Nasus hyper carry!
That Nasus is going crazy. That is Chemtech Soul
before
23 minutes.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie, my friends. There has never been a better moment to be the president of the Vi Hater Club. I am so vindicated. I am so justified. I am so righteous right now. Vi has nothing to bring to the table against this Nasus.
Yeah, I mean, like Griffin definitely is going to feel vindicated with this Nasus performance here.
Ooh, Inspired jumping in once more, going after Masu. They target the Aphelios, they get the kill, but it's already a 1-for-1 and it's about to get worse. Lyon loses 3 every single time. They kill Aphelios, that's the name of the game.
Yep.
Kill Aphelios, lose the team fight. That's it for Lyon as FlyQuest barrel down the mid lane.
Griffin's on to say.
He's going further. He has the Wither. He's trapped in the cage. He doesn't. You cannot cage the dog. He will get out of the crate.
He has 666 stacks for his Q
right
now.
It is an unholy procession here for FlyQuest. Lyon are saying their prayers and trying to get away, but the dog won't let them.
Comms like this are so scary. I'm so happy you called out that the Lulu was actually for the Nasus, because it just reminds me of, and I know I'm like dating myself, but there was this Doinby game where he played Maokai mid because he was like, oh yeah, it counters Victor, Maokai mid. And so they were thinking...
Was this back in like the 2014 era?
It was during Juggermaw era.
Oh.
And so they thought, they were like, okay, well, we'll just do Jugger Tree with Lulu and old Maokai. It was absolutely heinous. He did not die.
Sometimes heinous stuff works in League of Legends. You can see it right now, 9-0-3.
And you know what? Yeah, he's up to 705 stacks. He has not died. It's really hard to see a world where he will die in this game.
And he built the Sheen, and he was like, you know what? This is good enough. I don't need a Trinity Force. I don't need an Iceborne.
Original.
Yep, just give me this cheap, crappy item. I just need to make my stick hit harder.
Yeah, just a little. It's a little more shiny.
My stick needs to be sticky, and that's all that matters. Other than that, he's building tank. He's got Spirit Visage for the extra healing and shielding. He's got Dead Man's Plate for the extra speed. He's got Frozen Heart now to even slow down Berserker, the only person that could possibly threaten him. Somebody's Lyon right now is trying to find the number for the dog pound. They need to lock this guy up, and they can't do it.
He's up pretty much 5K right now, over Inspired.
I mean, yeah, I'm just straight up going to call that 5K. I don't care about 4.9.
Yeah.
That's 5K.
We're rounding up. We learned to round up in math class.
And this is, remember, when we heard from Inspired, when they played against FlyQuest back in Lock-In, he was talking about how he respects the way that Griffin sees the game. He thinks that Griffin has the right idea. He just had the wrong execution. turns out the execution's looking pretty good now.
Yeah, and outside of like, yes, he's obviously super comfortable on this Nasus pick. Yes, it's been something that he's been saying is really strong, especially in certain situations that other people potentially should be playing. Another thing I do want to point out is his attention to bot side, his responses, not just in this game, but across the entire series, where they were doing a really good job tracking Inspired, right? And so it's also in his kind of micro decision making that Inspired was calling out as being like, okay, you have the right idea, maybe not the right execution. In these games, it feels like he's been executing a lot more on these kind of more minute plays, and he's done a really, really good job of keeping track of what Inspired wants to do.
He's gonna two-shot Saint.
Saint just loses more than half of himself.
Yeah, Saint had to use the ulti, had to use the flash, gets himself away for now. Quad staying alive, Lyon trying to make the move on the enemy mid laner, but now they are caught between a rock and a hard place. Inspired barely staying alive as Castle is soaking damage from Masu. FlyQuest now camping the TP arrival from Saint, and remember, this is an Aurora with no ulti, no flash. He's just food, man. The dog is eating good.
I mean, it's just the victory lap here for Griffin. Vindication for his long journey trying to preach the power of Jungle Nasus.
And now FlyQuest are marching towards Nexus turrets. It is a 5v3 for the next 30 seconds. They've made their way there. Lyon scrambling, trying to defend, but it will not matter. Griffin and the rest of FlyQuest will rise to the occasion and defeat Lyon 2-1 in the last best of 3 of the regular split.
Take your victory lap, Griffin. You won us over. I'm not looking forward to seeing Jungle Nasus in my solo queue games, but it was great to cast this game. So much fun to see him pull out this pick. And again, that decision making coming out of him, setting this bot lane ahead. I really, really loved the punch counterpunch between him and Inspired, someone who definitely got the best of him the last time they faced off. Let's see what the lounge thinks.
Griffin is gonna vibrate when he joins this.
Yes, he will.
Yeah.
He's already vibrating.
Yeah.
The brother is so happy to be alive.
Playoffs, took down Inspired. It seemed like a Shen angle, but a bigger dog angle, for sure.
You know what? That's the question we gotta ask him, because like obviously his answer after being legendary on the dog is the dog. But it looked good for Shen. That was actually a ridiculous series that he had.
Dude, he is floating right now.
Yeah,
He's
he
just
is.
like so light on his feet.
We need the camera to look down to see if he's actually walking, because he is.
We do not need the camera to look down.
We need to see if he's walking.
Oh man, so big news then, Anero.
Yeah.
You're gonna be able to pick your opponent once Griffin joins. I think you have like 5 or 10 minutes. You don't have to lock it in yet. You can still think about who you're playing.
Yeah,
so
why are you smiling, buddy? What's going on here? I'm
Seed 1 is C9.
No reason.
Seed 2 is Lyon, and then you're picking between Seed 3 and 4, which is gonna be Team Liquid and FlyQuest, who we just saw win. Griffin, welcome.
Whoa.
Hello.
You guys here?
Yes, sir.
Right.
Okay, big dog.
Yeah.
Yeah. We thought maybe Shen angle, but it seems like Nasus angle.
Yeah, where's the Shen? Explain it in great detail, please.
I mean, Shen, I thought it was fine as well. But I'm not trying to explain too much of my, thought philosophy.
Yeah, okay.
But I think in this game specifically, I mean, we're on 4-5. We're picking Annie, so we had Annie, so it's like more supportive.
Yeah.
And then Nasus was a better angle because there's just a full dive comp.
Extra damage.
And like if I have Shen, maybe I can peel Aphelios, but it's like a little bit of risky. Like if Aphelios dies, the fight is just over. So I thought having another damage threat for the comp, if they dive too heavily.
Makes sense.
And overcommit, then yeah.
Let Masu die.
Yeah.
Then you carry.
Yeah. No, that's always my comps, bro. Just like no tunnel vision on any carry, they don't know who's the real carry. Which is me.
I mean, they did blow up Aphelios, and then it didn't matter.
Yeah.
So.
You went legendary that
and game 1 too. I told them like, bro, just let Masu die, I'll carry.
Oh my god, bro.
You did.
Yeah.
You went legendary that game. At what point did you really feel like you were like hard carrying the game? Like, were you flying?
I mean, honestly, I don't think this game I even played like particularly well. I just did my job. I think bot lane smurfed really hard.
Yeah.
They just had like so much pressure. Yeah, I feel like they won the 2v2 harder than they should have, maybe. I'm not too sure, but it felt really easy because I was just full clearing, stacking drakes, stuff like this. So it's like really easy game for me, to be honest. I didn't think.
You did win player of the game. It's when you get like 10 kills on Nasus, we're gonna win player of the game.
Yeah.
So for sure. We also have a fan poll. I imagine you're gonna dominate that as well. So how do you feel overall though about beating Lyon in a game that you guys kind of like needed to win to get top 4?
Yeah, I mean, the pressure was low-key on because we needed, I wanted that like double limb for sure. And I respect Inspired a lot. I think he's really good. Like really, I mean, I'm not gonna glaze him too much, honestly. Everyone knows he's fucking Inspired. But I remember last time we played against him, he gave me quite the fisting.
Yeah.
A lot of back shots. So I just make sure, like, I was like making sure today I show better performance. So yeah, I thought I did. So yeah.
Yeah, even like expanding that, taking a step back, looking into Naro's eyes. Last week was also a really good week for you guys too. Even though obviously it must be frustrating, I actually want to like ask that more of a question because like it must feel frustrating being so close in those moments. Like you guys could have 2-0'd these guys.
Yeah.
But like, what was the team environment? What was the like takeaway from last week?
I mean, it does suck because it was a pretty easy 2-0, but I guess like. I don't know. I mean, it does suck because like it should have been a free 2-0, but I think everyone just like is like moving on. Like as long as we keep improving, like that's the mindset. And we had a better showing than last time we played against C9, so it was like better, I guess, in that aspect as well. So even though it was pretty disappointing because now we were like hoping like, okay, we can still make top 4. We just need DSG to win, Dignitas to win, and that didn't happen. So when our lives were on the line, we played well. So I'm happy for that.
100% of the fan vote. That's crazy.
That has never happened before.
There is one guy in chat that just spams quad over.
Yeah, I always see that, bro. He steals it.
I guess quad. You even converted quad man.
Yeah. Quad man. Quad man is not mine. Yeah.
For this game. Okay, so end of the regular season. Here are the standings. Cloud9 didn't lose.
We did not lose.
The only series that Cloud9's lost the whole year was lock-in finals.
Yeah. But we suck.
Yeah.
I don't know. So.
Anyway, 7-0. Then we got Lyon TL 2-3. Lyon wins the tiebreaker over Team Liquid because of the head-to-head. FlyQuest then at 4-3. Sentinels and Shopify round out the playoffs. Shopify has the tiebreaker over Disguised to edge Disguised and Dignitas out of the playoffs. So, with this, deciding the first-round playoff matchups, Cloud9 gets to choose between FlyQuest, who we just saw win with NASA's, or Team Liquid, who you just beat yesterday.
Yeah.
But you've actually kept us in the dark for who your playoff opponent is. Do you have an answer already?
Yeah, so it was tough. Not an easy choice.
Yeah.
But we are selecting Fly. There was a lot of back and forth amongst us, all of yesterday and today.
Wait, who had the supreme decision?
Me.
Okay, so when we cook you guys, that's going to be your fault.
Yeah, if we lose, it's my bad.
Okay, I respect that.
We did it again. We picked a team and we lost in playoffs. So. But no, I think we had like a pretty rough weekend versus Fly, but there was a lot of also out of things that happened that put us on like a weird off day. We also thought that we should have been winning pretty like handily with things. So I don't know. It'll be good though. I like Fly. I think they actually like draft well. They try to like actually play funnier things too. Obviously like Nasus and Shen, which is like no one else plays it, so you don't get practice versus it. So it's usually pretty annoying to play versus. But I don't know. Should be close. Hopefully it'll be a better set of games than last weekend. I think we were both kind of having a low off, to be honest, between the both of us.
Yeah.
So we'll see.
Do you have any reasons you can share why you picked FlyQuest instead of Team Liquid?
I mean, I just think that we're better than them in a lot of ways individually, and as a team, like we've gotten a whole lot better too on what we're doing. So we just think it should be a good matchup for us, and then TL Lyon, those two knocking each other out is just good for all of us. It just makes it like nicer. So, but it was tough. Like versus TL, we feel like they're really easy to prep versus too. I think they have like a lot of draft issues with what they want to do. So I don't know. It was tough. It was not an easy decision at all, to be honest with you.
Response, Griffin?
I think we're just better at all 5 players, so it should be free. Honestly, I mean, Lyon or C9, I think both are really respectable. So not a really big deal for me. Like either way, it's going to be a hard opponent. So yeah, we just need to make sure we play well, because I think some days we play really well, some days we play really bad.
Pretty inconsistent. What do you think leads to that with FlyQuest?
I mean, I think overall, like I've been trying to get more consistent, because first play I was really inconsistent. Even beginning of this play, I was really inconsistent, like first 2 weeks. I think just overall we're a young team, so and we're really aggressive. So, and I think our team really tries to like min-max everything. So like, for example, a play like, they could go for this play, right? Let's try to dance around the play, and if we are able to dance around the play, we'll be really good. Like it'll be really game-winning. If we can't, then we'll just lose. So that causes a lot of consistency when everyone on the team is trying to min-max and trying to edge out every single juice, I guess. And then it doesn't work out. So yeah, and obviously I think we're all like pretty young. We're all pretty young, and we're also a young roster, which makes when there's pressure, it's like a little bit, we're all emotional or something like this. Like, I think we got a lot better at it because we got like so much stage experience. But yeah, just overall.
Yeah, you guys definitely got better.
Yeah.
Something I noticed in game 1, you and Cryogen invading as a unit, like I feel like, and of course the level 6, like the 6-minute crab was a lot more cleaner. Like, what's something that you guys feel like you improved on the most throughout the split? Because even going into the C9 matchup, a lot of the teams who probably scrimmed against you, like, had you guys winning them. Like, had a lot of faith that you guys were like a top 3 team. So what's something that you guys were doing that they saw?
I think just overall, I mean, we went to Korea bootcamp. I think individually we're improving steadily. Like, obviously we have 3 rookies. Like, we don't have much tier 1 experience. But also I think at the same time, the biggest thing is that not only are we improving, but we're talking about the game a lot more. Or not like, in the game comms, we're calling out good stuff, I'd say. Like, we're calling out most things like that we can do and they can do.
Yeah.
And I think I'm playing a lot better, especially like involving Cryogen, like in some of my plays. Like, oh, can you defend this? Like, just even asking the question. I think for some reason I would be like nervous to ask it before, but not nervous is not the right word. But maybe when we had less synergy.
Unsure, I guess.
Yeah, like. Yeah. But I realized as I play more, like just throw out the question. If he can move, he can move. If he can't move, he can't move.
Didn't want to mess up his game or his flow. Probably.
Yeah. I think I had like too much, not trust, but like we didn't have enough confidence in my own game ability and like our team's ability overall. But now I think we're getting a lot better at just calling out everything, seeing all the potential stuff. And I think since we have a lot more trust in each other and we improved a lot more, we have a lot more trust that even when all these different scenarios are getting thrown out, like all the combinations that we could do, that we won't get lost in like the flow, right? So yeah.
Sick. Man, playoffs are going to be really fun. So here is the player of the game leaders at the end of the regular season. Ooh. So not even just this week. We have the whole regular season. Jose won 7 of them. Saint and Griffin though with 5 each. You snuck in there at the end there. I think you got 2. You got 2 for this series.
You did. You actually just
so
snuck
game
in.
1 and game 3. Congratulations, man. 5 player of the games in. Can't even be that many game wins. So you're winning like almost half the time. Anyway, I don't know if you've seen this. We need you two to react to this because you're sticking around. Samsung OLED power players for the week. Have you seen this before, Griffin?
No.
Do you ever see Samsung SSD Fast 5?
No.
Basically the same thing. It's just a leaderboard of stuff that happens.
Oh, I've seen this before.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. This is fire. I love this stuff. Yeah, Samsung. Love that.
We need like a fine counter for this guy, just in this interview alone. I swear it's at like 3 now.
Wait, what?
He was safe. He said he loves this stuff. He didn't.
He loves this
censored.
stuff.
Yeah, he loves this stuff.
Oh yeah, I love this
He
stuff.
wasn't talking about shots or any of those things. Front.
Yeah, definitely not.
But Gakkos, of course, leading it. Actually, let's talk a little bit about Gakkos here, because like unsung hero a lot of the times because able to play. He's been playing a lot more tanks throughout this split. How's he been? Has been vocal in your comms. How's life been with him?
I mean, Gakkos is probably on the less talkative side.
Yeah.
But I think it's been really great. I think this split, my main focus was like I feel like as a team, like we have so much like not star players, but like we have everybody on the team. I feel like confident that they can like carry a game.
Yeah.
So I think my focus was like making sure. I feel like before we were to. The game kind of depended on me if I had a good day or a bad day, so that's why I wanted to up my consistency. But I think everyone on the team is like, I think everyone on the team has a lot of potential, and I think Gakkos has grown a lot. I remember in our scrims, he was playing against like, maybe Thanatos, and he was like struggling a bit, and now this split, I think he's been really solid, really good. Yeah.
Nice.
Yeah, I gotta say,
split 1.
You played great today. I personally thought you were player of the week, but if you watched yesterday, Contracts had a pretty insane performance. He won player of the week.
Nice.
Hate to break it to you. Contracts won. Nice. All right. Player of the week.
Wait.
Contracts won player of the week.
No, I didn't watch yesterday.
What happened? I thought you guys like changed your votes in this.
Yeah, but everybody votes.
True.
Yeah.
Everyone.
Okay.
Apparently, Raz and Griffin, everybody else Contracts.
Holy, I got bogged.
That's in the prompter.
I mean,
listen,
Contracts was
he
popping
actually
off.
did pop off. So in this game, his soul inners were both down like several thousand gold.
Yes.
And then this was soul, by the way. He just walks in through the whole team, steals it, kills everyone.
Actually, I did remember watching some tidbits.
This game, he had the 5th most damage per minute of any jungler in LCS history in a game. And then the next game, he also carried with Wukong. And that solo got them playoffs. They had to 2-0 to secure playoffs. The 2-1 would have put their, the Dignitas series would have mattered. So, I mean, all that context is really insane.
It's ridiculous, especially going back to the Olaf game, that first replay that we saw, the fact there was a 4v4 dance in mid lane, and he just like, screw it.
Yeah.
Literally walked straight to the objective where Kryra and Calmy were, and he's like, yeah, I'm literally just taking this in front of you.
Yeah.
That was insane. But yeah,
I did know
Tough
Contracts
vote.
was going to win before I voted for you, but I wanted to be able to tell you.
Yeah, you're on my side. I got you.
I'm on your side
Yeah,
because
yeah,
you
yeah.
played great too, and you were against Lyon, right? But
I was a legit coward. I swapped my vote. I was like, yeah, whatever. But I think it was tough between the both of you, especially like, hey, how good does it feel to be able to have like the Nasus game on stage for LCS?
Yeah.
Because you were talking about it earlier.
Yeah, I mean, if I see a good angle, I'll see a good angle. And hey, if I lost, then like, I need to make sure I don't lose because like they'll lose trust in me and my stuff. But hey, right now we're undefeated in the trust
the
department.
Nasus has been good. Here's the schedule for next week of the LCS playoffs. We're going to start straight off the bat with C9 Fly. That's Saturday, 1 p.m. Lyon TL is going to be on Sunday. It's going to be the best week. Both best of fives, Saturday and Sunday. Raz?
Man, I want to see Lyon versus Team Liquid immediately because that was a big talk during lock-in phase. How they basically knocked each other out early, and it feels like immediately that's going to happen. At least in this case, I'm a bit confused with Team Liquid's performance.
Yeah.
We expected them to be a lot more consistent. I expected the moment you have Yeon and Quid as your like main two carries from the beginning of the year, that would be very consistent. So like, I just want to see that was my most interesting series.
I'm concerned for Team Liquid actually.
A little bit.
Losing back-to-back.
Yeah.
After going 5-0 and then losing back-to-back to C9 Lyon. It's tough.
Yeah, I think they're feeling a bit rocky right
Pressure's
now.
on, for
I don't
sure.
know, they're kind of scrim demons, you know? It kind of messes with you when you just win every scrim. Do you guys cook them, or do they cook you?
In TL?
Yeah.
I'm not too sure. I think we definitely have a positive win rate against them.
Really?
But,
Nice.
STL.
Yeah.
We do not.
Yeah.
It is a scheduled day
I'm
against
here.
TL.
You see how always we talking about how their scrims are.
It's better now, but I think that's why TL was kind of like on the whole FlyQuest is going to beat them bandwagon.
Oh, sure.
It's always assumed that you guys must have been doing well versus
Yeah, if we're
them.
doing well against them and then
So
you
they
guys
just
aren't.
think we're
That makes
terrible.
sense. You must be like the best team in the world against TL. 'Cause you beat them in scrims and then you beat them twice in EWC.
Yeah, they did beat us week
Yeah.
1 though, but I think we got better since then for sure. So.
Oh damn. Okay.
I know we're talking about, of course, playoffs here, but there's also playoffs for NACL for both Wednesdays, Thursdays, and Fridays. You can check it out on the Twitch or YouTube channels. Main focus, even though you're seeing last week's results, is the fact that it's going to be Conviction versus Maryville, I'm pretty sure, on top side. So I think it's going to be interesting. It's also Winthrop versus CCG. That one's Dardok's team. So
Dardok.
You got to check it out. You got to check it out. 1 p.m. PST and 4 p.m. PST. It happens on the same day, so that's going to be a lot of fun. Have you been watching any NACL?
Oh yeah, no, I love NACL.
Yeah.
Shout out
you
Sniper.
Shout out to True.
Oh, okay.
Oh yeah. I always root for my boy Sniper. Yeah.
Hell yeah. Actually, that team had to change because Tactical's also now playing for
Yeah,
that
their
team,
bot lane
so-
got changed, right?
Yeah, so that'll be interesting. That's going to be it for us now, guys. We're going to be rating Sneaky. Be sure to say hi to him. We will be back on Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. C9 versus Fly. Come check it out. And if C9 loses, you're going to be the first
And
one
we can
speaking.
blame it now.
Of course.
We can blame me then, I guess. My bad.
Take it easy, guys.
Dignitas versus Sentinels. Playoff seeding on the line here, Azale, as Dignitas are out of the playoff picture, but they can play upsets.
패시의 측! 자식아. 뭐야, 애플 있는. 너 방금 플랫 돌았지, 임마.
Sentinels making very quick work of Dignitas in game number 1.
I'll look at Skarner actually. I'll pull Ash.
Into. The second Nexus turret falls. Dignitas with XU and Photon trying desperately to take this fight, but XU stunned up by Huhi, pushed by Hambach. That's the jungler out of there. That's Dignitas' split done. Sentinels with a 2-0 will continue into playoffs.
Welcome, everybody, to the final best of 3 in the regular season.
Just take it slow now. Take it slow now. Jay, flash. 6 seconds. 6 seconds. I'm coming. Oh, look, Senna. No flash. We can win. Yeah. Nice. Keep. Look, Lucian. Silence. You guys got Silence? I can go for Silence, no flash. Yeah, I'm rushing. Look, help me. Dollars.
FlyQuest are going up 1-0 in the series.
Can we burn off this? What do you guys think?
Oh, I think we can try. Yone no TP, guys.
Yeah, let's try that.
Yeah, Yone no TP.
Yone
is
very
bad. We need to try.
Cassante and Victor are dead.
What the fuck is this? Yes.
Can we admit?
Yeah, we can.
Lyon are going to take game 2, 29 minutes in. We are going to game number 3.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah.
Nice.
Which is that?
I'm killing this guy.
Buy no flash. Python. Do you think we have
Can we go dash? Yeah, we can. I have no smite though, but...
Griffin and the rest of FlyQuest will rise to the occasion and defeat Lyon 2-1 in the last best of 3 in a regular split.